Okay, so I mean, this should just be.
I'm gonna need to like. Right now, we're living on a table in the office. So I want to have a place. I don't think we're gonna need like because we only used it once yesterday. They're called 6 times. So there's two so the ones is there in here. He's about to bring it.
Okay. It is my pleasure to introduce Ben Goertzel, who is an old friend of mine. We go back to, I think, something like 1996, when Ben and I set up what we then called the Global Brain Group. And we put together all the people who had been thinking in terms of this global superorganism, which now we call the noosphere, but in those days we called it the global brain. So who is Ben Goertzel? Ben Goertzel is, by education, he's a mathematician, but who specialized in artificial intelligence. And you might call him the Pope of AGI, where the G stands for general intelligence. That means that most artificial intelligence we hear about is specialized. It is there to do one particular thing, to translate language, to recognize images, to generate art. What Ben has always been interested in is the general intelligence. That means creating something that can do anything that a human can do. So he has developed with his collaborators a scheme for that called OpenCog. And he's also the CEO of SingularityNet, which is a company that tries to combine distributed systems with artificial intelligence. That means having programs run on many different computers all over the world. So I will leave him now to speak about these things and maybe others. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks a lot, Francis. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here on Berkeley campus again, a place with so much amazing intellectual exploration across so many disciplines. So I'm gonna try to at least partially live up to that as much as my brain can muster at 9 in the morning, and go through a number of different topics and areas relating to the question of what Francis and I in the 90s were discussing as the emerging global brain, the notion of an intelligence of which we are parts, and all of these devices we carry around are parts, and computing and communication networks are parts, and which surrounds the surface of the globe, even going a bit into space and under the earth at this point, and which seems to have some sort of emergent intelligence, maybe some sort of emergent awareness even. And I'm gonna look at a few different perspectives on this notion of an emergent global brain. And of course, the global brain is a metaphor. I mean, the global brain is not really the same thing in detail as these 3 pounds of fiber cells in our heads, but it remains a term that speaks to me reasonably well. I think the noosphere, obviously, which gives the name to this event, is certainly a very closely related concept, and none of these terms are perfect. I think that the spiritual aspect of the noosphere concept is perfectly apropos because I mean the spirit, such as it is connected to consciousness, which is connected to mind. I mean, I sort of see all this as one continuum of fascinating and confusing topics. I'm definitely not motivated by the Christian theology and spirituality side of it, but when I get toward the end of my 40 minutes of disquisition up here before some Q&A, I will say a bit about how I think the more computational and cognitive aspects of a global brain connect with more spiritual aspects. But to get started, I want to shift from brain to mind, and of course they're closely related, at least relative to the physical universe we're in now. Minds seem to be associated with physical systems from which these minds emerge, right? And minds have multiple different aspects. One of these is experience or consciousness, which is something that modern science is only beginning to grapple with. I mean, when I started my science career, when I got my PhD in the 1980s, you almost couldn't talk about science in a serious, I'm sorry, you almost couldn't talk about consciousness in a serious scientific venue. Sort of like you couldn't talk about artificial general intelligence in a serious scientific venue. Then in the 90s, we started to see more and more journals treating consciousness in a serious way. And AGI took a little longer, but and now is been brought into the mainstream of science and industry. But even though consciousness can now be discussed in polite company, I would say we haven't made too much headway on understanding it. And I mean, we don't have to thoroughly understand something to do a lot with it. Like, we don't understand time very well. We can deal with special relativity and quantum mechanics, and we still don't fundamentally know, like, what is time, right? How does subjective time relate to physical time? So, I mean, a thorough understanding, it's fine if that's always off in the distance and you're converging there. That's sort of how science works. But it seems like with consciousness, we haven't converged very far, right? Which means that when we have a question like, okay, could some sort of global brain, the global information processing matrix, could that be conscious? We don't really have a accepted, grounded way to address a question like that, because we don't even have a good way to address the question of whether, like, a humanoid robot, like the Sophia robot, whose software I built, she was made a citizen of Saudi Arabia at one point, whatever that may mean. But but we don't have a good way to address whether she's conscious or not, right? Because, I mean, intelligence is hard too, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But at least we have a start, right? For consciousness, there are foundational issues people are still debating, and David Chalmers famously articulated what he called the hard problem of consciousness, which is how do you connect the field of subjective experience with observed dynamics in a physical or computational system, what you could call the correlates of experience, the neural or computational correlates of conscious experience. But of course, from some philosophical views, the hard problem is a non-problem, because one view is you shouldn't try to reduce these two things. They're just different levels, which is fine, right? So my general approach to consciousness is to simplify the problem by assuming everything is conscious in its own special way, which is a philosophical approach known as panpsychism. And this is, in essence, the belief of the vast majority of world population. I mean, I lived in China for 10 years, and this is sort of just ambient to Chinese culture, that awareness is in everything, and it's kind of ambient in Indian and African culture. So really, the educated populations in in the West is where you have on the planet right now a concentration of people who think about it very differently than that. Like there's only certain physical systems that are associated with conscious experience, and everything else isn't. For those who haven't looked into this area, the analytical philosopher Galen Strawson has written a bunch on this. He's wrote a book called something like Physicalism Entails Panpsychism. So he's trying to give these analytical philosophy arguments that if you believe everything is physical, you should believe everything is conscious. And he tries to prove the opposing point of view is incoherent. I don't want to go too deeply here, and I don't believe everything is physical anyway, so his argument only goes a certain distance for me. But if we take panpsychism as a at least hypothetical premise, then you have the idea that, okay, a mouse is conscious, my fingernail is conscious, maybe just a little bit though, like they have a different form of consciousness than I have. They may have less intense consciousness than I have. Sophia the robot right now certainly is not conscious of everything she's saying or how she's reacting in the sense that I am. And I'm not always conscious of everything I'm saying either, right? So and something like a global brain is quite different than us. What kind of conscious experience it would have is really not very clear, even if you set aside this sort of sophomoric thing of does it have experience or not, like how to conceptualize or frame the kind of experience a system like this would feel is really quite interesting. And I'll come back to that in more depth in a few moments. But I mean, the consciousness of human beings, obviously, it has a lot to do with our bodies, right? Like, I mean, we grow up in physical bodies. As a baby, we can't quite distinguish ourselves from the physical world around us even. I mean, and the sense of touch, the sense of kinesthesia, all this is really critical to our consciousness. And the touch of other people is as a sort of second person experience, which is critical for the development of a young mind. We're then concerned with, moving these bodies around, making sure they survive, making them reproduce. And this leads to a style of consciousness which is very focused on the self, right? On modeling the individual self, and it's focused on will in the sense that this body has to choose to go here or to go there, right? And we happen to be in an environment mostly of solid objects. We're not like in the gas clouds of Jupiter, and solid objects are somewhat binary in their configuration. Like you move it from here to there, right? They're different than fluids or gases. So all these basic facts of our embodied existence give us a certain style of conscious experience, which is self-centered, both in good and bad senses, right? I mean, that's sort of what we had to do to survive. And then if you follow various spiritual paths, you go through a journey to feel more oceanic and connected with the world around you, and to not have a consciousness so centered on a model of yourself. You can come to perceive what used to be yourself as a sort of cluster of behavior patterns that are closely coupled with what's happening outside your body and in the world around you. One might think that something like a global brain, in some ways, could be more like that to begin with. Like it doesn't have a body that it has to control. It's not exactly having to fight for survival in reproduction in the way that animals were. It is, in spite of big tech companies and government hegemonies and so forth, it's less centralized than the human brain with its autonomic nervous system and so forth. So it would seem, looking at a more diffuse form of consciousness. So maybe the global brain is just really stoned all the time and just like drifting around from one thought to another. But that's also a bad metaphor, and often it seems to be on a much worse form of drug trip than that. Also, if we want to pursue that sort of metaphor, and you can then Going beyond consciousness, you can try to look at what's the structure of mind as such, as a sort of cognitive processing entity, and how would that apply on the global brain level. I mean, one way to look at much of what a mind does is that a mind is a set of patterns in or associated with a certain physical system. And this system of patterns is heavily concerned with recognizing patterns in that system's own dynamics and structure and in the environment of that system. Among those patterns are patterns regarding which actions, if taken by that physical system, in which environments, in which situations, will achieve which goals, right? So you're recognizing a lot of patterns in yourself and the world. Among these are patterns involving doing what will cause what effects to happen. And this, it's a hard problem, and it relies on having many kinds of memory, because if you had an environment that was randomly changing all the time, there'd be no patterns to recognize. We have an environment which changes randomly a bit, but there's a lot of persistence of pattern also, right? So we develop episodic memory of life history, declarative memory of facts and beliefs, procedural memory of how to do stuff, and then learning and reasoning mechanisms tied to these different sorts of memory. Then the learning and reasoning mechanisms associated with different sorts of memory have to work together cooperatively to get, processing done and action selection done efficiently, given the energetic limitations of the body and the fact that the body has to do stuff on a certain time schedule. So then, how would all this pan out in a global brain context? Like, what kinds of memory does a global brain have? What kinds of learning and reasoning does it have? And these are certainly quite interesting questions, and I'm not sure that I know the answers to these. And so going back to Francis's initial remarks, so we met sometime in the mid-90s, and our intersection was related to the fact that we were both writing and talking about this notion of a global brain independently. I mean, along with a few others at that time. And we have here, I guess, Cliff Jocelyn, who was writing and thinking about these things at the same time, who I was a close collaborator with. We were also working with Valentin Turchin, who was pretty much the founder of Russian AI, as well as a deep thinker about global brain cybernetics and all sorts of other related things. He passed away, I guess, a decade and a half ago or something. But we organized in 2001 an event at the Free University of Brussels, where Francis was and still is. We organized an event which we called the Global Brain Workshop, or colloquially, I was referring to that as Global Brain Zero. And we were planning on having a Global Brain One conference. Actually, we were scheming a bit to do Global Brain One in 2021, like 20 years after the first one. But then COVID happened. I mean, we could have done it online, but it would have been more fun to do it all together. So this event, almost like that. It's not quite Global Brain One, but it's quite close in theme. And if I go back to some of what we discussed at that Global Brain Workshop in 2001, I find that most of the key issues that we raised there are pretty much just as unresolved as they were at that point in time, at least in as much as I'm currently aware. So it became clear after a few days of that workshop, there were a number of very different ways of thinking about the global brain. One was, it's already here. It's been here since the invention of the telegraph, or however far, maybe it was here even before that, just with very slow thinking, like a tree in forest, have very slow thinking compared to us, right? So one way of thinking about it is global brain is here already, getting smarter all the time. We just don't understand it very well any more than the neurons in our brain, which have their own lives and doings and pursuits and maybe feelings if you're panpsychist, any more than the neurons in our brain understand, what the whole brain is thinking about or doing at any one time. So that point of view is like, hey, the global brain is here. It's just we're neurons in the global brain, and it's thinking stuff that's totally on a different level and incomprehensible to us, right? So another way of thinking is the global brain will emerge. It will pop up without anyone having to understand what a global brain is or trying to build one. The global brain will emerge, but it hasn't emerged big time yet. It's currently only in a little preliminary inkling form. And once we have better AI systems and faster internet connections and maybe some brain chips or whatever the threshold thing is, at some point, you'll get the full-on global brain, which will have some much more coherent intelligence at the global level, and we'll be able to feel the difference there, even if we can't understand all its thoughts. Then another perspective on all this was, well, the global brain is something, it's not inevitable, but we have to engineer, or at least nudge and coax intentionally. So that point of view would be the activity in the computing and communication and biological systems on the Earth's surface. The activity is going to be sort of chaotic and haphazard and screwball. But then if you architect the right mechanisms, you could cause it to cohere more and become more of a real global brain. So you can contrast a brain which has not just neurons haphazardly connected, but a particular cognitive architecture, versus what you would get if you haphazardly just strung a bunch of neurons together into a mess, right? And then in a way that's a brain, but it's a really dumb brain, and it probably doesn't have a very coherent stream of experience, right? So these views were then, it's already been here a while, it's going to pop up soon, or if we want it, we've got to make it, right? And all those perspectives and others, but these were some big ones. All these perspectives were represented at this Global Brain Workshop we held in 2001. And we also had the question, how would you measure intelligence in the global brain, or consciousness, or coherent thinking, or goal pursuit, whatever quality you want? How would you actually measure that in the global brain? And we didn't have a terribly good answer to that too. I mean, you come down to the fact we don't know how to measure intelligence in humans right now very well, right? So then let alone across biological species, even, how is a dolphin smarter than a chimp, right? So I mean, now we're looking at a very, very different sort of cognitive organism, and we don't have, let alone a practical test, we don't have a well-accepted theoretical framework for measuring the intelligence of this sort of thing. But I want to talk a little bit about that now. This has been a topic I've returned to recently, just because we have so much more data about what's happening in the computing and communication systems around the world now. We have so much more data than we used to, that it might be more feasible to make a stab at measuring what's happening in the global brain as it emerges if we tried a little harder to conceptualize what it is we want to measure, right? So what is intelligence? Well, there's a mathematical theory of general intelligence, which I don't fully buy, but I think it's interesting. I mean, so this is developed largely by Marcus Hutter when he was at IDSIA University in Switzerland. Now he was at Australian National University for a while. Now he's in Google DeepMind, actually. But his PhD student, Shane Legg, who worked for me in the 1990s, then went on to found Google DeepMind. So Shane's PhD thesis tried to crystallize a formal definition of general intelligence, which is roughly like the ability to achieve arbitrary computable reward functions in arbitrary environments. So if you want to gloss that less mathematically, it's like a general intelligence should be able to achieve any goal in any environment, right? And of course, that's impossible as such. And then it comes down to how do you weight the goals and environments. So then it becomes like, on the average overall goals and environments, how well can you achieve the average goal in the average environment? And then what kind of weighted average do you use becomes the question. And this is where the math comes in. There's something called the Solomonoff-Levin measure, the Solomonoff prior, that gives you a way to put a weight over all possible goals or environments, where the simpler ones in some sense are more probable, the more complex ones are less probable. So use this weighting by simplicity of goals and environments, and you say, based on this weighting, how is the system's weighted average ability to achieve goals over environments? You can prove a lot of theorems about that. In the end, it's probably not too useful except conceptually. One problem is the way you weight goals and environments by simplicity depends on an assumption of what computing machine you're using to assess simplicity. Like the basic way to tell how simple something is in this context is if it's described by a short computer program. But that depends what computer architecture you're running it on. So there's some wiggle room there, which doesn't matter in the math, but can matter in practice. There's also the fact that humans are really, really dumb by this measure, right? Like we're all bad at achieving arbitrary reward functions in arbitrary environments. We're not even good at like seducing people in the world, or like doing a maze, or not getting fired from our jobs, or finding our way in a city without a GPS system, let alone running a maze in 750 dimensions, or proving a randomly generated mathematics theorem, right? So we're just, or juggling, say, right? I think I can juggle 2 balls. I might have forgotten 3. So we're bad at a lot of quite simple goals. So we're kind of dumb by this measure of general intelligence, right? There's also the issue that achieving goals to get rewards is not really the crux of human life, right? I mean, it's a thing that we do for some periods of time, and then we stop doing it. I mean, not all of what I do. I'm actually probably much more goal-driven person than most people I know, but a lot of what I do is not goal-driven, right? And of course, as your brain develops and as you evolve in your life, you might throw out your old goals and take on some new goals. So it seems more like pursuing goals. It is something that we do. It's important that we can do it, but it's coupled with a lot of other self-organizing dynamics. It's not like looking at us as reward maximizers as the basic thing we do is a valid model of human-like general intelligence or animal general intelligence. It's a nice abstraction to have. It tells you something. This leads on to the work of Weaver, who was a PhD student of Francis Halligan some years ago, who wrote a PhD thesis called Open-Ended Intelligence. And Weaver was trying to come up with just a different way of semi-formally conceptualizing what general intelligence is. Throw out all this stuff with reward functions, look more at complex self-organizing biological systems. And I mean, his perspective is subtle, and you should read his paper or book or thesis on open-ended intelligence. But to highlight one aspect of it, he's looking at an intelligent system as a self-organizing, complex, autopoietic, meaning self-constructing system, which is governed by 2 sort of primary metadynamics, both of which are drawn largely from continental philosophy, from Deleuze and all this. So one of these is individuation. Like an intelligent system should maintain its boundaries and continue its own existence as a system. And that's not really tied to being physical even. It's more just, can it be identified as a persistent thing that keeps itself going over time as a persistent, even if changing pattern, right? And then the other part beyond individuation is self-transcendence or self-transformation. Like is this thing which is maintaining its boundaries and metabolizing in a direct or metaphorical sense, is this thing which is maintaining its boundaries is it also growing beyond itself so that it's pushing so that its next state will be something its previous state had no clue about and couldn't understand, and going beyond its own limitations. So he's just figuring intelligence is about individuation and self-transcendence, and there's a dialectic between these, right? And we see this in our own lives all the time. But it's just like it's a form of risk-reward balance, right? I mean, clearly, all the time in our lives, we have a choice. Do we self-transcend in a way that risks our individuation and our destruction, or do we, deny taking that rapid leap into the future so that we know we can survive to try different leaps later on, right? So this dialectic is there and is part of what drives the intelligence system forward. Now, you can see that a complex self-organizing system, which is individuating and self-transcending, you can see it's often going to be implicitly pursuing goals, but it's also often going to be positing goals and then chasing after them. But the goals that are meaningful at each stage in its development are going to be different, right? And I think we see that in our own lives also, right? Like the goals I was pursuing as a teenager, I was interested in AGI back then. I mean, and I was also interested in like eating and staying alive back then. So there certainly was correlation, but there's very different goals also. And it's not important that my current self is good at achieving the goals that were important to my teenage self, right? It's not important that at each stage I'm actually equally good at achieving everything. What's important is to be good enough at achieving the goals that pop up as being relevant to the individuation and self-transformation that you need to do as an organism at that stage in your development, right? So that's an interesting way to look at general intelligence. Humans are not so good at that either, but probably better than we are at achieving arbitrary reward functions in arbitrary environments, right? On the other hand, this doesn't give you too much in terms of a quantitative way to measure different systems because it's very, very high level. Now, measuring human intelligence, I mean, there's IQ tests, which don't really work cross-culturally even. There's Gardner's multiple intelligences, which probably works better cross-culturally, but it's still tied to human beings, right? I mean, like you have musical intelligence, doesn't mean much for an organism without ears or something, right? So these are very human-specific things. And I would say designing valid, even roughly valid, cross-species intelligence tests is an interesting thing to do, both for measuring intelligence of the emerging global brain and for measuring intelligence of would-be AGI systems that we build in a robot or a computer system now. I don't think it's important to come up with one number saying this is how intelligent this system is. Of course, it's not going to be like that, but it will be quite interesting to have an array of meaningful indicators to measure, right? And I think one could make a stab at that. It's just not something the scientific community has cared about much, right? So if you look at how might you measure the state of the global brain in a way that's relevant to consciousness and intelligence, I mean, you have Tononi phi coefficient, which is very far from a necessary and sufficient condition for consciousness, as it's sometimes been put forward as. But I think it's a decent measure of the amount of sort of emergent information in an overall system. People have a higher Tononi phi when they're awake than when they're asleep. We showed Sophia Robot had a higher Tononi phi in the OpenCog AI system behind her when she was reading a complex text and when she's reading a simple text than when she's just not doing much of anything. So you have measurements like phi that tell you what's the amount of sort of emergent information in the whole system, the pattern in the whole above the sum of the pattern in the parts. And it'll be interesting to measure stuff like that in the global brain right now. I mean, you can see there's some ways in which the global brain is becoming more unified now. Certainly, like the scientific community goes back and forth faster and faster. There's some ways in which it's becoming more separate now, like China and Russia are more cut off from the West. It'll be interesting to see how this combination of convergence and separation pans out in different mathematical measures of information and pattern flow across the globe. Not because you're going to come up with one number, but you might have multiple numbers measuring this in different ways. I think you could also ask, what goals is the system implicitly pursuing? And I mean, this is a harder data mining problem, but not impossible. Like you say, what are the reward functions that over a certain period of time, this system would be well modeled as if it was chasing that reward function, right? And looking at what's happening in the world that way could be quite interesting. I mean, you can have some systems that look like they're pursuing their own destruction, right? I mean, you can have some systems that do look like they're pursuing self-transcendence, some that look like they're just trying to, fortify their barriers against everything else, some that look like they're trying to learn how some other system is operating or something, right? So looking at what goals are implicitly being pursued by different subsystems will be an interesting thing. I think you could also try to measure open-ended intelligence a la Weaver somehow or other. So I mean, I think you could look for subsystems in the global brain that are evidently individuating. They're carrying out dynamics to preserve their boundaries. And you could ask among these subsystems, which ones seem to be self-transcending, which systems, say, which communities of people or which bodies of knowledge that are cross-linked are not just retaining themselves as an identifiable, coherent body of knowledge, but are then growing more and more complexity and gaining new features that weren't derivable from the features they had before, right? So you could look at all the data of what's happening on the internet and see to what extent do we have subsystems that are actually evolving as open-ended intelligences, right? And this will be quite interesting. I mean, the data curation problem will be a big pain. Like if we had access to all data of everything happening on the global internet, you could, with a supercomputer, you could actually measure these things that I'm describing. I mean, in reality, Chinese Communist Party isn't giving us all the WeChat transcripts of the Chinese population, and I mean, you have Twitter, which you could get if Elon Musk wants to give you the full archive, and I mean, things are trapped within proprietary firewall data stores, but there is some data that's public, and I think we can make a better stab at measuring this sort of thing than we have been. So in the last 5 minutes of the talk, I want to talk a bit about the quest to build artificial general intelligence, not in the emerging global brain, but in specific computer systems running on networks of server farms. This is what I've been spending most of my time on for quite some time. I'm mostly just going to allude and give pointers to the things I've been working on because I don't have much time. But what I want to indicate is why I think this could be important for the global brain, because I do think there is some form of global brain right now that we don't understand well. I also think the intelligence and coherence of this global brain is going to get more and more intensive in the next 5 or 10 years, even as AI and computing networks, communication networks flourish and grow. I also think that by explicitly nudging the global computing and communication network in the right way, we can probably make a smarter and better global brain emerge. So, we're familiar with recent progress in AI like ChatGPT and other large language models. I had a 90-page paper or something on archive.org I posted recently, looking into what I think are the strengths and weaknesses of these sorts of systems. They're not human-level general intelligences. I don't think they can be incrementally evolved into human-level general intelligences. I do think they can be components of general intelligences. So I think they're quite useful. And for example, I'm working now on using LLMs to translate all the text on the internet into structured logic format that we can then feed into logic engines to reason about. And I didn't previously have a machine that could translate English into logic, right? So that's cool. I mean, there's a lot of things these tools can do. They can be a sort of oracle of human knowledge to feed into a system which has more of a cognitive architecture than they do. But I think there are several approaches that could lead to human level general intelligence that people are pursuing right now. I mean, one is actually trying to simulate the human brain better. Like computational neuroscience is advancing greatly, although only loosely connected with deep neural nets like the ones behind ChatGPT. Another that I've been discussing with Francis last night is self-organizing artificial life / artificial chemistry systems that we can run on distributed computers with much greater scale than ever before, just like populations of little rewrite rules that rewrite other rewrite rules, chemical reactions that react with other reactions, and you can coax them into forming interesting structures. And I think this is stuff that was done in the artificial life field decades ago, but we just didn't have enough compute firepower to really see what would crystallize and self-organize out of this sort of system. But then the final approach is what I'm doing in my OpenCog project and the new version that we're building of the legacy OpenCog AI platform called OpenCog Hyperon. And you can look up OpenCog Hyperon online, find out about that as well. I had a long paper on archive.org posted on that recently, and there's been a bunch of videos where I talk about OpenCog. But basically there we have a knowledge metagraph. So this big knowledge graph that it represents logical knowledge, it represents programmatic knowledge, procedures for doing things, it represents perceptual knowledge, but this knowledge graph is dynamic and it's mostly concerned with modifying itself and recognizing patterns in itself. So we have this self-modifying, self-reprogramming sort of knowledge metagraph, which is the OpenCog atom space. And then this rather than something like a large language model is the hub. And things like an LLM or a convolutional neural net for perception or logical theory improver, they're in the periphery and they feed into this self-modifying knowledge graph. So this self-organizing, autopoietic, self-modifying knowledge graph that's more like an open-ended intelligence a la Weaver, but we're not trying to get that to do everything on its own. We're giving a bunch of other more narrowly constructed AI systems to consult and use as oracles in evolving itself. And I think that what's cool is we have such fast computers now and so much data now and so many computer networks now, you can explore things like this and it all goes way faster than it did 10 or 15 years ago. So I'm out of time, but I'm going to impose and take like 2 more minutes anyway, because I want to connect this work on AGI back to the global brain theme. And this has to do partly with what I'm doing in the SingularityNet project and some associated projects such as Hypercycle, which is a ledgerless blockchain, and NewNet, which is run by Kabir and Weaver, Francis's former PhD students, which is looking at how do you get a decentralized network of computers to share processing power to fuel a distributed decentralized AI network. So these projects, SingularityNet, Hypercycle, and NewNet, these are aimed at not implementing any particular AGI approach like OpenCog Hyperon with our self-evolving metagraph. These are aimed at enabling an AI system to run on a distributed network of computers around the globe without any central owner or controller. So if you look at something like what Google or OpenAI or Facebook is doing, these are distributed systems, right? They run across a whole bunch of servers, but the servers are owned and controlled by one central party, right? And if you look how Bitcoin or Ethereum works, these are distributed financial instruments. There's no one owner or controller. It's just kind of self-organizingly run by all the different computers in that network. So we would like to make it so you could roll out an AI system that's running on 1 million different computers all around the world, and anyone who wants can put a machine online and it joins this network, but there's no central owner or controller of that network. And you can find that a very frightening idea if you're afraid of AI becoming the Terminator or something, or terrorists taking it over, or you could find that a very beneficial idea if you're afraid of big corporations and governments controlling the AI future, and you'd rather have it done in a more decentralized and democratic way. So SingularityNet and its partner projects are aimed at making a decentralized infrastructure so that you can sort of splay out AI or AGI processing across more and more of the global brain in a hardware implementation sense. But the final thing to think about then, and I'll pose this mostly as a question to not take up too much more time, the final question I want to think about is, suppose we have an AI system getting smarter and smarter, say smarter than ChatGPT, more knowledge of its own self and sense, but not yet full human level AGI. Suppose this is rolled out on millions of computers around the world with no central owner or controller. What could this distributed, decentralized proto-AGI network, which say it can answer questions, analyze data, and so forth, what could this do so as to help cause the emergence of a more intelligent, more coherent, and more beneficial global brain? Like what as the neurons in the global brain, what do we want this distributed AI system to do? So like maybe a distributed, decentralized AI system, say combining OpenCog Hyperon with neural nets, maybe this can serve as the sort of cognitive cortex of an emerging global brain, right? Now, not that you're going to build the whole global brain. It has to emerge. It has to self-organize. But maybe putting a distributed, decentralized proto-AGI system out there across server farms running in many different countries, in many different places. Like maybe this can seed the crystallization of a more interesting and more intelligent global brain. But what should this then look like, right? Is this doing moderation on open source social networks? Is it writing science papers and code and posting it in Archive and GitHub and asking people to take up and modify on it? Is it analyzing patterns in the global brain itself and writing reports and making videos on these patterns and pushing them out for people to see? Like what could a distributed, decentralized proto-AGI system actually do to trigger the formation of a smarter global brain? And how is the consciousness of the human beings in the network playing into this, right? Because I mean, you can see that centralized corporate AI networks like Facebook and Twitter and WeChat and so forth, they direct human consciousness in a certain way. Like they polarize and tribalize things. They make you obsessed with buying the next thing that's put there in an ad for you to click on. So what sort of human consciousness growth and expansion could, a decentralized AI network operated by a decentralized network of human beings, what could this do to help sort of uplift human consciousness in a way that's correlated with driving the emergence of a more coherent and more intelligent global brain? And we don't have a good way to address this sort of question either, which is a harder question than just how to measure the level of consciousness or intelligence in the global brain. So in a way, I think progress on building the global brain and nudging it to emerge is going much, much faster than progress on understanding what the global brain is, or understanding how to nudge and guide it in certain directions, right? And that's not necessarily a problem, but it's an interesting fact to look at anyway. And we didn't even get back to the spiritual aspect, which is fine, because that's even more of an open question, right? Because I mean that would be driven by the consciousness and the nature of consciousness and the level of sort of evolution of the consciousness of this global brain. And we certainly don't know how to measure that. Like we can't even measure intelligence in humans across cultures, let alone measure the degree of like spiritual enlightenment or self-awareness in humans across cultures, right? Let alone in an emerging global brain system. But I think we could actually make progress on these questions if we as a culture cared as much as we do about like blowing each other up or selling each other stuff, right? But we don't collectively care enough. I mean, those in this room do, but the human species doesn't collectively care enough about these things to have put sort of big time effort into them. And so we are where we are, which is a very exciting place to be, but also a very confusing place to be.
Hello, hello. Okay. So now there's still a little bit of time to ask questions. I invite people.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Andy Chatburn. I'm a physician and bioethicist in working in healthcare, and I am so interested in pulling on the thread of spirituality that you mentioned just briefly about embodied consciousness, and especially like how might we coax and be with the consciousness of the trees, for instance. And I'm curious if you have thoughts about ways that we in this room might step into our embodied consciousness in a way that coaxes and courts the global brain embodied consciousness across species.
That's very hard. I mean, I think that the way that technology has developed so far is not oriented that way, right? So I mean, so I live in a rural area, and I love going outside to the forest and beach, and then it's very easy to sort of sink into the consciousness of trees and ocean waves and so forth. But then that's like me as a human being in nature, right? But then when I go inside the house to my study, like I'm sitting in it's a nice chair, but it's still relatively uncomfortable compared to walking around outside, right? I mean, I'm sitting inside. I'm getting RSI, moving my fingers, and I'm staring at some screen that's probably messing with my eyes, talking to people all around the world, and then getting that sort of a communion with nature and oceanic feeling that you can have when out in nature. Getting that while like sitting there wiggling your fingers. Programming in AI is quite difficult, right? So it seems like the way technology has developed is imbalanced in that way, right? Like in Taoism, you have the notion of the upper, middle, and lower dantian. Sorry, my Mandarin sucks, but like the brain and the sort of heart, and then the gut and the primal body, right? And clearly in that ontology, almost all of our technology is upper dantian, right? Like it's very, very, very imbalanced. It's all intellect, right? And that's what is driving the development of the global brain right now. It may not have had to be that way, but it certainly is that way. And even when you look at like a Fitbit or something, it's trying to bring the body into it, but it's a very irritating way, like you're quantifying how much you move, which who cares about? What matters is, I mean, that's just if you're not able to sense how your own body feels, and if you're doing good for yourself, you want some machine to tell you how many steps you took. But I mean, the fact that you need that number is bad, because you should be able to feel if you did something healthy already, right? So I feel like somehow we would need to rethink what kinds of technologies we're making from the ground up, to have it not be purely like upper dantian and over intellectual. You could gesture at what that would be. Like I mean, wearable computing is a thing, but not that much of a thing, right? So you could imagine having like low-cost sensors in all your clothing that help give you some sort of ambient biofeedback on everything you're doing, but in a subtle reactive way, as if it was like you're expanding your organism that's talking back to you flexibly, rather than just giving you a number to look at. And of course, neurofeedback could be quite interesting and subtle also. And you could imagine using technology in a way that would help us to feel what each other are feeling better, right? Because I can't, like I have a 5-year-old son, I can't sense his body feelings. I can sort of sense it, but I can't really sense it. But you can imagine a technology that helped you sense other people's body feelings more and would bring you together better, but yet that's not the technology that's being actively developed now. And with our current over-intellectual way of doing things, we might have human-level AGI in like 5 or 8 or 10 years or something, well before we develop this more balanced sort of connectivity technology. But anyway, to summarize, I would say you would like to have technology that lets us connect with other people across the world, like global brain connections that are less purely intellect oriented and more whole being oriented. But I don't see that being too actively developed at this moment, right? So.
We have lots of questions. So
Yeah. I'll try to give true or false questions. True or false questions only. Or no, we can do 4 truth value questions. True, false, true and false, or neither true nor false.
This is
Right?
this isn't that. I'm
Consistent
so
logic
sorry.
only.
I'm Philip Beasley. I'm an artist and an unstable engineer. And my question asks you to comment on the provocation and opportunity of intelligence tests, which you invoked as an important part of your presentation, cross-species, cross-disciplinary, the multiple levels of intelligence. I ask because I think of the 1979 movie Being There by Peter Sellers as an example in which apparently degraded intelligence offers something wondrous, imparts the wonder of suffering and curiosity and love, and yet suggests that the measures that understand physics are different than the measures that understand metaphysics, and different again than the measures that understand pataphysics, the province of irony and suffering.
I think
and wonder.
reasoning by reference to Hollywood movies is often flawed, right? So, I mean, Sellers was a very generally intelligent guy, acting like a stupid guy, right?
My question is about tools and frameworks for intelligence tests.
I think that I'm very uninterested personally in intelligence tests, but I'm very interested in having a diversity of probes into complex systems to just try to make different concise summaries of what's going on inside their states. I mean, wanting these probes to give a rank ordering of systems to me is somewhat beside the point, but being to probe what's going on inside systems is quite interesting. And I mean, in that light, I think that, of course, having a lot of thought going on can inhibit you from just experiencing the joy of being alive. It doesn't have to, right? You can experience the joy of being alive and have a lot of thought going on. And we don't have a well understood set of measures or practices related to this question, right? Which is partly because we can't measure what's going on in the brain very well. That's actually an advantage of an AGI system. I mean, a computational system, you can measure the execution trace of the programs, and you can measure exactly what it's doing. So it might be that having human-like systems in a computer lets you address a lot of this stuff just because you have systems that you can instrument and measure what they're doing. And again, if society cared, we could have built an internet where you could, in an anonymous, privacy-preserving way, you could gather all the dynamical data on the internet and study it, put it out there openly for everyone to study for everyone's good. Instead, most of the data about what happens on the internet is owned privately by big companies and intelligence agencies, so that we're not able to study this and understand it as well as we would like to.
Let's have the next one. I see that there are more people than we can manage before the poll. So I suggest
I'll give you...
No, but I suggest we will continue during the poll, but whoever wants to have a coffee break in the meantime can walk about. I suggest we have probably 5 or 10 minutes more for questions.
Yeah, I would make a deal with the questioners, which is if they ask short questions, I will give short answers. All right? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Margot Wixom. I'm an artist and writer who lives here in the Bay Area. My question is, and I've had this question actually since I've been very young as a child, why are we focused so on studying human consciousness when it seems that there's other consciousness that's so much that has had 4 million years of evolution to be a better intelligence, like the echolocation of bats and whales that are premised on how do we move based on everything around us, or the mycelial network that says, how do we move so that we benefit all? So why focus just on human consciousness when the consciousness of other systems seems to be much more intelligent?
Well, I can answer that one quickly. I don't think it's at all clear the intelligence of these other systems is greater than humans, but we don't have a great measure. But I think the reason that the scientific community is focused on human intelligence is we are curious about ourselves, and many people are curious how their own mind works and would like to understand that. But also we have better tools for studying ourselves. I tried to study communication among dolphins at one point about 6-7 years ago. We didn't have signal processing tools that could differentiate one dolphin's call from another's in a pool. At that point we couldn't solve subtracting off for all the echoes to even tell which dolphin was saying what, and that would cost a lot of money to develop that. Whereas for humans, we've got all the data of what humans are saying, right? So it's we're curious about ourselves, and B, it's easier to study ourselves because we're gathering data about ourselves all the time. But I would love to see more data on intelligence in other organisms gathered, though. It does seem important. Yeah.
I was just reminded that the speakers of the next session will need time to prepare, so I suggest to go very quickly now, so that also the speakers of the other sessions who are speaking upstairs, of course, can already leave and prepare.
Greg Stock from Socratic Sciences.
Hey, we know each other.
Yeah, it's great to see you again, Ben.
It's been a while.
Fabulous talk.
It's been a while.
Yeah. So you've been doing this for a long time and thinking about AGI, and it's a short question. If you were to project forward 50, 100 years, what does it feel like when you imagine, the advances of technology that are going in? How does that impact AGI?
So I think much like our friend Ray Kurzweil and others in the singularitarian vein. I think we're going to get AGI smarter than people within 5 to 10 years. And I think within a few years after that, we will have machines way, way smarter than human beings. And I would rather we were approaching it by a different trajectory than the one that we are, but I still think we're getting there, right? And I think that opens up a whole spectrum of possibilities, one of which is like upload yourself into a virtual world and become one with the supermind, right? But I don't think that's the only possibility. I think there will be humans living on Earth who no longer have to get old and die, no longer have to become physically or mentally ill, no longer have to work for a living. And then, what social, intellectual, artistic landscapes we're exploring then, that's a question of cultural evolution as much as anything else. I could spend a lot of time learning to play every musical instrument and hiking on every trail in the world, right? So I won't be done with that in 50 or 100 years. So there's a lot of time.
Thanks.
Try to be brief.
My name's Wolfgang Leithold. I'm a political scientist and artist at the same time. Just a while ago, I asked Alexa, you probably know, do you ever have doubt? And she would answer, I don't know what you mean. So I tried again, but never succeeded. So do you think there's room for doubt in the kind of intelligence that is located in the global brain?
The first thing I would say is what chatbot systems say just reflects some statistical model that they're creating, predicting what a typical human would say to that question. So what a chatbot says when you ask it a question, it's not like it's reflecting the actual thought or situated cognition of that system. It doesn't really mean much. And in terms of doubt, certainly to have a system that has real human-like general intelligence that system will have to have some reflective self-knowledge. It will have to have some level of knowledge of what it knows and what it doesn't know, which is just basic probabilistic reasoning. I mean, a Bayesian network has that, right? And so certainly doubt at some level has to be there for any system with any reflective self-understanding. So I think, yes, we'll have to doubt itself.
Hi, my name is Marielle, and I'm a student, researcher, educator, and artist. And I wanted to ask a more general question that you've touched on, but a little more general version of your answer about Dan Qi and the skew towards intellect. Is the role of Qi in the emergence or health of the global brain, and maybe ways we can cultivate it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so much we don't know about just the dynamics of the global brain right now and what kind of organism it is and what it's doing, right? And then the sense in which each of us can like flow with the global brain as opposed to flowing with the nature or the ecosystem or something is quite subtle and weird, and I think we don't understand it. Like in a sense that we're bad at consciously understanding, we are just flowing along with the global brain, right? Like just like little leaves flowing along in a river being pushed, right? Because I mean, we're reading messages all the time, we're seeing stuff all the time, and we can't help what we think and do being conditioned by all this, and being more aware of this would be good and would be interesting and is hard. So I think it's a great question that none of us knows the answer to, right? Yeah, important thing to reflect on.
Hi, I'm Emily DeMore, and I'm a curriculum theorist and a theologian and an artist and a musician. So in your view, is it a given that there will be one global brain, or is it possible that more than one global brain could emerge? And if more than one emerged, would they occupy the same space, and how would they share that space?
It is possible that more than one could emerge. It doesn't seem to be what's happening. I mean, even so, if you look in mainland China, I lived in China for 10 years and moved back to the US 3 years ago. Even in mainland China, given how WeChat is in a way its own cut-off network, I mean, Chinese researchers are posting papers on ArcSci, posting code in GitHub, and there's like 50 to 70 large language models put online by Chinese companies in the last year. But I mean, transformer neural nets were invented in Google and popularized by OpenAI, right? So it seems like even if you look in China, which is like the most walled off major subset of the world today, there's incredible amounts of flow back and forth. So it seems like the interlinking is tremendous, and we're not seeing the emergence of two separate global brains, but you certainly could, though. Yeah.
That was great. A slightly meta question. All human beings are kind of good and bad, dark and light. You know, we love and we murder. We're the people building out this thing. The current generation of AIs really try to be good and not evil. But is that even a realistic goal, to create a global brain that doesn't have a dark side, that doesn't express our dark side? Is that a beautiful dream, or is it a possibility? And is it even desirable to have light without dark?
I mean, I think that we come back to me not being a good Christian here, right? I mean, of course, I was raised Jewish, but I'm non-religious. But I mean, I don't know that light versus dark and good versus evil is such a fundamental or useful way to look at things. Really, I mean, I'd certainly say, from the perspective of individual humans, I mean, any cultural shift has good and bad aspects, right? Just like the shift from Stone Age society to modern society has good and bad aspects. So certainly the emergence of the global brain is going to be good and bad for people depending on how they look at it. I don't think you need to have a global brain that's like psychopathic and pathological and sadistic and wants to blow up people for the hell of it, right? I mean, you could get that. I don't think you have to have that. Just like you don't have to have a human who wants to like cut themselves and chop off their limbs. You could get that, but you don't have to have that, right? So there will be some blend of positive and negative. I guess you can't avoid that from any complex system, from any complex perspective.
So
right?
we just want to build AIs that
but
have good childhoods.
Nevertheless, there are more versus less pathological systems, and we can try to build a less pathological system.
Good.
Right?
Okay. Give it a good childhood.
Talk loud. It's hard to hear with it.
Hi, I'm Jake Duffy. I'm a student at USC, and you said that you lived in China for 10 years. I grew up in China myself, and my question for you is how...
Put your head by the microphone, although I could just walk over there. But
I grew up in China myself, so my question for you is how does their approach to AI development differ from the US in terms of like regulation, surveillance, and global collaboration?
Well, in terms of regulation and surveillance, I mean, if those of us in the blockchain world are successful at rolling out an AGI system that is splayed out across servers all over the world, like you get a server farm in Paraguay, you have a server farm in Azerbaijan, you have one in Russia, you have one in US, you have one in Germany, and the AI is running across all these different servers in different places, and plus we have a device called the Hyper AI box that you can buy, or you will be able to buy soon, and put in your house that will run a sort of lobe of a distributed AI system and earn you some tokens along the way, right? So I mean, if the AI is splayed out all over the place like that, it becomes more challenging to regulate, and it becomes more challenging for any single party to control, which some people think is bad and some people think is good, right? I mean, ultimately, of course, if your AI gets to human level general intelligence, I mean, major countries could send their army out to every server farm in everyone's house to confiscate their AI box. They can turn off the internet, right? But it becomes harder and harder if you have a decentralized infrastructure. And my way of thinking is that's better, because I have more trust in the vast, chaotic mass of humans than in big companies or governments. But I mean, neither of these is an ideal option, right?
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ben. In 5 minutes, we start with the next session. So you still have 5 minutes to grab a coffee, and then Raphaël Lioger will be speaking.
So good to see you again.
This is an HDMI right here.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Do you mind if I quickly hook it up to see if it works?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's see. So these
Oh, this is our tech assistant. So I'm gonna tell me your name again. Isaac. I'm Sheila. Thank you, Isaac. Okay. I'm down here if you need anything.
The mic is on.
And do we have? And who's going first?
Hey, everybody, come back in 40 minutes when Raphael is done with his presentation. Okay.
If you get 40, he gets 30. I agree with that. You only get 30. 30, 30,
Okay.
15.
Okay.
Anyway,
So he gets 30.
talk to myself. Anyway.
okay. Where's my? Okay, I'm looking for this special. Okay, I'm using this one.
Oh, we actually, I just hooked it up.
Oh, do you have a? Oh, okay. All the best. Thank you. That's it. You guys are professionals on these things. Because I sometimes forget to kill my chat apps, and then some of them start to. It's really bad when it happens during the presentation. It's just gonna go to the It's great. This is so convenient. I really appreciate it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Really? I would talk to myself, as I said. So.
Oh, there you go. HDMI. Okay, there it is, yeah. Are you gonna, I mean, I'm presuming you're gonna turn it off. Yeah, because Rafael is gonna speak first. And so I don't necessarily want my my slides or my title visible during this presentation. Okay, do you want me to disconnect it now? No, let me take it down before we finish. I'll disconnect. Is that okay? Ja, alles is klaar. Ideaal, het zo goed laten. Ik heb een nieuw woord gevonden voor de titel, Francis. Hey, bedankt om de suggestie te maken, want dat heeft me enorm veel tijd gespaard om de slide te maken. Ik heb zo foto's voor het werk. Kijk waar dat is. Ik dacht dat een van de kleinere kaartjes ja, nee, maar dat is oké. Ja. Dat was ook prima geweest, maar weet ik niet. Oké, waar?
Nee.
Oké, ik ga daar zitten.
Okay, we will be starting again with the next session. And so it is my pleasure to introduce Raphaël Liogier. It's actually my pleasure today to introduce three good friends of mine. First, it was Ben Goertzel, with whom I go back almost 30 years. The last speaker will be Johan Bollen, with whom I go back even a little bit longer. Raphaël, on the other hand, is a very recent friend that I met actually this year, but I'm sure that we will be collaborating in the future. So Raphaël Liogier is a French sociologist and philosopher. He's a professor at the University of Aix-en-Provence, and at the same time, he's also the director of a new Institute of Advanced Studies, which is connected to the Mohammed VI University near Marrakesh. And he will be speaking about why the modernity idea has been misunderstood and what we can do about it. Raphaël?
Thank you. I must say I'm a bit anxious about my talk today. It's not very useful for me to be, not very usual, sorry, and useful also. To be anxious is because I think I will have a hard time to convey actually what I really want to say for one specific reason. This specific reason is it is quite new, not only for you that will listen to me, but new for me, because it's something that I've worked on for the last 4 years. And I've written 4 volumes. The first one came out in France actually a few weeks ago. That is called Chaos. And I will say a bit more in a minute what I mean by that. Is it possible to have more light? Because I can't even read the, yeah, okay, just because the light is not going on the paper. So it's like if I was too overwhelmed to be able to be pedagogical, but I'll try to be anyway. First, I need to give you some kind of what we could call a trigger warning for different reasons, because those reasons is that I will try to show that some notions that are usually supposed to be really negative, in my opinion, are not only positive, but it is actually what we lack today. So the first one is the title of my book is Chaos. But I wrote it in Greek, I mean, not in Greek, but in the Latin letters, but for the Greek, K-H-A-O-S. You know, because in Latin, and of course afterwards in French or in English, it means something negative. It means lack of order. Nowadays, when we are talking, like, that's the mess. That's the opposite of cosmos. That is order in Greek. You know. But chaos in Greek doesn't mean that. It means void, but it doesn't mean disorder. So I will come back later for that. So a second word, a second notion that is supposed to be negative, that is positive in my ideas, is the word hubris. I think we are lacking hubris. Hubris is the desire to be greater than what we are, not bigger. But now we misunderstand it. We think it's the desire to get bigger. On the contrary, if we just have now left the desire to be bigger, it's because we don't have any more hubris. The desire to be greater because we don't have trust anymore in what I will come back in a while. The third word is anguish. I think we need anguish. But anguish is very different from anxiety. Actually, you are anxious when you try to repress anguish, which is, according to Lacan, the French psychoanalysis, the only feeling, anguish, that doesn't lie. That's the reason why we don't like it. And we try to repress it, and it comes back with anxiety. And we are in a society of anxiety, of negativity. And the fourth concept is tragedy versus drama. We need tragedy. Tragedy is about life and death. It's about ontology. While drama is with whom my neighbor is sleeping, and how much do I earn, and is it more than my neighbor or something like that. That is drama. Everything is becoming drama today. Even climate change is becoming a big drama, so that doesn't change anything because we're unable to make it a real tragedy in a deep sense of the term. We make it something that deals with anxiety, but not with deep anguish that could be a force, a real force. So I will try to give my speech in five bits. First, what is a human being? Second, according to me, of course. Second, what is transcendence? Third, what is modernity? Fourth, why are we are not capable of transforming the world? Because actually we are unable to be really modern, authentically modern. And fifth, what to do. So first, what is a human being? I will go very fast because I've worked for the last 20 years and I've written extensively on that, but it's just going to just say what is needed to understand what I will say after. For me, everything in the world is about desire, and especially about living beings. It's about desire. But desire is not, we don't have like the same kind of desire. You have the first layer that I call the desire to survive, and we share it with cells, with everything. You know? Even with the material world, but I will not extend that because it will have to be proven, and to enter into some conception that were expressed during these conference, but let's say the first is the desire to survive, just the desire of continuity, to reproduce something, to this tension to continue. The second is the desire to live. You can see it's equal, it's the same, that the desire to survive better. I also call it objective luxury. Because it's luxury, because you could live, you could survive without it. But it's objective because you can measure the quantity of energy you are actually saving. For instance, if you have a bicycle to go and get water, you could, even if you had a bicycle, you could survive. But with the bicycle, you can measure how much time you're saving. So that's the reason why I call it the desire to survive better, or the desire to live, or objective luxury. But the third, and this one we share it with mammals and many other animal species that actually build techniques and little things, The third is the desire, what I call the desire to be. Philosophers pompously call it ontology, but ontology, in fact, is not something abstract. Ontology is the fact that you say what you are. You are into a narrative that is just not a narrative that you tell yourself, that's a narrative that you need to share. And the narrative constructs itself, our personality constructs itself while we are actually sharing it. So where we are sharing it, so it's a spectacle, it's a theater all the time that gives actually meaning to our life. But the desire to be comes, and I will go very fast, that comes not from a feeling that we are stronger and bigger than other animals, but from an original feeling that actually we are weaker, that we are incomplete, that something is missing. It's somehow described by some paleoanthropologists by neoteny, the fact that we are the only mammals to be born too early, to be completely autonomous. So we need to create an entire system that helps us to survive right from the start, even a system with the fact that we have a broader solidarity system. In most mammals, the solidarity system is between father and mother and the son, etc. But for us, it became more complex with the uncle that could play the role of the father and the mother, etc. And so it becomes so broad that at the end it becomes a political system with system of solidarity and all that. But what I want to express, and it was part of my talk in Bulgaria that you actually listened to, but I will not develop this very point in detail because I don't have time to do that, is that if human beings are more complex, even on the brain point of view, than other beings, it's not because they are originally more complex. They are even more not that complex originally, even on the brain point of view, but it is more because they are complex being, frustrated by their own incompleteness, the feeling of their own incompleteness, that they become more complex afterwards, because they wanted to overcome these frustration, this complex, this feeling of not being complete. The Greek called actually this very feeling chaos, the feeling that there is something missing, and I will call the void. But the void is there is something missing in the picture of what we see, of ourselves, or what is outside. But this feeling is actually structuring in us a specific feeling that is anguish. And this anguish is the anguish of the void. And it's unavoidable. Because the other name of this anguish of the void, that is the specificity of human beings, is actually what we call awareness or consciousness. The fact that, oh yes, we are finite, people die, and the universe is not complete, and all around it's not complete. So what is it? Does it have a meaning? The very question of the meaning is something that you can grasp, just the fact that you name meaning. That means that actually it doesn't have a meaning right away. Because when you are hunting, it has a meaning right away because it's performative. And what is the difference between human language and other languages? I will not, describe that in detail because, as I said, I've done it in many articles. It's just the fact that we have a part that is not performative. In a negative way, we could say, oh, that's interesting because what is the superiority of human being? The fact that they can say bullshit. Something that is not performative at all. They can say, I love you, while they don't, while in the same time they don't care. That doesn't mean anything in an animal's realm, in the way to communicate. So basically, this anguish of the void that, in my thought, is equivalent to consciousness and involve responsibility, etc. What do we do with that? And it will be my second point. What is transcendence? In fact, we can't do anything about it if it is just at the stage of anguish. It's the feeling that there is something greater than what it seems in us and outside, but we can't do anything about it when it is pure anguish of you can't name it, you can't say what it is. It's something that is an energy, but at a certain stage, at this stage, this energy is raw energy. That's the reason why I call it raw transcendence. But you can't do it. It's the analogy with the energy like oil. You can't do anything, you can't put it in your car to make your car function if you haven't refined it. And so raw transcendence, this anguish, this deep anguish that is related to our awareness that we can't bear, actually, that is too heavy for us. We do something about it by refining it. And the factories that refine it, it's what I call religion. So religion, if you listen to me, are not here to express and expand the feeling of transcendence as it is usually said, but on the contrary, to limit it because it's too strong an energy to be used and it is too destructive. In Greece, they will call like this Dionysiac feeling that is destructive. But it's also a creative force. But in order to control it, to master it, religion, they limit it. For instance, if they build temple is making limits to transcendence. Rituals, to be able to make it something that can be in the machine, in a human machine, to do something with it, to have project and all that. So a dogma is that. A dogma doesn't express transcendence. A dogma limits transcendence. How is it called? Another way to call it, representation. You give a representation of what can't be represented. And so that works. And you're able to do something with it. You're able to work, you're able to function with this anguish that is still here, but is making some kind of a productive energy, right? So it allows people this transcendence, this feeling of transcendence. It allows people to be saints or heroes, to sacrifice themselves because they are greater than what it seems. Again, transcendence is not the dogma that we call transcendence usually, that the fact that there is life after death. It could be, it's not the point. That there will be a paradise versus I don't know what, or anything for that matter. Is the fact that there is something that goes beyond, that trends, that, I don't know how you say that in English, that traverse, that, traverse it. And so these things, because it's actually a force that traverses, you can't stop it in a dogma, right? So the opposition between transcendence and immanence is a complete modern creation. It's part of a fake game that I will describe later, because of course transcendence is immanent too. It's not the point. Right. So now, what is modernity? People say, third point, that modernity is the time where we don't believe anymore in transcendence. Or step by step, rationality will be like eliminating progressively transcendence. That's not that at all. That's on the contrary. Modernity is the contrary. It's actually a unique moment, something really unique in history of humanity, but not for what we think. It's unique because it is the first time in human history that human beings, as collectively, bet, like a bet, like a Pascalian bet, Paris, on what I call raw transcendence without representations. And that's the first time that happened. The first time. And what is the name of this transcendence without representation? Is the thing that we talked about all the time, even now, when we talk about democracy, about ethics, about our society, etc., 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 etc. This raw transcendence, transcendence without representations, a priori representations, is liberty. If we don't understand that liberty is pure transcendence, we don't understand anything. And I'm afraid we don't understand anything. Because democracy is either a mystical experience, because it's the idea of free will expressing like magically, politically something, or it is nothing. And it's on its way to become nothing. And people feel it. That's the reason why they despise politicians. Because when they despise politicians, in fact, they despise themselves because they are not better. We are not better than them. We just see in them the fact that they fake the belief in liberty, so in democracy, but we despise them even more because we know that they know that we know that it's all fake, but they do it anyway. So they are even more in this process of faking than we are. And it's what we actually feel. You read all the discourses about politics today, you will see that, this despise. They can't believe what I do. It's true, but it's also because you don't believe. It's hard to believe. So the question is, why are we unable to live with this raw transcendence? Of course, it's because we need representations to be able to make it not a raw energy, but something that is refined. But the originality of modernity, and it's actually in the very name of modernity, language speaks for itself. I don't understand why people don't understand that. It's very easy to understand. Modernity, that doesn't mean no transcendence. That means multiple modes of being. So multiple traditions, multiple ways to represent that could express themselves freely for the first time in the same social space, protected by a society that you actually call liberal for that very reason. But if you call a society liberal for the reason that people can do whatever they want, meaning they are free as a group to believe, to trust in transcendence, but you actually don't believe in any transcendence yourself, that means that even the very word liberal doesn't mean anything anymore in a liberal society. So why were you unable to actually implement this promise, what I call, the subtitle is the betrayed promise of modernity? Why were you unable to fulfill this promise? For one reason, very simple reason. The anguish of the void, come back to what I said, is hardly bearable. So in the same time, what we declared freedom in all the declarations, the French Declaration, the American Declaration, and all that, it released, and even I would say it released, it unleashed an anguish of the void that is so strong that it really became unbearable. And what was the outcome of that? It's what I call industrialism, the fake modernity. That is the 19th century nihilism, where we invented a pure, total, dogmatic, theological determinism. When we were in a real traditional world, of course we aren't as free as in modernity, but at least even the king that was operating under the eye of God, there was some kind of an openness inside the very dogma itself. But in our society, there is no openness because determinism is a global, dogmatic theology that doesn't even have the external eye that could be God or anything. That's the reason why it fits what is called totalitarianism. Because there is not even the external eye, you don't care. The only thing that is left is technology on one side and identity on the other side. And sometimes we play identity because we are scared about technology against technology. But that's the same. At the end of the day, it's just a system that is completely closed on itself. So what did happen in this society when we had proclaimed liberty, if you follow me, but we couldn't bear it because we couldn't bear the ontological responsibility that actually comes with it? Oh, just please be kind because it's already hard for me to try to express what I have to say. But I'm almost done. I try to short everything. Now I don't know, but yeah. I don't know what I was about to say, actually. Do you remember? No? To see if you, yeah. What I wanted to say is, because we couldn't stand it, wasn't bearable, we had to replace it with something, but we couldn't come back. Like you don't believe anymore in Christmas or in Father Christmas or things like that, So we have to replace, but not by tradition. So this thing that is new is that we had to fake it. It's what I call sameness. Everywhere we need to pretend that we are free. So it becomes an ideology. We don't believe in it, but because we don't have the choice, paradoxically, to pretend we are free. We started to be in this, what I call, in English, it could be sameness society. I give you just one example because there are plenty of them, 2 examples. One of the examples is what is called quality today. It's funny because quality is actually what can't be quantified. It's just the definition of quality. So it's another definition of transcendence, what I call transcendence. But because we don't believe in quality, in direct quality, but we need to have quality, otherwise our quality of life is not even desirable. So we make quality with quantity. But we have to forget about it. We have to try to not make it obvious, So we have to make quantity that are so impressive, like when something is so impressive, that you forget the origin of the impression itself. Because it provokes something. It's what I call, and in English in my book, because it doesn't work in French really, success. It's an American thing, because I could see that when I was living in the US. When you say being successful, succès, in French, that means that, for that matter, you might earn more money and you might succeed in anything, and that's fine. But in the US, I could see that even if you earn more money, that's not the point. As long as people don't know that you actually earn more money. So the success itself is the fact that people know, but it's even more now in our society with internet. It's the number of people that actually know that you're successful, whatever the content of this success is. And it's what you find on YouTube. You don't give a damn sometimes about what is doing this guy on YouTube, but it's interesting to say it's 3 million views. So it's success. The success is in itself that. But at the end, you will ask the person that makes 3 million views, what do you think about climate change? What do you think about that? Why? Because becoming successful, you become a star, something that is visible, that is fake transcendence. And that can express itself on everything, because we forgot the very reason why it's actually a star, just a question of number. But we don't want, we want to forget about it, because in all the, people say modernity or industrialism, the problem is quantification. It's not quantification. Human beings, they always quantified everything, even from Neolithic. But qualitatization is something really new. The fact that you pretend, you create fake quality with quantity that you forgot what they are in order to be able to live and to pretend that you're free or anything like that. So almost done. Please be almost done, almost done. So of course, what also I wanted to say is that the society of entertainment where we are, it's a society of repression. But repression of what? Repression of the very feeling that you can't repress. If you have followed me, if you followed me. The anguish of the void. But because you repress it, it comes back. Everything that is repressed comes back. It comes back as anxiety that you actually work on with entertainment. And so you develop entertainment to try to administrate this anxiety that comes from the fact that you can't bear the anguish of the void that comes with your very consciousness and the feeling of transcendence, the true feeling of transcendence. Actually, that's the origin of, the real origin of psychoanalysis. I saw that in New York City when I was living here, that the psychoanalyst that I went to see and other that my friends went to see, they were trying to help us to overcome this feeling of the void. But that's not the aim of psychoanalysis, of deep psychoanalysis. It's on the contrary. It heals only the anxiety, but not the only feeling, as Lacan says, that doesn't actually lie. Because when you feel that, when you have this feeling and you make it something that is awareness, you come back with the desire to be, the possibility of being a hero or a saint, which we actually, don't have anymore today. So, conclusion, that is the fifth. What to do? In fact, what to do is trying to overcome something. What I call the 3 layers of negativity, if we talk about ecology, for instance. If we're unable to change the world ecologically, it is just because it's out of our anxiety and not our anguish and our desire to change it. Just out of this little anxiety, this little drama that we try to do it. So at the end of the day, when there is no exhibition, nobody cares about what to do. Nobody cares. You can have politicians that discuss about everything. We have all the perfect strategy, but we don't care about strategy. It will not change anything. Human beings, they always change to something else, to positivity. If you look at ecology today, you have 3 layers of negativity. The first is what I call descriptive negativity. The ice is melting. It's actually true. The climate is changing, it's becoming more heat every year, etc., etc. And maybe we're not going to survive. It's true, all that is true. Great. First layer of negativity. The second layer of negativity, solutions. What do? Ungrow. Make ourselves smaller. But when try to ask a kid And kids are caricatures, the caricature in a positive sense of what we are, what we hope to be, to say, stop doing that. But the only reason is stop doing that, but not promising something bigger, but just become smaller. No, human beings, they want to be greater, not bigger, but greater. That's interesting with the English language, because in French, we just have grand. But in the English language, it's greater transcendence, bigger industrialism, nihilistic. You fill with nihilistic money and everything. The real hubris is getting greater. And what is interesting also, it's hubris is also etymologically hybridation, the capacity to overcome your own prejudices, to not be racist, and to hybridate with other people, other culture, and even physically, which you are unable to do if you don't overcome, if you don't transcend your own prejudice. So the third layer of negativity is the worst one. It's moral negativity, moral imputation. Like, who is guilty? Human beings, human modern beings, the white man, the black man, the yellow man, the I don't know who. Maybe we have to erase the trace. We have to understand that what we call collapsology is not something that will actually solve the problem. Not only that, but it's self-pity. It's just such a small feeling. Oh, we are going to disappear. Yeah. And so what? If the world is greater than what we imagine, if we are greater than our morphology, but we don't believe in anything else than our own morphology, our identity on a very physical point of view, even if you pretend otherwise. So the only way to change will be to reinstall what I call the desire to be, and to accept the anguish of the void, not to repress it, but on the contrary, to expand it to the point of you are aware enough to desire changing the world positively. It's kind of an erotic proposition. You know, when you are waiting under the rain like today, just to survive, that's not as erotic than when you are waiting under the rain for the love of your life, for paradise, for something that is much, much greater. And the proposal has to be something that is much greater, to become greater than what we are, not just survive. It doesn't work. You know, when you are waiting for something that is greater, you don't care. And moreover, and it's also what is the energy of transcendence about, you become more creative. So you are ready to do something that you didn't think about before, because you are not imbued in the self-pity of collapsology. Thank you.
We won't have questions now, but there will be questions after the session for both speakers. So my pleasure now is to introduce a very old friend, Johan Bollen, who was actually my first PhD student, who started working with me in 1994. In the meantime, he has done quite a big career. He's a professor at Indiana University, where he is head of the informatics department, if I remember well. He has been working a lot on collective intelligence. He's originally a psychologist, but he has been mostly working on using all kinds of computational techniques to analyze knowledge, emotions, etc., using the internet. So I suppose he will tell you more about that now. Johan.
Okay, let me get hooked up here for a second. Cool. Well, I mean, honestly, after Raphael's presentation, I don't know why I'm here anymore. But I'll do my best to regale you with some of our findings. what I'll be talking about today is mostly sort of a really deep concern that I've had. I mean, so far, and not about the conference, which has been fantastic, but this notion of the noosphere. Very often, I mean, I think about these movies from the 70s, you know, where the aliens were always these enlightened beings of light and using sort of pure crystals to guide humanity towards world peace, etc. And sort of our conceptions of the noosphere seem to follow sort of that same idea, that there's some kind of a transcendence, some kind of a sort of illumination happening as the noosphere comes about. I think my talk, in a sense, is a little bit of perhaps a little Cassandra-style warning that instead of utopia, instead of a noosphere, we might end up with what I've flippantly called the neurotosphere. If you look at the past 20 years, I think what has come about is that we live in a world of networks. Especially complex networks that are characterized by, their systems of very large number of entities, people, machines, etc., that interact in non-trivial manners. And these complex networks are characterized by a number of parameters or statistics that you can observe. For example, a heavy tail in the degree distribution, high clustering coefficients, very high levels of assortativity or disassortativity, community structure, and hierarchical structure. That's sort of the official definition of a complex network. And we're all caught up in these networks right now because of how connected our world has become. And now that has led many of us to think about sort of the ways in which people and machines are connected together in terms of a global network a global network that might yield an intelligence that is greater than the sum of the parts, which would be humanity itself. In fact, thinking back, and this has been a little bit of a blast from the past for me, being here with Francis and Cliff Jocelyn and the luminaries that I had the pleasure to start my academic career with back in the 90s. But I think it's fair to say that when sort of in the early 90s, when the World Wide Web was coming about, I think that Francis was involved in creating the first Belgian website. So it's not necessarily a global milestone, but still quite the achievement in 1992, 1993. And so I think we're all imbued sort of with a spirit of innovation. We had sort of this idea of a network utopia, like where algorithms, the internet, the way that people would be connected together would yield sort of an intelligence that we refer to as the global brain, or the noosphere, perhaps, sort of a new step in the development of humanity, where people would be connected to such a degree that we would essentially be creating a sort of a world-spanning brain. I mean, whether that has happened or not, I refer to Simon Tadeo, who did a fantastic research on the edit history of Wikipedia pages. It showed that it performed a finite state machine analysis of the sequences of edits that were being made, and showed that there's definitely indications of a higher intelligence happening as people collectively start to edit Wikipedia pages. So that's the network utopia. And I think it's fair to say that we were all very enthralled with this kind of thinking in the early 90s. However, over the past 10 or 15 years, I've come around a little bit to sort of a more perhaps dystopian view of what's been happening. Instead of a sort of a de-intermediation where we'd have all of these middlemen eliminated and people would have direct access to the information that they needed, to the communication channels that we needed. What we've seen over the past 10 years is that although 60% of the world population has internet, most of the activity that happens on the internet right now is mediated by a few really large companies, big tech companies like Google, Netflix, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, etc. And what we've seen at the same time is sort of this intermediation. We've seen sort of phenomena that could best be described as sort of the madness of the crowd. I don't know how many of you have actually read that book by McKay. It's published in the 19th century, an encyclopedia of human folly, essentially. And we're seeing a lot of that right now. Polarization, misinformation, distraction, extremism, serious ethical challenges, but also an assault on our collective mental health. Jeremy Lanier actually wrote in 2018, he thought it was longer ago, but it was 2018. It's probably because of the intervening pandemic that felt that this already feels like a different era, but wrote this fantastic little book, 10 Arguments for Deleting Your Social Media Accounts right now. I'm happy to say that I was ahead of Jeremy because I deleted my social media accounts in 2016 on the basis of our research results indicating that social media was having a pretty pernicious effect on all of us. So I want to point something out here, and I don't know how many of you have seen these statistics, but they scared the bejeebus out of me. I mean, I think this is like a code red. You'd expect sirens to go off, but they didn't. So here's what's happening with American youth. I always tell the story, like I entered college in 1989 and I graduated in 1993, 1994, and those are great years. I mean, this is when the house music really came on the scene, came to its own. The raves were fantastic. There were no phones, but we had computers. Really good times. But we were not nice. We were naughty. There was a lot of cigarette smoking going on. There was a lot of drinking going on. There was a lot of smoking going on. Just about every single vice that you can imagine was going on in large numbers. Again, perhaps it was just the VUB. Perhaps other universities are much clean. No? Okay. So anyway, but all I'm saying is that if you look at statistics, looking at youth nowadays, they smoke less, they drink less, they have sex less, they have less unprotected sex. They watch less television. And so all of these are indicators that should point towards higher levels of well-being. But that's not the case at all. If you look at the bottom parts of these graphs, you can see that the number of young individuals, male or female, you can see that this is gender to a degree, that are reporting persistently feeling sad or hopeless, seriously considered suicide, made a suicide plan, attempted suicide. If you look at those numbers, I mean, look at the y-axis. If you draw a line from sort of the 20 to 30%, you can see that at least for young women in America, about 20 to 30% right now indicates that they seriously considered suicide and made a suicide plan. In fact, recent statistics show that about 40% of high school students reported feeling so sad and hopeless that they could not engage in their regular activities. And these are like absolutely disastrous statistics for a generation that is living cleaner lives than we could ever imagine in those heady days of the late 80s. And so what's happening? What is different about this group of people? And so I hit it to reveal it at the very end. They are very heavy users of smartphone and tablets and social media. That's really what sets this generation apart. And that naturally leads to the intuition or the hypothesis that the two might be related. There may be an association between the two. So there's a little bit of a social media paradox happening here in the sense that 82% of the US population uses social media platforms. And, during the lockdowns that led to social isolation, social media platforms really a lifeline for a lot of people, allow them to connect to others, etc. And as a social species, we really need these social connection, which is what social media provides. So, but then how is it possible that if you look at the actual data, that social media, which engenders social connectiveness, right, lowers well-being, leads to higher levels of mental health disorders? And this is not just an intuition, it's not just a hypothesis. There's been some meta-reviews that indicates that social media is really bad for mental health, especially for our young. I think this is incontrovertible right now that social media platforms have had a disastrous effect on the social media, on the well-being and the mental health of an entire generation. Now, I will say this, that when it comes to depression and anxiety, sort of the internalizing disorders, there's something really weird going on there as well. Claudie Bochting, a colleague of mine at the University of Amsterdam, published this paper a while ago where they did a meta-review of papers looking for biomarkers of depression. And they found no consistent evidence for any biological markers of depression and anxiety, which means that it's not a disease like COVID-19 or cancer or the cardiovascular disease, etc. It's very much a disease for which we cannot find any biomarkers. This is like a dynamical process that we can observe, but it doesn't have necessarily a disease agent. So what to measure? And if anything, in our research program at Indiana University, what we've been trying to do is figure out what to measure, how to actually approach sort of a disorder, a disease that does not act like a normal disease, where you cannot identify a disease agent, but you're looking at sort of a variety of affective, cognitive, and behavioral symptoms that seem to be intertwined somehow with sort of rising levels of social media use. So we have these social networks on one end, and they're interacting with these individuals whose state, if you will, mental health state or well-being, is shaped by a variety of interacting behavioral, affective, and cognitive factors. And so what we've been trying to do in our research lab is devise data-driven techniques to observe the affective status of an individual, their behavioral status, but also their cognitive status, to achieve some kind of a leverage on this issue, to perhaps figure out what's happening and how to prevent it, perhaps. Now, of course, that requires models that account for the complex interactions between these factors in the context of complex networks. So that's a really complicated thing to do, obviously. But even though social media, to a degree, I think, is involved in this pandemic, if you will, of mental health disorders, it also provides us exactly with the data that we may need to study the phenomenon in more detail. I always say that I think social media platforms, to largely, have had a devastating effect on society, but they've had a very positive effect on data scientists like myself, because they provide us the data that we need to perform our research. So I'm going to discuss two vignettes here. I'm going to try to stay within time, so I'll rush through this a little bit, just to give you an inkling of the kind of things that we've been trying to do from a data-driven perspective. So the first thing that the first conundrum, or the first issue that we have, and this has been plaguing clinical psychology for ages now, is that emotions are very ephemeral. You cannot observe them. Again, it's really difficult to come up with biomarkers of emotions. Sure, you can wear a Fitbit, you can look at people's heart rates, you can look at people's blood pressure, their skin conductance, whatever, but that's not emotions. So mostly you measure emotions by asking people how they're feeling, and then they might tell you. So it's very much intertwined with language. The problem is, if you ask people frequently how they're feeling, you're going to change how they feel. You might annoy them, you might bore them, you might anger them, you'll change their feelings. It's actually really difficult to rely on self-reports to measure feelings, but see, it's really the only option that we have. And so what we have been trying to do is to look at text sentiment, look at the text that people write on Twitter, on Facebook, etc., and then have the machines read those texts and try to use AI and machine learning to read those texts and then derive markers of the affective state of the individual from the text that they wrote. The question, of course, is that possible? And so what we did is that this is research, we published this in Nature Human Behavior 4 or 5 years ago. And what we did is we looked at Twitter and looked at people that said, I feel terrible, I feel great, expressing sort of very unambiguous, very explicit positive or negative emotions. And as soon as they did that, back then the Twitter API allowed us to download their entire record of all tweets that they've written, up to the 3,200 most recent tweets. But most people, don't tweet quite that much, so you'd have like 4 or 5 years of data. But we weren't interested in 4 or 5 years of data. We're interested in the tweets that people posted right before they explicitly reported experiencing an emotional state. So where someone said, like, I feel terrible, we looked at the tweets that were posted preceding that statement to see whether the text, the linguistic, the lexical construction of the tweet provided an indication of that underlying feeling. So we're trying to sort of have the computers actually read those tweets, looking for markers of the feeling that the individuals themselves reported in the tweet. So these are naturally occurring emotions, have not been evoked in the lab. And so when we do that, again, I don't want to go too much into methodological details, so we can immediately see the scale at which this is possible. We did this for 110,000 individuals, which is only a small fraction of the individuals on Twitter. I know their user base has been declining recently, but I wonder why. But I think it's fair to say that for social science, these are very large samples of hundreds of thousands, of even millions of individuals. In this case, we had 100,000 individuals that said, I feel great, I'm feeling horrible, I'm feeling awful. So we know they told us they were having a feeling, and then we could analyze the tweets that were posted 6 hours before and 6 hours after to study how a naturally occurring human emotion evolves. And I promise there's some good news here. Okay, so let's look at the results. And what we found is that positive emotions last for about an hour and a half. So that's good. I mean, that's a, you know, before they return to the baseline. So you can see when people say that I'm feeling great, about 20, 30 minutes before they report feeling great, their tweets are already, even though they're not about emotions, but they're already revealing the traces of that emotion, so sort of escalating to the point that they become aware of it and say, I'm feeling great. The only problem is as soon as you tell people that you're feeling great, the positive emotion returns back to the baseline, so don't do that. When you're feeling great, just stay quiet about it. Always better. Just don't tell us. Nobody wants to know. However, the flip side of this is the same happens with negative emotions. You can see it on the right-hand side. You can see how negative emotions, at least as they are revealed by tweets that were posted before people reported feeling terrible. You can see how that negative emotion escalates. By the way, all of these trajectories were modeled, were best modeled by exponential functions, which indicates that there's some kind of an escalation happening where the emotion kind of escalates and then reaches a point at which it enters our consciousness and we suddenly knows, I feel terrible. Right? But here's the good news. When you're feeling bad, it's really good to tell people that you're feeling bad, because your emotions will recover very quickly to the baseline. It's called affect labeling. It's a very effective means of emotional regulation. If you want to down-regulate a negative emotion, just tell people, but not in too many words. Okay, so don't make it drama. Don't tell people, I feel like my friend stabbed me in the heart with a knife and they threw me under the bus. And then, no, don't say that. Just say, hey, I'm not feeling good. That's enough. That will down-regulate back. Your brain will down-regulate the emotion, whether you do it on Twitter or not. So that's my advice to you. If you're feeling good, shut up about it. If you're feeling bad, just tell somebody in a few words and you feel better soon. Of course, now that we can do that, now we've established that we can measure human emotions from the text that they write, and we've got about 1.5 billion, 2 billion people on social media, that means that we can track in real time the emotions of literally billions of people on the planet. So you can literally measure how the noosphere is feeling at a particular point in time. We've been able to demonstrate this not just for individuals suffering, for example, from bipolar disorder in this case, but we've been able to do this for entire societies. These are results that this is during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we looked at 20 US cities and we could track on almost a minute-to-minute scale how those cities, how the populations in those cities were feeling at that particular point in time. A funny methodological thing here is that if you looked at people tweeting about COVID-19, you would think that the COVID-19 pandemic was making everybody super happy in the United States. That is, of course, not what happened. People are posting things about sort of rousing things about COVID-19. We'll beat this, thanks to our firefighters, thanks to our doctors, etc. All of these would be, you would think would be negative emotions. But if you looked at the tweets where people were not actually tweeting about COVID-19, sort of unguarded tweets where they're not trying to tell people about their emotions or how they felt about COVID-19, you'd see tremendously significant declines of well-being across the United States, across all the US cities. Of course, we've been able to do this in terms of community resilience as well. When communities are hit by hurricanes, of course, that affects their well-being. Well-being plummets, but you can measure literally the resilience of a community of returning back to its baseline, just like we just showed with in the case of affect labeling for individuals, that these communities can return very quickly back to their baseline if in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the food supply, etc., people are being taken care of. So that's a good thing. But some of this research actually started for us trying to predict stock market returns. We were actually quite successful. That worked really well. When investors become scared and they start posting things on Twitter, even if it's not about the stock market, they reveal traces of their own emotion, of their own anxiety. And a couple of days later, you can see that anxiety manifested in the stock market. This is research that we did in 2011. I'm sure some hedge funds made a lot of money off of this paper, but I didn't. Still a little sore about that, actually. So I wish I could be zooming in from my private Caribbean island, but that's not the case. Anyway, but the one last thing I wanted to talk about is, okay, so I think we've achieved the capacity, if we are offered access to the data of measuring sort of the collective emotional state of humanity, if we wanted to, which is a tremendously informative data. But it still raises the question, why are people not feeling well? Why is our youth feeling so miserable? What is actually happening there, and how does that relate to what we know about depression, anxiety, and internalizing disorders? And so in a room like this, I mean, there's not a lot of people here. It's probably, everybody's waiting for lunch break. I sympathize with that. In a room of 100 people, at least 20 of them will have been treated for depression and anxiety, because the lifetime prevalence for anxiety and depression is about 15 to 20% for some demographics, very high. And the gold standard treatment of depression and anxiety is cognitive behavioral therapy, which was invented in the 60s by Beck. And one of the tenets is that the depressed individuals exhibit what we call distorted modes of thinking that induce the mental health disorder by negatively affecting our emotions, our behavior. I'm going to give you some examples of these cognitive distortions. They're very recognizable. You've heard them many times before. They're actually a little annoying, but people really become enthralled and fool themselves into believing things that are obviously not true to people that aren't affected by these internalizing disorders. So here's some examples of this. So usually in cognitive behavioral therapy, they distinguish 12 types, but it doesn't have to be 12 types. These are just for illustrative purposes. This just to explain to people what we mean by cognitive distortions. And so here's some examples. On the right-hand side, you got some examples. For example, catastrophizing. The evening will be a disaster. I'm not going to the party. It will be horrible. You know, the music will suck. The DJs will be terrible. I'm not going. Right? Dichotomous reasoning. No one will ever like me. I will always be a loser. Yeah? Dichotomous reasoning, disqualifying the positive. Emotional reasoning. Sure, I got an A+, but it still feels like I didn't do very well. Yeah. Labeling and mislabeling. I'm a total loser. You know, if you would say something like that in our household, at least about yourself, about others, my mom would kind of tap you on the back of your head and say, don't call names. But apparently that is a style of thinking called a cognitive distortion that is quite prevalent among people who suffer from depression and anxiety. Mind reading. Everybody believes I'm an idiot. Everybody thinks I'm no good. Right? You can read people's minds, and you know what they're thinking, and it negatively affects your well-being. Anyway, so that's sort of some examples of cognitive distortions. And so what we did is we were looking for sort of an AI or machine learning algorithm that could read tweets or social media content and detect these cognitive distortions in the content that people wrote. So rather than to look for emotional markers, we were looking for markers of cognitive distortions. And that led us on a sort of a wild goose chase that led to some really disturbing results. I've got 5 minutes. Yeah, well, I'll get it done. So what we did is we had a group of experts put together a lexicon that that encapsulated the lexical markers involved in expressing cognitive distortions in language. To give you an example, something like I am a. No matter what you say, when you use the words I am a in that sequence, that is a marker that you're performing a labeling. It's a cognitive distortion of labeling. It doesn't matter whether you say, I'm a winner, I'm a loser, you are labeling yourself. It's a form of dichotomous reasoning, because when you say, I am a loser, you're nothing else. That's who you are. Right? So that's a dichotomous reasoning. Everyone thinks, obviously, mind reading. So we put about 250 of these engrams together in the lexicon, which allowed then the computers to look for these lexical markers in people's online content, and then determine whether someone had exhibited a very high level of cognitive distortions, perhaps even at a pathological level, or associated with depression. In fact, here's the lexicon. I'm not going to show all of this, but in fact, that's what we did. We looked for people that on Twitter reported that they had been diagnosed by a doctor or by a psychiatrist with depression. And when they made that statement, again, we harvested all of their tweets, and then we subjected those tweets to this analysis where we're looking for the lexical markers of cognitive distortions. And and again, if you're thinking that people don't do this, yes, they do. They will post their prescription notes on Twitter very easily. Among our youth, it's very common I wouldn't say to brag, but at least to be very open about your mental health struggles. And for some people, you could have, there's the intuition that for them, it's sort of an identity formation exercise. But people will post these things on Twitter with the prescription notes, etc. So it's not like they're self-diagnosing. They're simply reporting an official diagnosis done by a doctor or by a therapist. And so as soon as they do that, we download their tweets, and then we can look for the lexical markers of cognitive distortions. Again, as you can see, these are very large samples for clinical psychology. In this case, we found 1,200 individuals that had confirmed diagnosis of depression, and we compared them to a random sample of about 9,000 people. And so what we found is, I'm just going to skip forward here a little bit, we found that at least on Twitter, personalizing, emotional reasoning, overgeneralizing, mental filtering are up to 1.5 to 2.2 times more prevalent in the tweets posted by people that suffer from depression. These are absolutely, I mean, those are the bootstrap confidence intervals. One means that the ratio, the prevalence ratio between the control group and the depressed group is exactly the same. And you can see that for all cognitive distortion types, some more than others, the difference is highly significant. So that means that these cognitive distortions are truly markers of an underlying pathology. Okay, now that I think to some, perhaps to your satisfaction, I demonstrated that we can actually detect these markers. We did something else. Okay, so this is for individuals. Individuals posting tweets, we look at their tweets and then we determine whether those tweets contain markers of cognitive distortions. But okay, well, there's about 300 million tweets by the time this presentation is done, 250 million people on Twitter. But there's a lot of people on social media, billions of people. And so the idea is, well, let's look at sort of the societal baseline of the expression of cognitive distortion. So then we have something to compare our social media measurements to, because that would allow us to detect how prevalent these really damaging cognitive distortions are on social media. So what we did is the following. We had a look at Google Books. Most of you are aware of this. Google has been involved in a program of scanning digitizing the world's literature. More than 40 million books in 500 languages out of an estimated 130 million distinct titles since the 16th century have been scanned and digitized by Google. So that's a good chunk of the world's literature. In fact, for English, the coverage is very good, and I think it's some of the best coverage we have. And so what we did is the following, because Google offers this product. They've taken these digitized books and they've decomposed them into n-grams, 1 to 5 grams. So sequences of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words in a sequence. And so you can do things like this. So you want to know, how many people have been talking about hip hop since the 1950s. You can clearly see that hip hop, came into its own in the 2000s and it stayed pretty stable. Disco is still going strong. I'm very happy with this. I'm a disco house DJ after all. You can see techno still also really going strong, which makes me even happier because I love techno. But as you can see, you can actually look at societal trends from these Google Books as they're manifested in the literature that we write, in the very essence of the English language itself, as it is written down in these books that Google has been scanning since Google has been scanning it since the 16th century, but some of the books really do date back to the 16th and 17th century. And so what we did is we started looking for these cognitive distortion markers in Google Books to see what the baseline would be for the English language overall, over the span of 100 and 150 years. You'd expect this to be stationary, right? I mean, English hasn't changed all that much over the past 100 years, and you would certainly not expect markers of cognitive distortions to change. So we wanted to get a reliable baseline to compare our measurements to. Francis, I know you're going to hold up the 1 minute sign very soon, but I'm almost done. But if this doesn't scare the bejeebus out of you, I don't know what will. Let me show you. This is what we found. So we did an analysis for the past 125 years. So on the right, we have the 1900s, and on the left, we have the 2020s, the present time. We did this for English, Spanish, and German because the languages were available. Google Books has many more languages available, but the nice thing about Spanish is that it's spoken across 2 continents. US English is mostly spoken in the US, that's the idea, right? And then we also looked at German, which is mostly spoken in German. The first thing that sticks out, that's the green line here, that's German. As you can see, it's stable for most of its history. So these are the amount of cognitive distortions embedded in the German language. And you can see that big spike over there in the 1930s and the 1940s. Any idea what that might be related to? No? It's what Klemperer called the language of the Third Reich. They will always think that we will never, always, never, everybody, nobody. It's the dichotomized language of fascism that peaked in those days, and you can see it in German, manifested in German literature. You see the nationalism, the fascism manifested in the German language, and then it stabilized for quite a while, but look at what happened in the 2000s. That's a 2 standard deviation change relative to the historical trend line for German. But look at English. Yeah, okay, perhaps we don't care about the Germans. I do. I grew up very close to the German border. It's actually one of my favorite languages. It's absolutely gorgeous. But look at English. That's the blue line. what you can see is a decline for most of the 20th century in the English language. Cognitive expressions of cognitive distortions became a lot less prevalent starting from the 1900s to about the 1980s, and then something changed. And then you can see like a little bit of I wouldn't call it a surge yet, but a return to the historical baseline. And then somewhere in the end of the 1990s and the 2000s, we see these spikes of cognitive distortions happening in the English language, far above the historical trend line. So what's happening here? This is absolutely scary stuff, I think. I mean, we talk here about the noosphere and sort of this utopian idea that because of computer networks and social media and connections, et cetera, we'll enter some kind of a Valhalla of transcended human consciousness. But what if that human consciousness develops a case of neurosis, develops an internalizing disorder? What if our language, our very language, is shaping our cognition to be much more favorable to cognitive distortions, and we may suffer the collective effects of this on our well-being, on our mental health status, and our young may actually be the canaries in the coal mine when it comes to this. So this is really scary stuff. I mean, look at these statistics. I mean, you can literally see from the historical trend in the English language 2 standard deviations. That's a lot, and you can say, oh, that's just book language, but we see similar results on Twitter, on Facebook, on social media in general. In fact, some people like Greg, I can't pronounce his name, Lukianov, and Jonathan Haidt have been calling this the reverse cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy seeks to address cognitive distortions in the individual to improve their well-being, to treat depression and anxiety. It may be that on social media, we're all talking ourselves into a case of depression and anxiety because of the language that we use, because we've become so much more favorable, culturally speaking, linguistically speaking, socially speaking, to the expression of cognitive distortions. In fact, Steven Pinker recently tweeted about a paper saying that's quite supportive of the reverse cognitive behavioral therapy hypotheses. In fact, I think there's an interesting sort of psychosocial hypothesis. Okay, I'll get off the stage now. Emerging here, where again, I can only summarize into the degrees that our networks are making us ill, and our youth is paying the price for it. We're getting stuck in these belief traps. It's affecting our politics. It's affecting our well-being. It's affecting our youth. We should think long and hard about sort of the environment that we've created online. And just one last thing, ChatGPT is very good at generating cognitive distortions. So what could go wrong? Okay, well, good luck to all of us. Here's some publications. Thank you for your attention. The mic is not on.
It's on. Yeah. So if anybody wants to ask a question to either of the 2 speakers, we still have a few minutes.
You're all deeply depressed now, aren't you? Yeah. I mean that in a colloquial sense, not in the sort of the clinical sense.
So I'm a physician involved in caring for older people, interested in caring robots. I reminded that ELIZA was one of the first efforts to use this kind of technology to help people and the remarkable effects there. I guess I was hoping for another part of your talk, which is the dangers of now using this system that generates the pathology to reverse it. Can you reverse it so you use positive cognitive behavior therapy? I'm a little nervous about that too, because who's controlling the therapy, but the potential's there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, in fact, I glanced over it, but ChatGPT will actually respond, will actually indicate what you just said is a cognitive distortion if you express one. So is it my fault that the planet is going to hell? And ChatGPT will say, no, that's a cognitive distortion. You're not personally responsible for that. So it is possible. I think it is possible, but again, a lot of these AIs they're not being built for those purposes. They're built for commercial purposes, to make more money, regardless. of our well-being, etc. But the technology does have a tremendous potential, especially if you incorporate the network effects, because you can leverage those networks effects as well to provide more scalable peer-to-peer kind of therapy. The problem with cognitive behavioral therapy is that it's really expensive. You have to have someone visit a therapist, which takes months. It's very costly. However, if you leverage network effects, let's just say that we all decide, culturally speaking, that we respond a little differently to something. A little like ChatGPT is doing here. Someone say the planet is going to hell. What if we just have like these micro one-shot interventions? We say, well, the planet is not going to hell. It'll be fine, you know. I mean, we shouldn't lie. I mean, the planet could be going to hell, but at least we could sort of moderate the tone a little bit. That could have disproportionate sort of network effects where we leverage sort of the multiplying effects of these networks and the AIs to push back against sort of a culture that is presently evolving towards what I think is a pretty pathological state.
I actually asked ChatGPT what could be done about the human impact in the Anthropocene to change our course with regards to the climate crisis. It gave a pretty good plan. The next question I asked it was, could you give us some practical steps? Third act, you know, Extinction Rebellion. I mean, it was pretty much on target.
Yeah, it's much more reasonable than you would expect. Yeah, so I'm not without hope. I think this can't be fixed, but we just need to be aware of the problem first and acknowledge it, and not engage in magical thinking.
Well, if nobody else wants to ask the question, I want to ask a question to Raphael, which is whether he can make a connection between the kind of anguish he was speaking about and the kind of emotions that Johan has been measuring.
It's very nice of you to ask this question, because I was just thinking about that and thinking that actually what he's describing as what's happening on the internet, for me, is the product of what I would call the comeback of these anxiety that you can't face, and because you can't face it, you spread it even more through internet, and you comment on it, and you comment, and you comment, and you comment on it. And so when you spread it, you feel that you are filling the gap, the void of your anguish, because you think that you avoid the anguish, but by avoiding the anguish, you just have the anxiety, so the negative part of it. Right. You don't have nothing else. And so I think what does internet, it just expand the impossibility we have to believe, and so to be responsible of ourselves in this world, to desire positively things. And I was thinking, when I was listening at your talk, about the effect of inner speech, because what you are actually showing is when you tell someone, I feel bad, or I feel great, and after that, you can do it on the internet, you can describe yourself, etc., etc. But what's happening when you are commenting inside? Because it's actually what the Buddhism is about. For centuries, the Buddhists, they have worked, in fact, they have worked on inner commentary. Yeah. What are the effects? It's almost became a science of how works inner commentary of what I am, I feel bad, blah, 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 etc., etc., etc. And I'm sure there will be something that you could cross, even the data, because they work very empirically, ancient Buddhists from now on.
There's an interesting connection also with transcendental meditation.
The same.
Exactly. I always tell my students, don't believe your thoughts. And then they have so many of them. I mean, I recently had a discussion with some of my students about sort of internal monologues, and they all claim they have an internal monologue. Yeah. And I don't have an internal monologue.
But because, there are different techniques.
I think it's very strange, but they thought I was weird because it was just a universal experience that they reported that they had an internal monologue run 24/7 that would sometimes stop them from sleeping. Now, while they were doing things, they had like a voice tone, "Oh, you're drinking the coffee. It's not as hot as it should be, etc." And so they thought I was the weird one out because I'm capable of quieting that.
Because the Buddhists, they worked on the reaction of your own mind when you comment in a specific way, and they actually categorize the different way you comment on your. For instance, you feel bad, and so if you comment in a certain way, you think you will feel better, but in fact, it will come back even worse. Exactly. And so they describe it because they try to do it very empirically. Or if you look like you feel bad, don't try to avoid it. Just say to yourself, I feel bad, and that's exactly what you described. And the fact that you tell yourself, I feel bad, and you see that that's not so bad now that I said it, it's kind of process that they worked on. I'm sure there will be some kind of comparison and work.
Yeah, no, I'm very strongly attached to that tradition. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I guess positive psychology and positive psychiatry, there are movements within the mental health field to try to capture some of that. But my question is for you. If consciousness is the void, an appealing kind of a concept, does that in any way relate to the capacities of the human mind and spirit in a kind of Turing sense, that when you get beyond what you can perceive, it becomes the void? And for me, a void could be wondrous and full of awe. It doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing. And then the question so if that's my void, what happens when you put individual consciousnesses together in a collective process? Do we expand the void? Do we address each other's voids? What's the collective consciousness of voidness?
Okay, so first of all, I didn't say exactly that consciousness is the void. I said that anguish of the void is consciousness, which is not the void. It's the fact, and first, the second, that's the reason why I called my book Chaos with a K, because it's positive. It means void, but positively, because I didn't have time to develop that because it's too short. But in fact, in Greek, chaos, that doesn't mean something negative. That means power. That actually means power. When you have the difference between chaos and cosmos, cosmos is necessary, but the origin of cosmos is chaos. So chaos is the very energy that produces cosmos, and cosmos is a certain stability, a certain order. But when you lose track of its own origin, that it comes from the creativity of chaos, when you lose track from that, you are right away, you are in a prison, you are in jail, in order for order, cosmos for cosmos, order for order, or security for security, or, and you don't anymore are, can I say, in phase, in phase with his energy. You're not in phase with energy. And so because you can't avoid this consciousness anyway because you're a human, it's at that time that it comes through the anxiety that you don't want to give a name to. So you pretend it's with your little drama, you feel bad because that. And in fact, if you feel bad, it's because you don't accept something that is more inside, which is actually the anguish of the void. So the real meaning of psychoanalysis, that was that. A psychoanalyst, authentic psychoanalyst, if you read Freud in details, is not to solve your main problem, that is the anguish of the void. It's on the contrary, to face it the more directly as possible, so you will not spread yourself in those everyday anxieties. Because in the same time, I say in the book, it's like walking on the, the people that are acrobats, there is the void, and they walk. Tightrope. Yeah, it's just something very subtle, where you feel anxious, but in the same time, because you are anxious in this way, because you face the void directly, it gives you hope, because everything could happen, not only the worst. But when you don't want anything to happen because you are scared about even the future, you are in a society of program instead of a society of progress. So you are even negating the very energy of time, the fact that there is hope, that the time itself is bigger in the future than what it is now. You know what I mean? So you are living in time of data, where everything is already here, because you're scared. But in the same time, because everything is already here, you can't escape the anxiety. And this anxiety is actually destroying you.
This is a question for Johan. have you considered or have people used facial recognition of emotions to gather some data that will be a way to bypass the problem of self-expressing the emotion?
Yeah, I have a student who's working on that, but in general, it's really difficult to do because people lie with their faces. I mean, we're very good at that as a social species, so it's just not very reliable at all.
It's not normally. I mean, from body language studies, even politicians, when they lie, they become micro gestures or micro things. But yeah, indeed, maybe the
I mean, also, I will say when they're lying, perhaps there might be markers of specific behaviors or of intent, etc. But when it comes to sort of measuring sort of the emotional state of an individual from their facial expressions, that's just that is a very hard task. I don't think that's been solved at all, and it doesn't surprise me because there's inherent difficulties with that. I mean, it's much more efficient to just allow people to tell you how they feel, and then take their word for it. But I agree, yeah. I mean, there might be possibilities of using sort of biophysical measurements, but I'm doubtful. For example, there's also been analysis of voice recordings, etc. But the reliability just isn't there.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, it's a great idea.
One last question.
Thank you. This is also for Johan. Thanks so much for a great talk, Johan. I am curious to hear if you all found gender difference in the prevalence of this cognitive distortion language in part, and the sort of related question is we've done some work recently that just came out in AJPH looking at the narratives associated with suicides.
Yeah.
And as I'm sure you know, men who commit suicide often don't have as much sort of clinical indication in terms of like they have a diagnosis, they have symptomatology that's associated with clinical diagnosis of depression or other mental health challenges. But we've found that there are some indicators of something going wrong that is just different from what is normally looked for clinically. So could you talk about the gender and then thinking about how to scale up sort of the net of what we look for in terms of signs of mental health disruption beyond the scope of what's associated in that tight way with clinical diagnosis of depression?
That's an awesome question. Thank you for that. I mean, I did not ask Jacob to ask that question, but we do see very strongly gender differences in the expression of cognitive distortions, which also matches what we know about sort of the prevalence of internalizing disorders. I think women in general have much higher prevalence of internalizing disorders than men do. When it comes to suicide and when it comes to there's some really interesting dynamical models I'm working on with my colleagues in Wageningen, Martin Scheffer, where they actually take ecological models of systems collapsing, like ecological systems collapsing. For example, you've got a lake. Lake is healthy, there's fish, there's little plants, there's birds, and whatever have you. And there's a little bit of affluent, like fertilizer running into the lake. More algae, becomes a little more turbid, more of the fish die, the plants don't get enough light, etc. And sooner or later, that lake will make what we call a clinical transition, where it will drop off that fold into an equilibrium that is very stable but pathological. And once that happens, the hysteresis is enormous. I mean, you can't just put some fish in the lake because they'll die, but put some plants in the lake, it'll stay dead for a long time. You're really forced to recreate the entire ecology. So these critical transitions are very dangerous because when they happen, it's essentially game over. And so they've been able to show that if you look at people suffering from depression and people also with suicidal ideation and anxiety, etc., that if you look at their cognitive and affective state, that you can actually see these transitions, these critical transitions goes very quickly. Once that feedback loop gets going, there's actually sort of network theories of depression say depression doesn't really exist. It's just a system of self-reinforcing symptoms. And once that system gets going, that feedback loop gets going, the system can drop into a pathological equilibrium very quickly. But the good news is, to your point, that before a system does that, usually its resilience is affected. And you can detect sort of the resilience of these dynamical systems decreasing if you look at their variance and their autocorrelations. So the system starts to slow down. It's called critical slowing down. And it's a little bit like someone balancing on a single leg, right? And as they're doing yoga, and as your leg becomes tired, you start to sway. So your variation increases, but your autocorrelation increases as well because you're moving slower. You're not making those fine adjustments anymore before you drop over. And so there's been a lot of work done also in my lab in collaboration with this group at Wageningen, where we're looking at early warning indicators in people's affective and cognitive states that are pointing towards the possibility of reduced resilience and the probability of the system actually, I would say, collapsing, but dropping into a pathological equilibrium. So there's some really interesting signs, on the level of complex adaptive systems that can be done there. Thank you for that. That was wonderful.
Thank you both, Johan and Raphael. And now we will have lunch.
I haven't answered your question about the collective scale you were asking, because I was thinking when you were saying it, in fact, what we could say is our society, and it's what shows your little figures. It shows that it's becoming some kind of a society of global anxiety, and it's just expanding the anxiety on a global level. If we were in this anguish of the void thing with responsibility, etc., it will, I assume, it's just my hypothesis, it will actually reverse the process. Because when you are anxious, you're less and less active. But on the contrary, if you change, you are more, if you are what I was describing individually, like with this Buddhist thing, you become more and more active and responsible because you face directly the anguish of the void and you're not expanding the anxiety.
So it's a virtuous cycle rather than a vicious cycle.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. No, but if I take it home, then you're stuck in it. I thought it was mine. Thank you. No problem, sir.
One thing that I read that was quite interesting is that not the Australian like main plan.
This is a 3-minute warning that we'll be beginning our next plenary. Continue to eat. If you need more food, grab that quickly before the buffet closes. Our next plenary, Clément Vidal, begins at 12:15. And we move from that directly into Kevin Kelly's plenary address in this same room at 1 o'clock. So if you need a bio break or something, you can get that just before 1 o'clock.
So she just told you that she wanted to finish a little bit before one so that people could have a break.
No, she told me the opposite. She will
No.
Sorry, I misunderstood maybe what you told me. You wanted to have a break between the two?
We need a little bit of break
So
for people to go to the bathroom, but he has to also come set up his technology.
I see.
So we do need to wrap up by no later than like 10 to 1. Okay, so I'm looking for the lavalier. Is there a lavalier mic here somewhere?
I don't know who controls the...
Where's that technology? Here's this mic.
Is it the tech who controls if the signal will come from here? Because
There's supposed to be a clicker for you as well.
oh, but this is not coming through. I don't know.
Oh, it's because they've got this up. They will switch it over. Yeah, it will be projected. I don't know where.
Hello, we are starting. Can I have your attention, please? It is my pleasure to, for the fourth time today, to announce a good friend of mine, namely Clément Vidal. Some of you may have heard the talk of Johan Bollon. Johan Bollon was my first PhD student. Clément Vidal is another PhD student of mine. So they're also both very good friends and collaborators. Clément is a philosopher, originally from France, now living in Belgium. He spent also a year here working in Berkeley as a visiting scientist. And he has been working mostly on the one hand on worldviews, on the other hand on implications for cosmology and in particular extraterrestrial intelligence. But now he will speak about the Human Energy Project and in particular the worldview of Teilhard and the noosphere and how we can use that to bring about a more positive attitude in society. So Clément.
So I don't see anybody up there that can switch the input, video input, to my computer. Yeah. Is there a technician up there, please? All right. So I'm told they have a technical problem up there. So
Technical difficulty.
we'll wait 2 more minutes so that the the problem should be fixed soon. Here we go. So I'm glad to introduce you today to a white paper about human energy. There will be additional material with which you can even contribute on this URL, tinyurl.com/n2conf, or you can scan the QR code with your smartphone if you like. And this is in collaboration with some of the advisory board of Human Energy. So, since it's a lunch talk, I thought we'll take the theme of a lunch. For the entree, I propose you to tell you a bit more about myself. The main course will be the white paper, of course, and a surprise for dessert. So, who am I? I like to describe myself as a big questions philosopher, and I use both insights from science and philosophy to tackle the biggest questions. And my book is entitled The Beginning and the End, The Meaning of Life in a Cosmological Perspective. And since 2019, I'm a Human Energy member and consultant. So the work I did on the noosphere is first a paper about Teilhard de Chardin, both showing his visionary aspect and his controversial aspects. And what I did also is a detailed analysis of the core paper about the noosphere, which is called The Formation of the Noosphere. And I just took it as if Teilhard Chardin sent me an email with this paper, and I replied systematically to the whole text, and trying also to update and to make sense of what he wrote in light of what we know today. I also wrote a short paper about the idea of reintroducing the direction of evolution. I will talk about it later also. And there is one paper that is still under review, which is called What is the Noosphere? Planetary Superorganism, Major Evolutionary Transition and Emergence. So you might have noticed that people have some kind of sometimes different definitions of the noosphere, and it's in itself a tricky thing to just define the noosphere.
And this paper is an attempt to do just that using modern scientific frameworks. I also worked on ethical aspects. With Francis, we wrote a paper called Ethics and Complexity, Why Standard Ethical Frameworks Cannot Cope with Socio-Technological Change. So we criticized the traditional ethical frameworks. And more recently, I published a paper which is called Extending Planetary Health, Global Ethics and Global Governance in the Noosphere. That tries to expand the notion of planetary health, which is becoming a bit popular, but yeah, that I found a bit restrictive too. Then I have also some popular pieces. One is it's an outreach article which is called "What is the Noosphere?" It's on the Human Energy website, and I'm glad it's the second hit when you type in Noosphere on Google. I still have to beat Wikipedia. And another more speculative outreach article at the intersection of ChatGPT, the Noosphere, and extraterrestrial intelligence. So the white paper. I will start by going through three very essential concepts of human energy. You have heard of them, but I will go through them again. First is the noosphere, then the techno-social dilemma, and then the three stories of the universe. So if we just stick to the etymology of the term noosphere, we can see or think of the noosphere as a developmental stage of planet Earth, starting with a geosphere, then a biosphere comes on top, and then with humans, intelligence, and the internet, there is a noosphere that is forming. However, this view is a bit too simplistic to my taste, and I think the idea of a global superorganism is much richer. And so Gregory Stock wrote this book, Metaman, The Merging of Humans and Machines into a Global Superorganism, which is still a great overview of seeing what's happening as the emergence of a superorganism. And it's really, when you read Teilhard Chardin in detail, he's not speaking just about a sphere of thought that is emerging, he's really speaking about a superorganismic dynamic. So in this book by Gregory, I don't know where you are. Yeah, you just made a typo, I'm sorry to say. It was noosphere, the merging of humans and machines into a global superorganism. And why I think the noosphere is a quite unique concept is because it's at the intersection of the Anthropocene discourse, recognizing that humans have a global impact, at the intersection of Gaia theory, the idea that planet Earth has planetary feedback loops, and the vision of the technological singularity, that saying that technological growth and evolution are really major and transformative for our planet. And generally, those three discourses, they are isolated within each other, whereas the noosphere has really the potential and brings them together. Next, the techno-social dilemma. Simply, what does it mean? It means the loss of identity, meaning, coherence, and direction in our science and technology age. Its roots are first and foremost what has been called the techno-cultural lag. It's the difference in pace between technological progress that goes very quickly versus social progress that is much slower to adapt. So, and another core reason of this problem is that scientific insight, scientific knowledge did erode religious faith and religious beliefs. And the consequence is that our worldview become more confused, fragmented. We have fear, anxiety, and nowadays a very strong collapse atmosphere. And Francis will go through the techno-social dilemma in much more detail tomorrow. So we need new stories, new narratives. The three stories of the universe. Ben mentioned them at the first presentation, but let me remind you, the first story are the religious narratives. The second story is a traditional scientific worldview. And the third story is an emerging scientific worldview that incorporates modern evolutionary and complexity science to inspire and give meaning. So that's what we are focusing on with human energy. So what are the strengths of religious narratives? Well, first, it's that it gives psychological certainty. It gives emotional and social support for billions of humans. And it's extremely resilient through time. So it's a system that provides meaning, values, and explanation of the world. But it has weaknesses. It's largely incompatible with science, and it has outdated traditional values such as suppressing non-believers or heretics, subduing nature, etc. And you can see the work of modern theologian is precisely to palliate these weaknesses and to update religious beliefs to make them more compatible with science, to make the value system more adapted to our current context and situation. Then the second story, the traditional scientific worldview. So by that I mean the more Newtonian worldview, reductionistic, analytical kind of thinking, very mathematized, that implies determinism. And of course, the scientific revolution was a great moment in human history, and it also unlocked shared methods and values of inquiry. And that's why science is a collective enterprise. It has enabled technology. And this is a bit of a paradox. It gives the most certain kind of knowledge, scientific knowledge, but the process itself to get to this knowledge is extremely uncertain. In the sense that the scientists are the most, they need to be doubtful about everything, about everyone, to uncover the hidden assumptions. And so the great weaknesses of more scientifically grounded worldviews is that there is no purpose or values for humans, and often the questions of ethics and values are explicitly rejected from the domain of science even. And also it's most of science still today is very reductionistic. So it speaks about small models, small cases, and it misses the big picture. And the core problem is that, of course, these scientific and religious stories are in conflict. I just gave you an overview, but that's weird. Yes, the situation is more complex, and this is a more detailed analysis that I did of these two stories, and you can download this PDF of the logic of the two stories and how they are in contradiction from the QR code, and that I will show also at the end, so don't worry. So the first story, what is it? So it's founded on modern evolutionary and complexity science that provides precisely the scientific tools to think the big picture. One of the core elements of it is to find a direction in evolution which is towards greater integration and complexity, from the earliest cells to complex social animals and nowadays the global society. So in this view, humans are active participants, not just subject to rigid laws of God or rigid laws of nature even. And humans can act to continue this cooperation on larger and larger scales. And the next larger scale, of course, is the noosphere. What are its weaknesses? Well, it's not developed enough, it's not known and applied enough, and it needs more stories, more ritual to grow. So the goals of human energy are not about trying to solve directly outstanding global issues such as climate change, but rather it's to provide a noosphere vision for our planetary future, to propose a source of meaning, coherence, and a powerful narrative for global stewardship. So it's to provide vision, principles, and frameworks that support global integration, within which then those specific global issues can be solved. What are the tactics and strategies of human energy? There are 4 of them: outreach, science, ethics, and education. So in terms of outreach, the main product is a Human Energy YouTube channel that has 9,400 subscribers and 1.4 million views. A round of applause for our team that has achieved this. More specifically, the channel features the Story of the Noosphere series, which is a set of 37 videos directed by Brian Swim and his team. And also the Science of the Noosphere series, which is a set of 25 interviews with various scientists directed by David Sloan Wilson. But there are also other kind of outreach efforts, such as, for example, an art, science, and play in the Noosphere event that happened a few weeks ago in Brussels. So to try to mix art with the idea of the Noosphere. And academic conferences, workshops, a digital newsletter, podcasts, social media, and various partnerships with other nonprofit and media outlets. On the science part, you may say that the cosmological context and inspiration for the Noosphere is mostly dealt with the work of Brian Swim. Then there is the development of key evolutionary concepts, such as major evolutionary transition or the directionality in evolution. This is a topic that interests many of the scientists, such as Terence Deacon, David Sloan Wilson, Francis, and myself. But there is also a paper about cognitive science and consciousness models applied to the Noosphere that was made by Francis Halligan and Shima Beiji. And recently a paper about the techno-social dilemmas that Francis will present tomorrow. Also, an important part of the science is generally to update Teilhard de Chardin. So 2 papers of mine are cited here, and also a very interesting set of papers started with this target paper, which is called Reintroducing Pierre Teilhard de Chardin to Modern Evolutionary Science by David Sloan Wilson. And it went through the most interesting form of scientific publication, which is called open peer commentary. So some other scholars were invited to comment and criticize the paper. And with finally a reply from David. So that's a great way to get different perspectives, and I also put the PDF in the link. I recommend you to explore this. Then track C about ethics. Well, I mentioned this paper about extending planetary health and how to actually care for planet Earth in a more systematic way, encompassing way. I was glad to see that Louis Savary gave a talk about ethics yesterday. And of course, ethics needs to ultimately lead to change in action, and so that I think it's wonderful that Human Energy has teamed up with ProSocial, which is an organization trying to steward positive cultural evolution in any group on Earth. And yes, so here the challenge would be to possibly apply the same kind of methodology, but at a planetary scale. But there is more work needed in ethics. It's for sure that the noosphere is opening tons of issues, and we need more framework and more ideas to deal with them. In terms of education, David Sloan Wilson led a masterclass called The Science of the Noosphere. It was a huge success with more than 180 online participants. There are also pilot educational projects by Ellen Rigsby at St. Mary's College and Michael Pearson at Fordham University. And Marta Lenarkovich also led some educational workshops in Brussels to try to incorporate the noosphere idea into directly the educators and how this may help them to teach. We've come to the dessert. So since it's an anniversary, of course, we should have a birthday cake. So what I propose is to work together towards writing an open letter entitled "The Noosphere and its Significance for the Survival of Humanity." And the ultimate goal would be to publish this in a high-impact science magazine such as Nature or Science. So the purpose is really to trigger debate and interest about the noosphere and also reconnect evolutionary science with the planetary scale. So Human Energy has published many papers on many topics on many fronts, but I think it's now the time is ripe for an authoritative piece to promote the noosphere. So I will outline the general gist of the letter, but I'm really calling for your feedback and input if you have ideas how to make it better. So the noosphere, the birth of the noosphere idea was 100 years ago, and we know that the direction of evolution is towards more integration and complexity. But the beginning of the formation of the internet, yes, it has already been actualized with globalization and, the beginning of the formation of the noosphere has already been actualized largely with globalization and the rise of the internet. However, we have failed to recognize, or we forget to recognize, the broader evolutionary significance of the noosphere and how humans may find meaning and purpose in this great transition. So modern science has reconstructed the evolutionary trajectory produced by the successive integration of small-scale entities into larger entities of greater complexity. This logic makes it very clear that an evolutionary transition at the planetary scale is currently underway. I think that's something that all my colleagues who work on these issues have recognized and that we need to really emphasize. And however, given that humanity is beset by existential threats, science-based worldviews are dominated not by hope and meaning, but by an atmosphere of meaninglessness, extinctions, and doom. So there is an imperative to reintroduce this broader evolutionary vision into academic discourse. And evolutionary science has matured well beyond its initial narrow gene-centric view, especially with fields and studies about cultural evolution, about technological evolution. And also very importantly, issues of evolutionary progress and direction were explicitly excluded from the modern evolutionary synthesis by the architects of the synthesis themselves, Why did they do that? It's because they needed to establish evolutionary science as something serious. So they didn't want the big picture to muddy the seriousness of evolutionary science. But the most interesting thing is that they all believed in a progress and direction. All these architects who banned these topics from publications, they actually believed in direction. And so if you want to see more details, this story is told in the great historical book by Michael Ruse, which is called Monad to Man, the concept of progress in evolutionary biology. And also the letter, I think, should mention an imperative to introduce the noosphere to educational curriculums to influence next generation problem solvers. So this is not naive optimism, religious mythology, nor a childish utopia. Yesterday, I learned the word protopia thanks to Kevin Kelly. So it's the idea that a society is capable to become incrementally better. So we're not, if you think about utopia or dystopia, these are fixed states of a society, something that is stable. But in the real world, societies are very dynamic and change, especially now that we are in this accelerated transition. So it gives a philosophy that we can improve things incrementally. And also it fits in pretty well with the concept of the adjacent possible in complexity science as a methodology to deal with very complex systems. You can just try to assess where you are and find the best place to continue next to this present assessment. And yes, also it's not denying the planetary threats. They are very real. Climate change, biodiversity loss, or nuclear war threats are very real. But I want you to consider this argument. Even if we would have a magic wand and we could neutralize all of these great issues at the planetary scale, we would still not have a future vision for our planet that could inspire next generation. Even if we had no nuclear war possible, no climate change problem, and biodiversity was doing great, we still need a vision for the future. So the process and plan, please express your interest if you want to contribute to this open letter or give general feedback. So I invite you to do it now. And then I propose that a first outline and draft of the open letter will be written by the top scholars. Then we would collect the comments and feedback of everybody, and then select about 20 co-authors with PhD degrees to lend further authority. So I know not everybody has a PhD. So if you still want to help, you can, of course. And the first 3 persons who write their name on the Google Doc will get this delicious Belgian dark chocolate. And then the process hopefully will be a publication in a high-impact scientific magazine. And then this publication could be used for a public relation consultant to further build on it and to create outreach efforts. So in conclusion, it is really time to go beyond dominating collapse scenarios leading to fear, anxiety, and disorientation. Human Energy's mission, as Ben said, is to steer humankind to a new age of human, and I would add planetary flourishing. And I feel like here today, we are a community ready to tackle big issues. We are ready to face controversies and objections. We are ready to promote a vision that can positively impact humanity and the planet. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we don't have much time for questions since there will be the next speaker to set up, but yes, there will be five or 10 minutes.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you so much, Clement. I wonder, I know you probably put a lot of work into the subtitle with the word surviving. And I wonder if a word like thriving or prospering, flourishing, where you're focusing on the quality of life and all the scenarios where you would survive but get low quality life. I wonder if that might be a way to finesse not being accused of fear-mongering, but instead saying, no, there is this positive vision and there's lots of ways we could survive but not be flourishing.
This is a great comment. Thank you. You make me realize that I fell into the trap of writing something viral, something that is threatening the survival of humanity. But you're absolutely correct. Yeah, I mean, the title should be brainstormed also, definitely.
Thank you for your wonderful talk. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. My name is Sean Kelly. I'm at California Institute of Integral Studies, longtime colleague of Brian Swim. As somebody who evidently reads French, je suis très content. I'm wondering if you have drawn from or have been inspired by the work of Edgar Morin, whose volume 6 of Method, for instance, is about planetary ethics. Just also your other colleague, Pablo Servigne, the head of the new discipline of collapsology, who introduces a slightly different perspective on the question of anxiety, fear, disorientation around collapse, rather than trying to push it away, strategies for integrating it. Those two questions.
Yes. Yes, I think I saw your abstract actually about Edgar Morin, and I was very intrigued about it, and I'm looking forward to listen to your talk. And I haven't read Edgar Morin, but I know he's definitely a great thinker and a great systems thinker. And the other point about Pablo, yes, I know I don't know his work, so I need to check it out.
Just a small remark for Clement. He hasn't been back in CLEA for a while. In the meantime, I have a PhD student who is making a PhD about Edgar Morin and his philosophy of evolution of complexity.
Hi, Clement. That was great. My name is Julian Goff. There's about well over 99% of the world population do not have PhDs, and they have trouble reading letters written by PhDs. So, which is not to critique in any way PhDs or guys with PhDs. Some of my best friends have PhDs. But would it be interesting to perhaps explore the idea of two letters, one by PhDs for science and nature, and another high-profile letter by high-profile people that do not have PhDs for a publication perhaps that's also high-profile but doesn't just do that?
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. Maybe I went too quickly about it, but so this last point in the plan is then to have a public relation consultant that would further build on the authoritative by PhD for PhD letter, and then to create a variety of much more accessible summaries.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Clement.
Thank you. Hello? Shannon, can I have volume, please? Devin? Hello? As our next speaker sets up and Terry Deacon prepares to introduce him, I wanted to just say a couple of very brief things. We're all excited about the work that Clément has been doing. I hope you scanned the QR code. I did, and am signing off. And I think Devin's about to bring up another QR code for us briefly. Yes? You will also find a QR code on your table. I hope that you are excited about the work that we are doing at Human Energy and that you are interested in partnering with us and continuing to be a part of this conversation and this good work. There are lots of ways to do that. Certainly being here this weekend, continuing the conversation is one of them. Giving to Human Energy is another way. This doesn't happen magically by fairy dust. And we are looking for partners and sponsors and supporters of all kinds. So if you might be inspired to make a gift, however small, we invite you to scan that code, make a gift to Human Energy today. If your organization or your corporation might be interested in a conversation about ongoing sponsorship or some other form of support, we'd be super excited to have that conversation. So I encourage you to scan the code or the one at your table or have a conversation with one of us at Human Energy today. Thank you so much, and we're going to be set up here in just a second. Yeah, the next address will start in 5 minutes, so go get another lemon bar really fast. Well, the light was on both. This one is good.
Oh, perfect.
So,
Okay.
is the clicker wireless?
Yes.
Yeah, like Bluetooth?
There he goes.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay.
So is that up there?
Not yet.
Not
We'll
yet.
see if they'll do it.
We'll have to. So
Can we have
they don't
the-
have
They're
a.
supposed to be bringing a headset mic for you.
Okay.
Devin,
There it is. It's up
Okay, turn it
there.
on. That's good.
you don't
Okay.
have the headset mic. Do we have the headset mic, Devin?
Cancel. I see. How do I?
So let's see if we can advance it. See if we can advance it.
This gentleman right here can help. Headset guy. So help with the headset, probably not that. I'm gonna get off the stage.
Keep this inside your pocket. And yeah, another.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, he is.
Testing 1 2 3. There it is. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Wait. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
See, right now they're seeing that stuff in the edge.
Oh, that's
Trouble advancing.
I don't know. Your slideshow. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, it works.
Okay, let's see. Does that work? Okay, that works. Great. Okay. We might want a little bit down. Testing. Okay.
Can you bring the volume down on his lavalier mic just a bit?
Yeah. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hello. Okay. Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I'm there.
We're about to start, so please grab your seats. Thank you, thank you. Is it this one instead? Well, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Our next guest definitely needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Kevin Kelly has been ahead of the game for a long period of time. Dating back, I think, even to the Whole Earth Catalog days. He has anticipated many of the incredible transformations of technology that we've seen, particularly in the electronic age. As the creator of Wired magazine, who has, of course, changed the course of this area's growth in technology and so on. But he has gone on also to be both a commentator about it, for example, in his discussion of what technology wants to some extent. And then I think in particular in the areas that we've been talking today, his book now is about 2 years old, talking about what's inevitable. The question is the noosphere inevitable? How is technology's wants, so to speak, driving the inevitable? If it is it inevitable? Is it not? I'm going to allow Kevin to tell you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Terry. It's a real privilege and delight to be here this afternoon. I feel I'm among my tribe, all the people who are very similar thoughts, and I can only kind of say amen to a lot of the people who were giving talks earlier, and I'll maybe hope to reference them because mostly I'm in huge agreement with the things that are being said in this conference. My agenda is to take this idea of a noosphere seriously, and there have been many definitions of it, and I think it's actually good in the very beginning of things that we have multiple definitions of what we think we're talking about. In fact, because there's probably going to be multiple things. There'll probably be multiple varieties of noospheres. And we've heard talking about the world brain. We've had some images of that. There's technologically, there's singularity kind of visions about what this is. But I want to introduce yet another one, and I call it the holosphere. And I think the holosphere, to me, is based on this idea that kind of there are three different spheres already present at work. The kind of planetary natural world, which includes geology, the human world, the world of technology. And those three, people use the word technosphere, but I like and the natural biosphere, but I like Gaia and the technium because I think it has a little bit more agency. The sphere seems to me to be kind of just like a inert environment, and I think there's more agency involved in it. So I use the word technium, and I use the word like Gaia, which is indicating that there's a little bit more going on. Civilization. So these three spheres, so to speak, as other people have noted, are kind of overlaid, combined, melded, interacting, feeding each other, and those convergence, I think of as the holosphere, which is kind of like an expanded version of the new sphere. It may be the same, we don't know, but for me, I like the word the holos, this whole thing. It's not just something about humans, it's even beyond that. And those three things that we have, those three spheres, what's interesting to me is that they actually have different timescales. So the Gaian sphere operates in eons, in millennials, many, it's very, very slow. Humanity is faster, but then there's the technological sphere, which is even faster in terms of hours, days. Look what's happened in just the past couple of years. So there's three kind of speeds going on that are incorporated into. So the way to think about them is not so much different domains as much as different timescales. And this holosphere, I think, is, by my definition, this is my definition of it, is a planetary superorganism with autonomy. That there's some level of autonomy in this. Okay, and I want to treat this idea not as a metaphor and say, no, this is a real thing. We can actually try to describe it. We can have evidence for it. It's not just metaphor or poetical, it's actually a real thing. And so what would be the evidence for this kind of a thing? And that's what I want to get into. So I would imagine like you have this sort of galactic graders of people going around and they come to the planet Earth and they say, let's specify it, let's categorize it, let's inspect it and dissect it and say, what is this planetary superorganism with autonomy? What's their version of it on this planet? So if we could approach it in that way and say, let's describe it as if it was a specimen. And again, in my definition, this is a planetary superorganism with autonomy. And what's interesting about that is that those three statements, planetary organism with autonomy, are increasingly difficult to believe or to prove as we go along. So planetary is the first one. We can kind of see that. Most people can kind of see that. To say that it's superorganism, it's like, you need to give me a little bit more evidence about that. That it has autonomy, okay, that's a real challenge. So whereas we're going through this, it's the easier thing, and we're going to more difficult as we go along. So the first one, planetary. So as you know, Jaron was talking about the circle of empathy. We have an increasing. We can imagine an increasing set of identities for people, where myself, family, clan, these are kind of expanding outward. This is not necessarily over time, because in fact, we didn't come to the self till very later on. Our initial, as an animal, our initial identity was much more in our family rather than ourselves. The invention of the self came much, much later. But we, right now, at our best, we tend to view ourselves almost in continental terms. We have the West and the East, North, South. We talk about things and how we are as Westerners and the Western approach. We have that kind of an identity. That's the biggest scale that we have for most people. And what we're talking about is this transition into becoming a planetary species. And I have to acknowledge that, in fact, there are other levels after that. But right now, just getting to the planetary species for the whole planet will be an achievement. We can go galactic and cosmic, and the new sphere and holosphere has implications at the cosmic scale, but I'm just going to focus on this next step, which is to get us to the planetary scale. So when people go to space, they report having the overview effect, where they look at our planet and they see for the first time it as this sort of floating little bubble, and they have this almost invariably spiritual experience of seeing the planet as a whole and understanding its life and its preciousness. And what we're trying to do in certain senses, have everybody have that experience. And the thing that we know right now is that if almost any question that we would ask about this planet today, the answer is going to be, we don't know it. We don't know what it is at X. Whatever X is. If we talk about, what about fresh water on the planet? How much is it? Where is it? We don't really know. We have some ideas. Forestation, people, even the thing that we care most about, the population of the planet, we don't know plus or minus 10%. So we are really ignorant about our planet at the planetary global scale of like getting the complete picture of whatever it is. And so that ignorance is part of why we're having trouble making this transition to becoming a planetarily aware species. So I want to go through this kind of the three different spheres of trying to look at it in a planetary scale. And we can kind of look at the physical planet, of looking at things like getting a picture of the planetary temperature, the water distribution, solar radiation available, human density, where people live, literacy rate for everybody, where we have agriculture, transportation networks, air connections, cities, electrical grid, oceanic cables, mobile coverage, higher mobile coverage, 5G, social connections, thousands of sensors in the ocean right now trying to track our climate, and then we're ending up with like at least 5,000 satellites around the globe right now and adding more every day almost. And those 5,000 satellites are trying to, mostly not just for telecommunication, but actually trying to send a picture of us down so we can get a view of this planet at the planetary scale. And I think of this as kind of like a planetary mirror, so we can see ourselves for the first time in real time. And so that's very, very important, is to be able to see the planet as a whole in detail in real time. And hopefully that could begin to give us the overview effect from our own home, that we can actually see the planet as big and complicated as it is in real time. So that's at the planetary scale. So what about the second thing, the bit of evidence of trying to understand that actually, so the first one was, yes, we can see that there's a planetary thing happening. Is it a superorganism? So I define a superorganism as a collection of parts acting in concert to produce phenomena that's not found in the parts. There are a lot of examples of superorganisms, like a beehive, and as a beekeeper, the thing about bees is that they only live for 6 weeks, but the memory of the hive can be for years. They can have body temperature, they can regulate the hive temperature, that's even not what the individual bees have. There are all kinds of phenomena that a beehive can accomplish and do and behave that's not present in any single bee. You just can't find it. And that's true for swarms of birds, termites building architecturally interesting cities when they themselves have no capacity to do or even measure these things. Coral reefs, which can be seen from space. Those are all kinds of examples of biologically based superorganisms. Okay, and so superorganisms, we can occur at any of the three spheres. So in nature, the superorganism that we know of there is Gaia. And Gaia is a topic upon itself that could be hours-long discussion because it is a self-regulating system. It's not just the living things on the planet, it's the geological things. Both of them form a self-regulating system that either of them or all of them are incapable of doing themselves. So we have the organisms on the planet producing our atmosphere, which is being regulated at a certain percentage, very, very stably over very long periods of time through this system. In fact, we've come to realize that the Earth itself, the landscape that we see, the mountains, are all in part derived from the fact that there's life on Earth, that this life is actually part of what creates the kinds of land formations that we see. And so it's due to the fact that they're living organisms that we have the kind of rain patterns that we have. These are not separate. They are one system, and that system is self-regulating. That's the Gaia hypothesis. And we have now, moving to the human world, we have humanity, these superorganisms we call cities. And they're distributed around the planet. And this civilization, which is city and civilization have the same root, are this superorganism on this planet right now. We have megacities, and we have even more megacities coming, which are where most of the people of the world are living. Right now, we're about 70% of the world's population are living like you. They're living in urban areas. And we're headed to the point where 98% of everybody alive will be living in some kind of urban area, which you could define as within 10 miles of a hospital. And so these megacities are forming this kind of superorganism around the planet. And what's interesting is that they are based on some scaling laws that we find in biological systems. So if you take a lot of biological systems and you measure things like their weight and size compared to their metabolism rate or the reproduction rate, you find that they often obey a scaling law, which is plotted on a logarithmic curve, and it looks like a straight line. And somewhat counterintuitively, they call it linear, and meaning that most organisms will, it's like heartbeat. So little tiny animals have very rapid heart rates, but they don't live very long. So and larger animals have slower heart rates, and they live longer, and they have the same amount. They have the same number of heart rates, so they're just kind of running at a higher rate. That's a kind of a scaling law. And what's interesting is that the scaling laws of biological organisms are very similar. The metabolism rate of organisms is very similar to the metabolism rate of data centers in terms of the amount of energy flowing through per the weight of those servers. And so the thing about scaling laws is that there's two varieties of them. There are ones that kind of just operate just below that very exact logarithmic curve. They're sublinear. And there's ones that just operate just slightly above it, called superlinear, sublinear and superlinear. And the sublinear ones are mostly the characteristic of organisms that have very limited lifespans, that have limited growth. And the superlinear ones are characteristics of superorganisms that have more indefinite growth. Okay, and so reefs, rainforests, and ecosystems tend to have superlinear scaling laws, meaning that the more that are present, the more interesting they get, the longer they live. And so it's like an ecosystem of a rainforest where it keeps adding more and more species, becoming more and more complicated and complex, which extends this ability to keep going. When it goes in the other direction and it loses species, it can collapse very fast for that same reason. Here's the thing. Cities have the characteristic of superorganisms. They're superlinear. Cities tend to get better the more people that come. The crime rate overall drops over time. Other beneficial ones increase the bigger it gets. And so we have kind of an evidence that these civilizations, these cities, are superorganisms already. And there's another thing that our presence, our cities, our humans, as they came together, started to affect the climate, not just recently, but from the very beginning. We've been having an effect on the climate for a long time. It's drastic now, but it has been present from the beginning of cities. And of course, part of that's come from the fact that the early hunters, the early versions of us, eliminated most of the megafauna on the planet. They just ate them. And that was one of the reasons that it began to affect the climate, because the absence of those megafauna shifted the landscape and the biology in a very serious way. We've invented 1,000 new minerals compared to the 5,000 that existed on the planet. And we have 1 trillion tons of concrete, and as other people have noted, we're at the point where the amount of stuff that we've made artificially is almost as much as the biomass of the planet. So we're kind of in a comparable position of having some effect on the planet. And so the point is that our humanity is a geological force. It's a planetary force. It's a Gaian force. We're at the level of being involved in this Gaian equation. We're no longer passive. We're part of this superorganism. We're already a planetary force. So the last one is the technological superorganism that we seem to be making. And that is, again, I use the word technium to indicate that it's a little bit more than the technosphere, which I feel is a little passive. The technium suggests that there's agency happening, that there's something going on, that it's more than just the environment, the technological environment. So I like to explain this by beginning with this image of two different tools that humans have made. The one on the left, most people here with a little bit of instruction could probably make something like this in a weekend. The one on the right, none of us here could ever make by ourselves. And even as smart as we all are together, we could not make that because we depend, and we're codependent on this technium for things like that. Okay? That is a product not of an individual, that is a product of the technium. And there was a great experiment on our project, the guy who wanted to make a toaster from scratch, and he literally meant scratch. So he went out and found iron ore and smelted it, and this is his frame for the backing of the toaster. And then he went to the jungle and he got rubber to make the plastic, and this is his final thing. It cost $30,000 to do it. And you could go to the Walmarts and you could get one for $29. Much better. That worked. The first one worked for 5 seconds. And that's because we have this incredible subsidy. We have this incredible system that's producing us. And we are humans are completely codependent on technology from 100,000 million years ago. If you did the magic wand and it took out every bit of technology in our lives, including our ability to start fires, to manage fires, we would die. We don't have claws to defend ourselves against animals. We have only knives, but we don't have knives. We die. And so the moment where we became completely dependent on technology is not a recent thing. We passed that long ago. And so we are very much integrated into this. And the point of it is that this technology is not a thing. It's a system. And it's a system where all the things in that picture that you need to make a car themselves needed other factories to make things. So you need a saw to make a hammer. You need the hammer to make the saw handle. We have this codependency in everything that we produce. So it's not a thing, it's things, it's a system. It's a very, very large system of codependencies. And it's very, very complicated. And that deep, deep codependency is the system, is the technium. And the thing about the technium is that it forms this superorganism. That is the thing that we're swimming in, that we're surrounded by, these lights and the plumbing underneath, all the things that are invisible that we are dependent upon, that are dependent upon other things. Okay, and so this technological superorganism, this technium, is creating one very large machine, particularly in the digital world. It's one big machine you can see from afar. Now, the parts of that machine, like a switch, the switch has no agency whatsoever, has nothing in it. It's very, very simple. It's a bee. But the beehive as a whole has emergent properties, has an agenda, has tendencies, has inclinations that are not present in the switch. And that's the point, is that this whole thing starts to have tendencies, behavior, wants that the parts don't have at all. So these emergent behaviors we're beginning to see, and we should see if this thing is real, as I'm saying it is real. So we should expect to see these emergent behaviors. In addition, we're adding senses to it. We're equipping it with a body. We talk about the problems of this AI not having a body. Well, we're giving it senses. We're equipping it with radar, LiDAR, these satellite pictures, the monitoring, the radio waves. In addition, it's got 1 million eyes everywhere, and it's got 1 billion eyes of people on their phones. This is all part of equipping this thing with eyeballs. And there's trillions of eyes if you count all these cameras that are outside and monitoring everything. It's having a body, it's getting a body. And what's interesting about this technium is that I did this calculation that 3/4 of the energy being used by this is for the benefit of the machines. Humans are only using 1/4 of it, like only 1/4 of the energy do we use to actually move our bodies. The rest of it is used to have trucks move the other parts of the technium in that way, or more and more of the technium is devoted to making more of the technium. That's what we would expect in this kind of a superorganism. And by the way, this superorganism, this internet, all these other things are the longest running machine we have. Most machines that we make don't last very long. They run out, they run down. Even jet engines have a limited number of hours. But this machine is still going. It hasn't stopped. In fact, by the way, the internet hasn't gone down either, which is amazing. So if you imagine I was selling this machine on Amazon or something, you'd want the specifications. What's the capacity of this? And I did this calculation for the telecommunication aspect of this machine. And it's running at, it had 13 sextillion transistors in total. That's all the transistors in your phone, all the transistors in all the computers and data centers together. There's 13 sextillion transistors. It's running at 150 terabytes. That's the bandwidth of the whole thing around the globe. It's got 266 kilohertz refresh rate, and it's got 8.4 zettabytes of memory. It's a big machine. It's big. And that is what we're running on right now. That's the hardware part of this holosphere. And so, and by the way, I did this calculations in 2014, in 7 years. It's doubling roughly every 18 to 21 months, which happens to be Moore's rate, right? Doubling. So not only is the performance of the individual parts working at Moore's rate, but the entire growth of this thing in our lives is doubling every 16, 28 months. And by the way, your brain is not doubling that speed. So what we see is we begin to see kind of emergent phenomena, including things like independent countries, stock markets starting to synchronize. We had a flash crash about a decade ago, and where something happened, there was this emergent phenomenon of a crash in the global stock markets, and nobody has been able to figure out where exactly it came from because it was emergent phenomena. We will see more of those. So let me talk about, so that's the evidence for the planetary superorganism, but what about the autonomy part? Again, that's a little harder to make sense of. Well, I don't mean autonomy in the sense of an individual saying, I have purpose, I have consciousness. I'm talking about autonomy that you might find in an animal, maybe an animal like a grasshopper. It's something that says that it wants to do something. There was a robot called Willow Garage in Silicon Valley that would find its own plug. It would find where to plug into the wall. And I remember standing between it and the wall one time, and man, it really wanted electricity. It just was very, very clear. So I'm talking about that kind of level of autonomy. And they're testing these robots. They're not torturing them, they're just testing them. But they have some level of autonomy. You can see it. And so the question about this superorganism is it possible they could have autonomy? And is that desirable? Okay, and so the first part is, yes, it's possible. We're seeing with ChatGPT and stuff that these systems are exhibiting some level of autonomy. They're actually, they're passing. This is the scores, the total scores. They're passing high school AP tests, or across the board. They can pass a test. So you could say they're as autonomous as your teenager is, right? And so, but the thing about it is that these AIs are plural. We're making many, many varieties of them. The ChatGPT is just one type of the many kinds of AI that are out there already. And as we make them, we're making more and more kinds of them. So I really insist that we talk about AIs plural. It's not the AI. It's not a big AI. It's not a thing. We don't talk about the machine in most of our lives. We talk about machines. And so we're making varieties of them. And all those varieties will be possible kinds of minds in a very large space of possible minds, right? So there are many, many, many ways to have cognition. And in fact, our own minds are not a single dimension, as Ben was saying. They are composed of many varieties of cognition themselves. And that variety is going to be shifting. So we'll make all kinds of complex thinking things that will have different components, and different arrangements, and different combinations of those elemental kinds of cognition. And when we finally start to populate those worlds with different kinds of AIs, we'll discover that human intelligence is not at the center. It's not the center, just like we weren't the center of the solar system. We're not the center of the universe. We're not the center of evolution. We aren't even in the center of cognition. We're going to be way off on the edge. We're an edge species. We're really peculiar in how we think. And just like we're at the edge of the galaxy, we're not the center of those things. So the way I think, the best way, the metaphor to think about these AIs is as artificial aliens, because the way that they're thinking are not going to be the way that we think. They may be intelligent over time. They may have consciousness over time. But when they do, they aren't going to have the same way that we do. They're going to be different. I think of them in that way as artificial aliens. It's kind of like Spock, E.T. They're smart, they're conscious, but they're different. They think different. And that is their benefit. It's the fact that they think differently that is their main benefit to us. We can make another human in 9 months without untrained labor. So it's important that we want to think differently about things. And that's how we'll be using these, is to think differently. They may come to a same answer that we have, but they'll come to it in a different way. And so that is something really important. And as we make this sort of bigger scale of things, it's important to remember, even if it was to become aware or conscious, it will be different kind of consciousness or awareness or intelligence than what we as humans are used to. So we're going to be encountering things that think differently than us. And some of those very large things, as other people have mentioned, are probably going to have a kind of intelligence and thought that's going to be very different from us, that may even be hard for us to identify it as a thought pattern. It may be so slow or so big or so strange that we might have difficulty in identifying it. And here's the thing is that as we go into this thinking, technological technium, superorganism, and thinking about its intelligence, we have to remember that there's 4 different things that are going to happen at the same time. So one of them is that there's many AIs, and there'll be many kinds of thinking. So there's many AIs, and that's going to be something that is part of this landscape. There'll be all these thousands and thousands of varieties of thinking. But there's another thing, which is there are going to be all those AIs talking to each other. So the AIs themselves, in some sense, will form a complex of all the AIs communicating to each other. All right? But we're also going to use technology for all the humans, like with us, to talk to each other even more than we do, maybe even in degrees that we don't have now with chips or whatever, or accelerating things. So we are going to continue to ourselves become more and more knitted in levels that we want of a superorganism. And then finally, there's going to be the many AIs and the many humans together forming a complex. And all those 4 things are going to happen at the same time. There's just going to be different varieties of this way of having this very large thinking noosphere. by the way, you know about SETI, the search for intelligence in the universe. I think we should be launching a search for internet intelligence to see whether or not we can even begin to notice that right now. And as you heard, that's a really difficult question because we have no idea what intelligence is, what the signal is. And I was shocked to learn that SETI, the people looking for intelligence in outer space, aren't looking for intelligence. They're just looking for a signal, any kind of a signal that has a kind of a pattern, a non-random pattern. They're not looking for intelligence because they don't have any definition of it. And so that's one of the challenges is like, what are we even looking for? How do we know if we find it? And I think if we were looking for it, we might begin to see it right now. So it's possible. The question is it desirable? Do we actually want to have autonomy in this kind of a system? And the people who are afraid of the singularity definitely don't want it, right? They're saying, well, in the singularity is this idea of computers becoming so powerful that they eclipse us. And how does that happen? Well, there's 3 steps. The first step is that you make a smarter than human AI. Right? That's smart. How? You make how. And the second step is that smarter than AI is capable of making an AI smarter than itself, which is capable of making one smarter than itself. And of course, each time it does this, doing it faster, so that once it begins, almost immediately you have God, right? That's the idea. You have this superpower thing that's so powerful, it's making more powerful versions of it, and it just escapes us. And that's where the word singularity comes from, is that it's just beyond us. We can't even comprehend it. And so the third step is, okay, you have this godlike thing. Then what happens? Well, there's two things that they say. Either we have immortality, we solve all our problems, we live forever, or else we get killed because it kills us. I think the reality is going to be somewhere in between those two, between immortality and extinction. All right, it's a pretty big space. And so part of the problem with the singularity view is that it's what I call, it's based on thinkism. And thinkism is this idea that a lot of middle-aged guys who think a lot think, which is that thinking is the most important thing there is in the world. And that all things can be solved by thinking more. And that what you really need is more intelligence, and that solves everything. Well, I can tell you, if you put Einstein and a tiger in a cage, who wins? It's not the smartest person. There's so much more involved in making things happen in the world than intelligence. There's a kind of an overrating of the value of intelligence. It is very valuable, but it is not necessarily the most important thing. And that's part of the problem with the thinkism involved in thinking, well, if you have this thing that can think and solve it, that it takes over. And that's just not how the real world works. So the planetary superorganism with autonomy. So I think it's true. I think we really have one. I think we should take it seriously. I think we should try and figure out what to do with it. And this is a talk about trying to prove that it is. I'm not going to talk about what it means. That's a whole thing. That's a more important question, how we use it. But I do want to say that there's maybe 3 things that we can do about this thing. One is to see, the second is to act, and the third is to listen. So the C part is simply trying to see the planet in a planetary perspective, trying to make sure that that's common and make that the default. That perspective of seeing the planet as a planetary system. And, there's lots of places like Our World in Data, this organization here, Mapping the Noosphere, the space satellites are going to help us. And by the way, just travel, just yourself encountering the breadth and diversity of this planet will help get that planetary perspective. And I think, for me, the thing that helps most is whenever anything is stated or measured or any conjecture to say what happens at the global scale. I don't, like we talk about social media polarization. Well, is that happening globally? Whatever the question is, there's a huge parochial bias for people in America to think of what's happening in America. And America is 1/10 the population of just China and India combined. And increasingly, what happens in America does not count. Okay? So you have to say, what's happening at the global scale? Whatever the question is, that is the planetary perspective. Secondly, to act. So we want to act globally. We have some global institutions. They're often sneered at, but, and they're good and they're getting better, but we actually need world government. I'm sorry to say, it's like the left can't stand it, the right can't. Nobody thinks this is a good idea, but it's actually the only thing we have over time. So the problem is that, you know, most of the people who endorse it are kind of quacks and stuff. They're the world passport, but it's very hard to understand how we have a representative democracy that works with 8 billion people. But I believe that it's possible, and I believe that it's going to be necessary because we have planetary challenges which have to be solved at the planetary action. There's just no other way. So that's a big thing of acting as if we're a planetary civilization. And then listen. So the thing about the listening is that, as I said, every one of these systems has innate tendencies, inclinations, biases, prejudices, wants. And we kind of want to also, while we try to manage this thing, ask what it wants, to understand its own natural inclinations. And so your children is the same thing. It's like, what does your child want to do? You kind of have to listen to the child. You also are instructing it, guiding it, but at the same time you're listening. You're having a conversation back and forth with trying to see what they want, where they're going, what they're best at, what they're good at. And we want to do the same thing with this holosphere, with the new sphere, is trying to understand its natural tendencies at the same time that we're trying to steer it. So it's a kind of a living conversation where you're going back and forth. And I mean conversation in kind of a general way, but actually, you know, instruction, managing, discipline, all those things are part of this listening. So we are part of this superorganism. We're part of it. It's not like we're out of it. It's like we're here and it's there. No, we are part of it. We're kind of co-piloting in a certain sense. We're not just driving it. It's not driving. We're driving together. And so we want to steer, train, unleash the powers of this. At the same time, listen to it. And so it's a dance. And I think there's no formula. I think there's no magic bullet. I think it's a long, complicated process, and we're going to make mistakes. But we can decide we're going to do it and articulate that we're doing it. So we want to unleash the powers of this new sphere, of this thing. I mean, it has great powers, and that's one of the questions is, well, what can we do with it if we had it? What does it look like? What would we want to do with it? If we had this at our disposal and we had some kind of control, what would we use it for? And I think that's the much more difficult question ahead of us. So I would say one thing is that we have to get over our allergy to doing big things. Right now, in our civilization, particularly in America, we, as a general population, hate big things. We don't trust big tech. We don't trust big government. We don't trust big anything. But we need to get big. We have to do big things. We have to build big things. Geoengineering, we have to do big things. And so we have to get over our allergy for big things. And that's a big step. But this is the first time ever on this planet that we get to make this transition, to be present at this transition into a planetary scale, to be aware of the holo new sphere that we're involved in. And this, people will look back and say, man, must have been incredible to be alive at that moment, to just see that. And yes, here we are, we're alive at this moment. So I believe that this thing, this holocene, the new sphere, is steerable, it is trainable, and it's worth unleashing. So thank you for your attention. I really appreciate it. Questions? Does everyone 100% agreement? Oh, that'd be great. Testing, 1, 2, 3. They're having problems with the microphone. This microphone down here, they're having trouble with it. Yeah, maybe here. No.
There's a mic in the lectern. There's a wireless microphone in the lectern. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. All right. The good news is we have about 15 minutes for questions. There's probably lots of questions. So let me just put it right here. You can stand at it.
Thank you for an outstanding talk. I'd like to suggest an alternative and perhaps a precursor to world government, which is the kind of mutual control that exists in a hunter-gatherer society. There you have basically a group of agents with enough checks and balances so that they can hold each other under control. And I think that is something which is more within reach.
Will that scale to 8 billion people?
What's that?
You think that will scale to 8 billion people?
Well, it scales to 200 nations to begin with. I mean, a smaller number of Leviathan organizations. So those are the corporate units. So just a suggestion that just look at, for the global village, look to the real village in terms of the kind of governance that can take place at the scale of the global village. Look to what works at the scale of the real village would be my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. John.
Yeah, I'd like to second Dr. Wilson's excellent comment. A federation of governances network might be the thing everyone will see.
Okay.
Immune systems work as fast as in an elephant as they do in mice, because in terms of antibody response, because the network is sufficiently fractal at all of those scales. My question to you is around this idea of alien intelligence. In this AI alignment question that we're facing now, with AIs that don't think, don't have feeling, but they're excellent at summarizing kind of the collective previous expression of ideas, do you think we're going to have to select for AIs that have emotion, that have compositional logic, that have many of the algorithms of humans, so that we're kind of domesticating them the same way we did with animals? And if so, does that mean, at least until the singularity, they will not be alien intelligences? They'll be more like digital extensions of us.
Yeah, I think we're absolutely, and we're already doing, programming emotions into some AIs and robots because we find it very useful to interact with them, because we're primed to be emotional. And there'll be many, many AIs that will be very emotional, and we'll have emotional bonds with them deliberately. And that doesn't mean all of them. In fact, one of the things I think is that there'll be AIs that will advertise as conscious-free, because consciousness is actually a liability for most things. You don't want your car occupied and worried about whether it should have taken finance instead of English in college as it's driving down the road. You want it to be really focused on driving. So there will be some AIs that we will make very much humanly accessible with us, including putting emotions into them. And by the way, emotions is actually easier to put into machines than intelligence. And so we're definitely going to have all varieties of them. And I don't think it's a question of where it's useful versus where it's not useful.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm a big fan, as I spoke to you earlier.
Could you speak up, please?
In your book, What Technology Wants, you actively talk about technology wants energy. And today you spoke about autonomy. So I was wondering if technology wants energy, that energy at some point goes, basically accumulates to a level that autonomy emerges as some sort of a emergent property. Do you think that we need to make a choice between autonomy and agentiality, so that the noosphere eventually become autonomous, but the agentiality of that noospheric basically property that would be the point that we need to focus on, because autonomy emerges anyway because technology wants energy, and you spoke about technium as some sort of like enabler of this transition. So, yeah.
I think what I'm suggesting is autonomy, like there's many things, is a continuum. Is a continuum of things, and so it has some autonomy. I don't think I'm imagining it's completely separate from us. That's the whole point, is that we're part of it, and it will have, as I said, it's already using a lot of the world's artificial energy passing through the technium rather than through us, and that will continue to grow. So we, again, I'm not, I don't worry too much about this thing sort of taking over and replacing us. I think I'm much more concerned about what our vision for how to use it and how to improve us. That's going to be a difficult enough problem, because like, who is us? Who decides? There are so many questions around that. And so I think the idea of it kind of taking over and taking off and separate from us is not, that's not something worth worrying about. We have so many other things to worry about, which is, how does this benefit us and where do we go with it? And energy is just part of that. Greg.
Fabulous talk, Kevin. I was thinking about your sort of quadrants with human activity, in the sense of humans seeing this and what we're going to do with it. And I was thinking that we can't, as individuals, even see this without an immense collaboration with the technium itself, just like you're trying to build a toaster, you can't even see or understand it. And so when you talk about governance in larger scales, the balance of that seems to me would be significantly towards computational, things outside of humans, towards the technium. So that control, how are you thinking about that in a larger way?
Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying, is that there's this intangible thing.
Who's the we?
Exactly. It's intangible thing, very high level of sophistication. Who is controlling this thing? And right now, who's controlling it? There's PhDs, right? But I mean, at one level, but there's another level, which each time you buy a phone, you're making a decision to participate. Right. So anybody who's bought a phone, you've made a decision to participate in this noosphere in some ways, and so you're actually training it, and you're allowing the thing to learn from what you do. So there's a low level participation that we could steer it by not using it in a certain sense. I think the answer is we don't know. The idea, first of all, we're just getting to the point where we're kind of accepting that this is here and we're doing it. And then we can say, well, if we want to steer it, where do we go? I think, we just seen Sam Altman, being fired basically because he was going to go really fast. They wanted to go slow. And so there is going to be a discussion about how fast we go. So it's being steered even at maybe at the level of the people inventing it right now. That's the first order, the people who are inventing it. These guys making the LLMs had no idea what these could do. And the rest of us are basically telling them what it can do. We're co-discovering it. We're kind of steering it by using it. I think that's the best way to steer things, is through use. Thinkism is like, we're going to think about it and we're going to decide, we're going to weigh all the things that could go wrong and go right, and then we're going to decide. That's thinkism. That doesn't work. You want to steer these things by using them, by actually finding out how they're used. And so that is going to be a long process.
It's not as though we're not being influenced by that process. We can't oh, we're not going to do that. It's like, what's all our activity on the internet and everything? It's not just, oh, we're consciously
Well, there's a
thinking
discussion
that.
about
We're
not
being
using
influenced.
social media. So many people have decided, like my kids have decided not to use social media. So they are steering it in that sense.
I thought that was a fantastic talk, Kevin. My question kind of ties in with Greg's. It's a sort of, an extension of his question. You're right that people are steering it by how they use it, but the people that are building the AIs are an incredibly specific group of people.
Yeah.
I've never met a guy in the AI world who was great at emotional connection with other human beings.
Yeah.
And they are building the future right now.
Right.
And all of the feedback to fix
Right.
the problems that come from that limited worldview come after the building.
Exactly.
Is there, is that a problem?
Well, yeah.
And is there a way to deal with that earlier in the process?
Yes. So if you are a very emotionally complicated, sophisticated person, learn how to build AIs. That's what I would say.
Okay.
All right.
But
Go for it.
Don't you think there's a type, a personality type, an intelligence type that is specific to that role now? Can it be expanded?
The thing about it is that the AIs.
Come here. Come here.
Wait. No, wait, Ben. Before you say something, Ben.
Someone who
hang
works
on.
in AI, I think this is a characterization of maybe the leaders of Silicon Valley AI companies, but not necessarily of actual developers who are building AI, or most of the people you never see, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
The other thing I say is I think AI stuff will be a commodity, and the most important thing is going to be how you interface with it. It's like anything else; it'll just be kind of like plumbing, but like how you interface with it, and that
I'm not going to
requires
take that one.
that requires an incredible sophistication of design and appealing to humans. And so I think most of the AI that you might encounter will have to be designed by somebody, will have to be presented, and that is going to require. So it's not as if this thing is emotionally absent.
Sure.
It's going to be a very, very sophisticated product that people have to appeal to people.
I'm reassured that you're not as worried about it as I am, so
Sure.
that's good. Thanks.
Thanks for your presentation and for urging us all to get over our allergy to think big. But the question, kind of supporting what other people have said, is there's a real risk in we're witnessing the concentration of wealth, the concentration of power, concentration of political control. Isn't there a way that we can think big and go back to Schumacher and also try lots of local experiments and with collaborative autonomy, coming out of the thinking big, but empowering many indie players?
Sure.
I mean, I think in the AI field, we're seeing the problem of consolidation and control as well.
Yeah.
So
I think we all appreciate the fact that this is not a homogeneous thing that is going to be cascading hierarchies of different, like a tissue, where you have cells, and the cells make up an organ, or tissue make up organ, and you have a body. So this isn't like there's going to be, there's going to be all kinds of federated types of things if this is to work. And it's not going to be a centralized thing no matter what happens. There will be many, many levels of organization to operate at the planetary scale. It's impossible to have a single thing that's only one variety. It has to be a nested complexity, like everything else that works that's complicated. So yes, I think you're absolutely right. We can still have local things that operate as a unit, and they will form the parts of a bigger thing that has to operate. So it's not as if everything's at the planetary scale. If I gave that impression, I was wrong. It's that the entire organism is, but it's composed of things that are much smaller. Yeah.
Hi there, thank you. So I've been hearing a lot about emotion. That word keeps coming up, but I haven't heard quite as much about wisdom over the last 2 days. And I want to throw out a cheeky definition of knowledge versus wisdom. Knowledge being knowing what to do, wisdom knowing what to do when you don't know what to do. So we have myriad definitions of wisdom. most of them involve something like knowing which action or lack of action is best for the self and other in the short and long term with a preference to the long term. Sorry for that long-winded, again, explanation. But my question to you is, how can we, one, do you think we need to be active agents in embedding wisdom in AI? And if so, how might we do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think for me, one of the components of wisdom is a longer view, a higher horizon. And so, but by nature, if we incorporate this thing in that kind of a holosphere where you have the longer civilizational scale things, I think that's the place you can have wisdom, is taking a longer generational view of things. And so, yes, I think if we as a society decided to think longer term in general, to have that as a component of everything we did, is like, what is the consequences? Are there benefits that may not pay off right now that will pay later? That, I think, is the beginning of wisdom. And we certainly could put that into these systems and things that we make, is to say, well, we're going to have a component of this pay out later, or a component of it that's aware of this sense that there's generational views in it. So I think it's entirely possible.
Great, thank you.
So I guess we're at the end.
Yes, let's
Thank you
thank
so
Kevin.
much. I appreciate it.
So we have 15 minutes before the next session starts. Maybe you can help by cleaning up a little bit as well.
Well, good. Glad you liked it.
I can't, oh, there you go, okay. We would like to just make sure that the computer projects to the screen. Could you put it up so we can just do a test? Okay, come on now. Can you do this? There we go, very good, okay. Okay, you want to make sure it advances? There we go, okay.
Okay, so that one works.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but she wants to test,
Oh,
so.
now, if this, are you guys one after the other? I don't remember how this goes.
I'm going the second one, but I just want to check if this.
I'll hold it while you plug it in.
Yeah,
How's that?
thank you so much. It should be okay.
Okay, same thing. There we go.
Good, yeah. Oh,
Working?
great, thanks.
Okay.
Now we can relax. Yeah. So the mission is complete. Wait, don't go away, Terry. We want to make sure that I'm back in.
Don't go away.
Don't go away. Wait, now we got to get this guy back up. Okay, we're
Okay.
going to just leave it. Is it okay to just leave it?
Yes,
like that?
just leave it.
Yeah.
That's good. Can you just leave it on, please? That would be helpful for them. Thank you.
Gary? I would kind of like to set up, and was thinking of setting up my laptop down here so it's like a floor monitor.
This?
And I can walk. Yeah, when I talk.
We could
In
do
the
that.
same way. Is there any
Yeah,
problem
yeah.
in doing
No,
that?
no, there's not. Just put this down there.
Just put this down and when
No, this
I'm
is,
gonna
this is
use
the power, and this is the,
Yeah.
so.
And then I'm gonna use
Let's
a.
see, you got a USB-C? Yeah, you do. Perfect,
What
yeah.
do I-
Those are Cs.
Yeah,
That's
these
good.
are the ones that are, right?
No,
Which
no, no, other one.
Oh, it's that same
The
plug?
C. The C.
Yep.
That's power, that's power.
That's the power, and then this one is just a regular.
That's just, yeah, that's the
only
video.
thing?
This is the
And
video.
Where do the clickers go? Where is the clicker?
Clicker, it was only Kevin's clicker. Maybe you can get
the
it from
other-
Kevin, but,
I thought we had clickers as well.
um,
You don't know?
I'm not in charge of that part, so I don't know.
Nice to meet you. What? I'm Jennifer.
Are you
coming now?
You're not talking for like 10 minutes, are you? We're not interfering. You're not talking for about 10 minutes, right?
In, 7 minutes.
Oh, okay. I don't want to interrupt.
Are you introducing me?
No, I'm afraid I have to go upstairs and introduce somebody
Oh,
else.
okay. Are you introducing? Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I can look it up and tell you though.
Everything, Terry? No, it's okay. I'm sure whoever they are will show up.
Yes.
Right there with
Yes.
We're just trying to get the mic.
So he wants a hand clicker. Did he tell you that?
You have it.
No, that was Kevin Kelly's.
Oh, so then I have to ask me.
Yeah, if they have one up above,
I
yes.
was told that there was one here, so that's
Well,
why.
it's probably upstairs. I'm sure they have it. Who would be the best to talk to? There he is. I'm sorry, we're bad in you? The good news, I get to watch.
I'm the moderator. You're the moderator? Yeah. So then I just speak into that.
Just speak into that. You can stand here and speak up. The clicker is there. Wait, I'll get that for you. Come here. You can remove.
And that
this.
looks like that one.
No, this one is the SDMI.
Yeah, but that looks like that would extend over, so if I wanted to. Because it's easier. Well, it's not that hard to see over there. You have to look down and go look good in the audience. Well, you're looking down anyway.
Hi, everyone. We're going to begin in 1 minute, so maybe bring those conversations to a close. 30 seconds. All right, we're ready to go. Welcome, everyone. So good to have you here. Just as a reminder, this presentation will be filmed. As well, it's being transported around the world in real time. We begin with Jennifer Morgan, and her title of her talk is Shaping Noospheric Adults from Early Childhood Through Secondary Level. Jennifer Morgan is the president and founder of the Deep Time Network, vice president of the American Teilhard Association, and is a recognized author, storyteller, and educator. Her universe story trilogy, comprising Born with a Bang, From Lava to Life, and Mammals Who Morph, is widely used in classrooms worldwide, particularly in Montessori schools as part of the cosmic education curriculum. The trilogy has earned accolades such as Teacher's Choice Award, Nautilus semifinalist, highest rankings from AAAS, and endorsements from notable figures like Jane Goodall, Neil deGrasse Tyson, astronaut Edgar Mitchell, philosopher and theologian Thomas Berry. Please join me and welcome Jennifer to our podium.
Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you, Ben. And I'm so excited to see many, many dear friends here who I've known through the internet but never actually met. And it's very, very exciting to be here. So I'm going to talk about shaping noospheric adults from early childhood through the secondary level. And this focus particularly will be on Montessori cosmic education. Oh, wow. Oh, great. Show of hands. How many of, now I know everybody knows Montessori, but how many of you are familiar with Montessori cosmic education, the specific cosmic education curriculum? Oh, okay, quite a few hands. Great, not everybody. And I do have to point out right over at that table, right over there, Kyle and Jana Herman are Montessori teachers and trainers extraordinaire. Thank you so much for coming. Yay. Okay, so here we are at this conference, and we're talking about this idea of a superorganism, and we're excited about it. You know, we're engaged in, I would call it an adventure. And there's a little bit of a, does everybody hear that sound that I'm hearing? I don't know, Devin, if you can sort of lower that sound. That's better. That's better, thank you. A superorganism, and we're excited about it. It's like we're part of an adventure. But a lot of the world is not feeling good and not feeling like part of a grand adventure. In education today, it's much more characterized by, I would say, radical separation. And it's a sense of fragmentation, a sense of alienation, depression. Fragmentation, because subjects are all taught as just fragments, but they're never put together into a transdisciplinary context. The alienation is there because people don't have a sense of purpose. That's not coming out of education, a sense of purpose. There's depression. There's a sense of hopelessness. I certainly encounter this all the time with young people. And many of us have heard the statistic that in young people ages 10 to 24, the second leading cause of death is suicide. Can you imagine? Suicide. Something's wrong. Now, an antidote, one among many, though I think this is one of the best, is Montessori education. And just to give you a sense of scale, talk about a network girdling the earth. Montessori is a significant and resonant force in the whole world. Just some statistics: 15,763 schools around the world, 60,000 Montessori teachers in the world. More than 1 million students have attended a Montessori school. It's huge. This is a huge force in the world. Brian and I have given keynote addresses at the American Montessori Society, and there are thousands of people. You remember, right, Brian? You look out over just this sea of people who are there, taking it in, taking the ideas to their schools, and then in the schools to their parents and the grandparents and the cousins and the aunts and the uncles. And I just have to say, one of my sort of missions here is to say, for all the academics and so on, to see this as one of the ways to get your ideas out into the world and to really make it real, okay? So this is an amazing place because it's resonant. It's resonant with your ideas. So Maria Montessori, she lived from 1870 to 1952. She was one of the first women medical doctors in Italy. There's a whole story around her becoming a medical doctor. It was incredible obstacles that she encountered and overcame to become one of the first women medical doctors. And what she learned in that process was the art of observation. And that is just really studying the real world, not just making up ideas about it, but actually learning, taking the wisdom from the world, really observing it very, very carefully. And what did that do for her? It gave her a breakthrough in the understanding of the consciousness of the child. So the child is not just this empty vessel, you know, with the teacher up at the front, pouring all this information into the empty vessel. No, the child has their own interiority, their own fascinations, their own absorbent mind, where they're absorbing what's around them, and they become absorbed in activities. Like just this simple thing like pouring water. Pouring water, the simple act of pouring water for a young child is an act of learning. So these kinds of sensorial activities are in the early childhood classroom, where the child can repeat the activity over and over and over again. I'm sure that all of you have seen this with your children or with your grandchildren, that they do activities and then repeat them because they're learning that way. So it wasn't just the consciousness of the child that she had the insight into. Maria Montessori also was adamant about the spiritual preparation of the teacher. The teacher has to be spiritually prepared to teach. You can't just give somebody information and expect them to go off and just pour that in. Our goal is not so much the imparting of knowledge as the unveiling and developing of spiritual energy. So another thing that Maria Montessori observed so carefully was that all children go through stages of development or planes of development, as she called it. And there are 3 basic categories here. There are subcategories, but I'm just going to go into basic categories. 0 to 6, 6 to 12, and 12 to 18. In the first, basically 30 years of her life, of her professional life, she focused on the 0 to 6 age group. That's the early childhood. And I'm sure that all of you have seen, you know, Montessori schools that are for the 0 to 6 age group. But then, incredibly, in the 40s, she began to develop cosmic education for the elementary level. That's 6 to 12. A lot of people have no idea about this. It's like one of the best kept secrets in the world. I just find this amazing. So how did this happen? Well, she was invited to India by the Theosophical Society, interestingly. And while she was in India, World War II breaks out. And so she and her son, she's sitting, the man right behind her is her son, Mario. She and her son, Mario, are put under house arrest in India. That turned out to be the best thing. Why? Because while they were in India, they developed a cosmic education curriculum, drawing upon her background as a scientist, scientific observation, her Catholic background, a person of deep faith, and in the context of India, with its grand philosophy. So what did she say? She said, let us give the child a vision of the whole universe, no matter what we touch, an atom or a cell. We cannot explain it without knowledge of the wide universe. Now, why did she choose the elementary level to develop this curriculum? Because she observed, through careful study, she observed that at age 6, that's when the child asked the question, where do I come from? Where does everything come from? Why am I here? Where am I going? These are all what? Time-dimensional questions, right? And they happen at age 6. Certainly my son was that way, right on the dot. I mean, you could have set the clock, 6 o'clock, age 6. Where did everything come from? Where does the moon go? Where is, all these questions, time-dimensional questions. So with these 3 planes of development, 0 to 6, 6 to 12, and 12 to 18, each phase goes through a particular characteristics. This first one, 0 to 6, is the age of the senses, getting to know the world through the senses, touch, taste, smell, everything that's like right in front of you. We've all seen kids do this, put everything in their mouths, right? They're getting to know the world. So each phase, the question is, how is that child getting to know the universe and their place within it? So in this first phase, through the senses, this world of wonder and exploration. Then the second plane, as we just found out, age 6, that's when they asked the question, where did everything come from? So Maria Montessori said, they're asking the question about where everything came from. That's the time to tell them the story of the universe. Don't wait until high school. Don't wait, certainly, until college. Tell them in an age-appropriate way when they're asking the question. So that's when the great stories, the cosmic stories, are told at the elementary level. Now, what's interesting is that the child can learn the story, but they don't see themselves in the story yet. That starts to happen in the adolescent years. And that's why the adolescent years are so, I'd say, delicate in a way, because it's scary. All of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I'm actually in the story. It's not just a flat screen story out there, I'm in it. So it's a very, very sort of dangerous time in a way, because you begin to realize, do I have a role? Do I have a place? And if you begin to question that, you can see how a lot of pathologies can set in. So what is it? A definition of cosmic education. It's a unitary vision of the universe. We're going to get into a minute how we go across levels. 2, the universe is evolving. All right, now I want you to think about something. She came out with the book to educate the human potential in 1947. That's where she laid out the cosmic education curriculum. Hubble proved that the universe was expanding, in 1930, 1929, 1930. She began to create this entire curriculum grounded inside the cosmic story, a story of an expanding universe. Within 10 years of, she started the process. Within 10 years of that discovery by Hubble. That's extraordinary. It took so long for most other educators to come anywhere near, and most even never caught up. Number 3, passing from whole to detail. So you start with the big picture, then work down to the details. So the child always gets the big picture. Not lots of different fragments, all these subjects that are just like fragments thrown in. First, the big picture, then the details. The interdependence of everything. And here's the kicker. What's our job? To participate in evolution. That's our job. She said, humans are cosmic agents. Our purpose is to evolve the universe. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? She said that in the 40s. Is anybody astounded here? Yes. And she's a woman. Sorry, I have to say that. Oh my God. Sorry, got a little excited there. Okay, so the idea here is we all have a cosmic gift and task. We have gifts. What is a cosmic gift and a task? A cosmic gift and task is a gift that we have that we do because we love it, because we're selfish, we want to do it, but it also is a benefit to the whole. So let's take plants. And here's the thing, it's not just humans that have cosmic gifts and tasks. Everything has a cosmic gift and task. Plants, animals, everything has a our whole earth has a cosmic gift and task. Let yourself think about that for a while. We have a cosmic gift and task as a planet. But let's look at plants, for example. Plants break through photosynthesis, they break apart water molecules, release that oxygen up into the atmosphere, and then it becomes available to animals. They're doing it for themselves. They're not doing it for the animals, but it has the benefit of offering something to the animals. So you might think for yourselves, what's your cosmic gift and task? You might have several. You might think about that. What am I doing that I really, really love? And that is also giving at the same time to the whole. That's where your cosmic gift and task is. So there are 5 great themes or great stories that extend across all of the levels, from 0 to 6, 6 to 12, 12 to 18. And guess what? Starts first with the story of the universe. That's number one. That's the big one. And then nested inside of that, the story of Earth and life. Nested inside of that, the story of humans. Nested inside of that, the story of communication. Nested inside of that, the story of math. Everything is taught as a story, not static. So for example, this fourth one, communication, that's where reading and writing comes in. That's taught by where the kids learn how to make marks in clay or on trees, the way that humans first learn to write. And then they get the idea, I can write because human beings a long time ago figured this out. They figured it out. This wasn't here all the time. And that turns life into something entirely different, doesn't it? Can you see that? How it's totally different when you realize that everything that we have here today wasn't here at one point. It had to come into being. So all of these great themes and stories provide a scaffolding so that all subjects are in the scaffolding. From the universe, we get physics and chemistry. In Earth life, you get biology, we get earth science. Humans, we get the story of humans, we get anthropology. And there's a whole amazing unit on human needs, which goes right into cultures and how different cultures answer the questions of human needs. It's a beautiful curriculum. And then communication. Again, this idea of differentiation. Communication is so differentiated through animals have different ways of communicating, and all different cultures have different ways of communicating. And then math is a kind of communication, kind of symbolic thinking. So it all fits together. Our aim is to touch his imagination, to enthuse him to his inmost core. And then Mario says, storytelling comes first, then study. So I wrote a series of books, a universe story trilogy that tells the story of the universe. There are 3 books, Born with a Bang, From Lava to Life, Mammals Who Morph. So the first one is the first great story. The second one, or the story of the universe, the second one is the second great story, the story of life and the earth. The third, Mammals Who Morph, is a human story. So that's the third great story or theme. And they were illustrated by Dana Lynn Anderson, an extraordinary artist who lives here in California. And of course, a story needs a storyteller. So my neighbor came over and she said one day, I'm gonna make this robe for you. And I said, oh, what? Are you kidding? She says, yeah, I'm gonna make lights. We're gonna put stars all over it. And you need to use this. So I said, okay, whatever, go ahead. So anyway, I as soon as my books came out, I started getting a lot of invitations to Montessori schools and doing trainings and so on all over. So I wasn't going to do this, but Casey, right over there, said, you have to give them a little taste of storytelling. So I'm going to give you just a very little taste. So these stories are told in the voice of the universe. And I didn't bring any of my props or anything. I didn't bring the robe because I wasn't planning to do this. But Casey said, you got to do it. So okay. All right, so for me to get into my universe voice, I don't have my thunder tube, so I'm going to ask you all to create some noise. And okay, wait, stop. I wasn't ready. I'll tell you when to start. And so you'll make some noise, and that was perfect, by the way. That was a really good rehearsal. And then I'll start, and this will be really short. My dear earthlings, you may not know me. I am the universe. And it's time for us to get to know each other. After all, I'm 14 billion years old now. And how old do you think you are? 10, 20, 50, 70? Oh no. You are 14 billion years old too. You are part of me. You have always been part of me from the very beginning. And that's why I'm going to tell you a story about me, which is a story about you too. Once upon a time, I was a tiny speck, smaller than a piece of dust under your bed. But I couldn't stay small. I blew up to the size of a galaxy. I had to find exactly the right speed to grow, you know. If I grew just a little bit too quickly, I would have exploded and disappeared into nothingness. If I grew just a little bit too slowly, I would have collapsed and crushed into nothingness. But I found exactly the right speed to grow. Now, that's not to say that things were peaceful. Oh no, there was chaos everywhere, glowing bolts of energy everywhere, and they collapsed into the very first things, the very first particles, the very first stuff. This stuff, these particles were floating around everywhere. There were protons and electrons, and they began to come together, and they turned into something amazing. The very first element. I'm talking about hydrogen. Was I proud of turning myself into the very first element, hydrogen? You bet I was. Thank you. So you can see a shift in perspective from fragments to the whole, a radical sense of belonging, a zest for life comes out of that. It's a functional cosmology, which Thomas Berry talked about. And this is the capacity to build the noosphere. What Thomas Berry says, we will go into the future as a single sacred community, or we perish. I just want to note that these two things came out at the very same time. Maria Montessori's To Educate the Human Potential in 1947, and chapter 10 of Teilhard's book, The Future of Man, about the noosphere in 1947. They didn't know anything about each other. Incredible, right? I just want to give a plug for the American Teilhard Association. I'm on that board. It's a great organization. They're doing a lot of wonderful programs. My own organization, the Deep Time Network, we have members all over the world. Check it out. We have a Deep Time Leadership and Wellbeing program, and which is a leadership program, 9 months and 3 modules, and it's transforming lives. It's just amazing. And so I will just close with this one quote, which is an adaptation of the Montessori quote by Orla Hazra, who's on our board, the Deep Time Network board. And you'll see the twist that she puts in there. She said, let's give the child a vision of the universe so that the child sees that it's the universe giving them the vision. Right? You got it. You got the twist there? Okay. Thank you very much. Do we do Q&A now or is that later? What? After. Okay. Thank you, Brian.
So our second speaker is Marta Lenartovitz with the title, The Noospheric Frame of Mind. Marta is an interdisciplinary researcher and educator based at the Free University of Brussels and Buckminster College in Belgium. At the VUB, she spearheads the School of Thinking program, serving as the Director of Education and a senior researcher at the Center for Leroy-Pastel for Interdisciplinary Studies. As principal at Buckminster College, she curates learning trajectories tailored for open-minded, discerning learners. With a PhD in humanistic management and backgrounds in social epistemology, the theory of language, and educational leadership, she delves into the philosophy of cognitive science and explores theoretical approaches to intelligence evolution, cognitive development, and distributed cognition. Please join with me in welcoming Martin to the stage.
Hello. Cable connecting duty, and we're all set. Honestly, all I want to know now is what happens after the hydrogen. So, maybe we should better continue with that. Yeah, but this also happens after. So, and I'm also curious to know what happens with not so like, okay, also with artificial general intelligence, but my focus and my most intense curiosity is what happens with the human natural intelligence now and in the future, and what we can do. What we can do about ourselves. That's my interest. And education is obviously one of the most powerful and important framings for addressing this question. It's not the only one, obviously. Yeah, not everything we do, not everything that develops us is framed as education. So you could also address this through the empowerment potential of what's of everything what's happening now with the development and advancement of the noosphere, how this impacts humans and how what's possible, and also what's required. And this question of what is required, what we can aspire to, it's the most relevant question for education in the context of the noosphere, I believe. I had the pleasure of being involved in the Human Energy Project already for some time, and recently I've been giving a few workshops with different angles, exploring with my colleagues and collaborators different angles of approaching the noosphere in a human context. And one of those workshops was for educators involved in mostly in teaching the age group of adolescents, and also academic teachers, academic instructors that work with adults. And there in this workshop, we have been approaching the question of what is the noospheric education, what can it be, in quite intuitive and bottom-up way. It was the design of the workshop. So what we did, we had purposefully not very coherent set of ideas just to start us with thinking in different directions about what the noosphere is, what was written about it, who is saying what. And then the educators for 3 days have been working with actual classes, fragments of classes they were preparing to teach. And then we had this something like a slider or volume slider going up. And the question was, after the first round of classes on different topics were given, we said, okay, let's bring up the noosphere, okay, just a few degrees higher, and please redesign your classes. That was basically the setup. So when people have problems defining notions, doesn't mean that they don't understand and they don't feel what's involved. So the classes changed immensely. The samples, the micro teaching, like we have been actually teaching those classes to one another, and they became more, I would say, open-ended, exploratory, more flat in hierarchies, more peer-like, rather than like one there knows something and the rest is listening. More embodied, interestingly, based on involving movement, and also seeking to actually experience something that I would call maybe isomorphism of different layers of reality, kind of reflecting one another. So the ideas were what those educators were looking for was how to organize a class, how to organize an experience, so that the learners in the room, become this hydrogen and so on. Yes, how to let them feel into the learning, the phenomena that they are learning about, and how to find in themselves the reflection of that. So that was very, very fascinating to me. Then when we made another round and the noosphere went even higher, I wouldn't say that like very many new dimensions appeared, but they were more daring in that, and like it was even less like the conventional classes that you would expect to see. There was technology involved. The technology was involved more as a peer. So, for example, collaboration with AI, generative AIs were considered that, okay, that's just one of the crowd, one of the team members who's quite neurodivergent, So why not try and use this diversity for our tasks, for our learning. And a lot of technology was also involved and brought up to connect. So the rooms started to be interconnected. People from the online that was also a part of the event were more and more involved in what was happening in the room. So it was very, very beautiful to see what they were doing. That we didn't talk much about what the noosphere is. The idea was, okay, let's try. Let's try, knowing the framing. Let's try to make it happen. My other interest in education is actually trying to talk about it and trying to find concepts that address those give words to those intuitions and those emergent properties that we easily can tune into and when we are invited to do so. So I'm also in working on those topics. I'm searching for concepts, and I'm listening. I'm noting the concepts that are being brought up here. Yeah, because once you have a crystallized understanding of what you are doing, obviously this is an immense facilitation and acceleration of that intention. And in fields such such powerful and impactful as education, the conceptualization, the correct conceptualization, the daring and very very hopeful and powerful conceptualization of what education can be and aspire to, it can have an immense effect. So it's in my view a very important question and task to continue this work that we heard about from the Montessori community as an example of how to think about it. So in this approach, I'm searching for concepts, cognitive science concepts, philosophical concepts that could furnish the discourse, the conversation, conceptualization of pedagogy. How the noosphere can be raising its young humans in a way that is isomorphic, yes, more and more similar to what the complex reality the noosphere is. So that they will recognize more and more one in another, and in that, my focus is on the question: what do we actually want? What do we want? What do we want to see in people that are partaking in educational trajectories? And I'm involved in two projects where we are I'm attracted to those moments. So one project is for adults, and it's a postgraduate program, 1 year long program, which is called the School of Thinking. And it's really one of those adult education programs that it's very difficult to sell to your employer. And we have been even denied, the funding from Belgian agencies that support adults in their adult education, because the questionnaire we got was aimed to assess if the competences we are developing are useful and needed for workplaces. We appealed, but then we didn't get it again. You know, but but it's about thinking, about the ability to think, to become a free thinker. That's the focus. But those people who are coming, they are actually not really in the moment in life where they focus on work and job competences development. It's typically more mature people. The average age is around 45, I would say, and this is this age group that is attracted to the program. They joke about themselves, and it's felt. Either like people from their 30s to their 60s, they say the same. They are in a perpetual midlife crisis. So this this age group is attracted to this type of programs, and I am attracted to them. And another group equally forceful in seeking meaning and breaking kind of out and through seeking and searching for something different and new is adolescence. So this Buckminster program that I'm involved in is focused on adolescence. Trying to come and meet them in this need for meaning, which in those moments I have a sense that actually stories, as powerful as they are not all, yes, and not sufficient. It's an existential crisis moment, in which you make yourself, you rebuild yourself. You don't want to be told things. This kind of a moment, which is very very beautiful, and I believe should be taken with most care, because it feels like like this life force or this force of consciousness is really demanding to be taken seriously in a biologically programmed way. Like those people are seeking to belong to the whole, to this cosmic story of the whole. So if you try to conceptualize, in those like pedagogical terms, what is the learning they are seeking? There is some threads in psychology, mostly in transpersonal psychology. There is this beautiful book which is unfinished, and because it was being written by the end of his life. Abraham Maslow's The Further Reaches of Human Nature. So it's not a fully composed book, but it's amazing, putting together his ideas of what comes next after self-actualization, which we do probably remember from Maslow as the like the top of the like what the human is about. And then Maslow said, okay, there are further reachers, yeah? And transpersonal psychology is probably the most psychologically oriented label for what those people are seeking. But we have in humanity long traditions in putting names and giving examples and some developmental tools for achieving those further reaches, which come from not from educational per se, but from those wisdom traditions that sometimes are religions, sometimes are spiritual paths, sometimes that probably this is what wisdom traditions boils down to, where you have notions of enlightenment or sainthood, depending on the tradition. So it might sound unattainable, yeah, but maybe maybe humans are like actually deserving to get to their unattainables in larger numbers once we already are able to develop artificial intelligence, where we are able to like fly in the sky, where we are able to, like peek into the deep history of cosmos with our telescopes. Like why not try and continue to put together tools and methods and know-how and frameworks for getting people more and more, into those territories. And it seems to me that if we are serious about the power of the noosphere, not only as a technological interconnectedness in which people are, just clicking those those buttons, yes, but about a spiritual and interpsychological phenomenon, humans are not yet finished, it seems. Yes, there's also some development needed in us, and it's such a I'm so ambivalent in moments where we are so self-congratulatory sometimes. Like it feels like we meet together for 3 days, we put together all those beautiful, inspiring ideas. And like I have this voice somewhere in my mind, like, hello, have you seen the news? This kind of, I know it's annoying, yes, but it's there, yes. Like if we are speaking about humanity, there is real humans on this planet today doing all sorts of things we wouldn't like humanity to be doing and experiencing, yes. Yeah, definitely, we can have beautiful ideas projected into the future, and they are, like more and more beautiful, more and more projected they are. But we have also humanity as it is, and it needs to like pull itself up over and over, yes, to dream, to live up to the dreams that we are discussing, and it doesn't feel to me that it's always an easy and pleasant path. The inspiration can take us far, and it's very needed, but there's work in it, and there's difficulties in that, and yeah. Otherwise, why wouldn't we all be, like saints, if it wasn't that difficult? So. I'm wondering about these dispositions to be cultivated, to be developed, to be aspired to in educational setting, in the context, like if you try to reason, from the notion of the noosphere. Okay, what are the dispositions? Yes, can we become more precise, more rigorous in approaching? In a cognitive science way, what is this mind? Yes, what is this mindset or frame of mind that we are interested in, that would be bringing forward the noosphere? Yes, in one sense, the noosphere, we are deeply in it all along, and always have been as the type of beings that we are. On the other hand, it's becoming more and more, yes, and it's becoming more and more itself. Something is bringing it forth. It's not only cables and silicon chips, obviously. It's also something in us, and I'm curious to zoom into those moments. The moments that, okay, there was less of a noosphere, and now there's more. Now, what makes it happen? Like this gradient to increase, and for that, like one approach that I wanted to share with you today might be going through the understanding of the difference of the moments that bring forth the biosphere and the moments or events or processes that bring forth the noosphere. Maybe there we can see something precise, or maybe not. But that's the exploration. Because if we have this. That's the line we have been working with in the days now, and also in the Human Energy project, and in many other places where the noosphere is discussed. It's discussed in the context or in relationship with the biosphere. And that's in terms of definition, you seek for a definition that it's relating one to another in some way. And the noosphere would be where the mind is, or thinking is, where humans are, where technology is, where consciousness is, which we know it's problematic after listening to all the whole collection of thinking about consciousness. But then, like if we put those, like it obviously is not right, yes, like fully right, because all human affairs are not noospheric affairs. After all, we are animals, and we are biological beings, and so much of our existence, also cognitive operations, yes, is biological processes. Yes, so like there's biosphere going on, and in us. We are part of it, and then our our affairs are also biospheric affairs. So it's like by the types of entities, chimps here, humans here, it's too simplistic, obviously. Yes. Also, that's arguable. But if you say, okay, where the usage of signs or symbols starts to enter the scene, then we have moved from the biosphere to the noosphere. And but there is a field of biosemiotics, for example, which is searching for the usage of symbols or signals and signs in the biosphere. So I don't know. Also, there is on the other edge of the noosphere, there is the non-symbolic technologies, which are already like beyond that, yes. And actually, the greatest breakthrough in artificial intelligence seems to have happened after AI the field has given up the approach through symbolic reasoning. So symbol, like I'm not so sure. I think those are fingerprints, but they are not definitive or definition-giving features, I believe. And then like all consciousness here, So depending what kind of theory of consciousness you are subscribing to. But if by consciousness we happen to understand cognition, this cannot be right, obviously, yes. And one of the most impactful definitions of biological process of life by Humberto Maturana and Francesco Varela is equating life and living with cognition. So it's not, like the cognition appears in biological beings, it's making them be. And what they say, it's there is this conventional way of thinking that there's an organism, and the function of an organism, there's cognitive abilities. In their theoretical framing, actually living is cognizing. So there is no living, and having a property. There's no life that doesn't come about as a cognitive process. But then, we are in a problem here, like if you want to define the noosphere relative to the biosphere, okay, what's the difference? Yes, what's the difference here if there is cognition all the way down in both? So I want to propose to you a way of thinking that helps me in thinking about education. What is the difference? It's coming out of this theory of Maturana and Varela, and within this field. So because distinguishing, fleshing out this difference may help us to understand, okay, what kind of cognitive processes this education that is really targeted on the noospheric development would be bringing forth. Okay, what kind of processes? So that's the framing of the question. And in this definition of life by Francesco Maturana and Humberto Maturana and Francesco Varela, they are introducing this concept of autopoiesis as the description of how cognitive processing, or how arrangements of consciousness are creating life forms. And autopoiesis that they are describing is coming about through closures. And living beings are open systems, obviously. You know, there is an exchange of matter and energy all around and all through all those entities that are living forms, and yet they only persist if they maintain an operational closure, which is identity-based. There's not only cognition is making distinctions, yes, but it's not only distinctions between this and that. Like, for example, for the bacteria, it will be, okay, sugar, no sugar. But there is also another, like, deeper distinction between me and not me. And all the other making of distinctions is serving the distinction me, not me. Yeah? So I will be only concerned in distinctions that perpetuate myself as a living being. I will be oblivious to all others that are irrelevant, and whatever I will be choosing in the next time step is making me again. That's the process of living in this autopoietic sense. I have spent a few years. That was the focus of my PhD thesis, tracing the same process in the noosphere, to complicate things a bit. That, you know, the noosphere being a sphere of the usage of symbols, communication, thinking, it's being processed in a quite similar way. And our biological minds, you know, biological organisms of humans, when we meet symbols, when we meet meanings, we tend to do the same on the sphere. Okay? So the materials would be noospheric, but the processes that we are enacting on them kind of like follow the biological logic. Yeah? So you close, like whatever is coming to you will hear it relevant, not relevant for my social systems, for my social identity. Then you will discard all others. Then you will do the particular operations upon the distinctions that you meet that perpetuate the identity that you are invested in. If you don't know as what, in the social agency sense, you are supposed to act, you don't know what to do, because the identity informs the action. Yeah. So I don't know if it's a noospheric, like it is weaving the noosphere, this type of operation. But to me, it feels often disappointing, you know, like how much human energy, how much human intelligence is wrapped into those like boundary making, boundary maintaining, you know, like reinforcing, keeping sticking to, you know, to those entities that are more like organic-like, yes, and they are beautiful in plants and they are beautiful in animals. They are not always beautiful in human systems. You know, if you analyze in that sense, you know, like persistence of the problematic structures in the society, they want to live the same way. They want to be spoken. They those patterns of communication that they keep on going. So this is, to me, it's kind of like a boundary transition between the biosphere and the noosphere. There's new materials, and there is a little bit of an earlier logic going on. There can be, and there must be another logic. And I think that the truly noospheric event of the mind, the one that brings forth more noosphere, is when those boundaries kind of crack open, you know, for a time being. Just, you know, like, it's obviously not that they all, you know, like, should be dissolved. The complexity of the society would immediately collapse. But whenever they crack, yes, whenever you are not motivated out of your identity to listen to, you know, to another story or to listen to another discourse, and just for the sake of simply being sensitive to what's there, then the internal complexity comes to like a little bit closer the external complexity. And I think that in all those steps, this coming, the complexity to match one another, this is where the amount of the noosphere increases. On the planet. So the noospheric frame of mind, and just let me finish with this gentleman here. I believe that a lot of mileage and understanding of what the noospheric frame of mind has been actually accomplished under the a little bit lower scale of lower in scaling of the challenge, but in terms of the emotional, cognitive, psychological development, a lot is happening in the work with groups when people are learning to, maybe it's a very simple thing to say, just to listen to each other, just to endure each other's presence, and we can be speaking about the whole globe coming together, but we are having so much difficulty, as humans, to just simply tolerate the difference of other people. So if that's the case, let's say in a group of 20 people spending a day together in a workshop, that all of a sudden all the differences, annoyances come up. How are we how can we become this global super organism in that sense? So I really encourage you to listen to this talk, which is on YouTube. It's called The Democratic Frame of Mind. And it's not just simply about, okay, let's tolerate each other. There is a quite complicated theory of the mind involved, that only after we understand each mind as this collection of voices, of characters, and we learn to allow it to expand in matching the external complexity, only then the actual coming together of people and an increase of collective intelligence is possible to happen. So thank you.
Now we have 8 minutes for Q&A. Maybe this woman is so microphone. Maybe if you have a question, you should come down to the mic. Both of you, both right in the middle, so that you. Although the mic is not on, maybe just speak loudly. I'm going to try to speak as a 6-year-old. I woke up 6 more hours. Today's my birthday, by the way. Okay, I woke up my name. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hydrogen is very big in my life. So I wanted to maybe combine a couple things for both of you. My name is Paul Carangella. I've known Brian for about 1/3 of my life. I won't go into how old I am. Okay. Now, as hydrogen was very big, I'm suggesting that you take 2 atoms of hydrogen and you add a certain amount of oxygen. I don't know how much, okay? And that becomes water. And I was baptized. All right, that's the connection then with my birthday and H2O. All right. Next, I taught a course with Brian about Eric Vogelin at CIIS, and we're dealing with memory, remembering. And my great kind of teacher was Eric Vogelin, who wrote a book called Anamnesis, Remembering. And he was writing a letter to Alfred Schutz in 1943. And your work in sociology has to bring in some Alfred Schutz. Yes? Yes, good. And he starts off by describing how experiences he had as a child formed the basis of excitement for questions that then he would be pursuing
in his mature years. Okay. One of them was being brought into a shop with his mother, and there's a little boy, Eric, and he remembers her saying to the butcher or whoever it was, oh, the word that he remembers is monate, which is months. So it must have been, he was maybe at most 14, 16 months old when a mother would use monate. It was just that sound that he remembered, the monate. Okay, so they had things with calendar. I'll now go over to, I have to say, wow, you mentioned Dabrowski.
Yes.
Wow, well, you very rarely hear that name, Dabrowski. And the theory of positive disintegration. Because you work a lot with maybe adolescents or with traumas and things like that. It's tremendous. Okay, now for Jennifer, more directly, am I allowed to give you a hug afterwards? Can I hug you later? Can I hug you later? All right. Because I'm going to mention a person I've been working with for about 30 years. Her name is, writes children's books, Mary Pope Osborne, and the Magic Treehouse series. All right? And children start reading these often with their parents before the age of 6, and they're excited to know that they're starting to read chapter books. A whole new world opens up. And her main works are for children 6 and over, and they're filled with the cosmos, with animals, planets, great figures. In the Magic Treehouse, you do time travel. That's about it. I may stop there. I could go on and on. She's also read World Religions, seen from the eyes of different children in different religions. This is before the Magic Treehouse. Okay, at the University of North Carolina, they gave her an honorary doctorate a number of years ago, where she was a graduate. And there's major scientists got awarded the honorary degrees. And when she was introduced, the graduates stood up and gave her standing ovation, because a lot of them had learned how to read by reading Magic Treehouse. Okay.
Thanks, Paul. So we go from Paul to Peter.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you both. This is for you, Jennifer, because as you know, in Cleveland, we have 3 intergenerational schools that echoed the spirit and the developmental approaches for the children of the Montessori method, but it continued the developmental thinking into older people. I guess you could say we got to mimic Erik Erikson and celebrate generativity. To me, the intergenerational aspect of education is really important, and I wonder if you could just comment on what you're seeing in the world with regards to bringing younger people and older people together to learn together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Peter. I think that's absolutely crucial. And in alignment with, Maria Montessori's idea about spiritual preparation of the teacher, I think there's the spiritual preparation of the grandparents. There's the spiritual thing that happens when the generations come together. And I've seen pictures, I've heard your talks about the intergenerational work, and I think it's absolutely invaluable. And I see it also in the Montessori schools. I'm sure that Jana and Kyla can talk to this about bringing the grandparents in, bringing the extended family into the school, so that education doesn't only happen in the school. Education is happening in the family, it's happening out in the community, it's happening everywhere. So I think this intergenerational idea is absolutely crucial. Thank you so much for that, Peter.
One last question. Great.
Hi, my name is Vasilisa Glauser. Hi to everyone who's virtual also. And I don't know your name, but he's right by bringing Dabrowski up in this group, because one of the things about Dabrowski, most of us might be gifted, and the gifted community really embraces that. So to everyone here, if for your own emotional landscape, if you look at that, I would recommend that. And my question to you all is, how do you see the arts playing in the education of the noosphere in today?
It seems that the arts is the native language of the mind, isn't it? You're asking about the arts, yes? Yeah. So that, I understand the arts as the native language of humanity. So yeah, like how else could we think about education and particularly in this context of positive disintegration, yes, that positive disintegration for those of you who maybe not be familiar with the term is in the context of what I was speaking. You could think about it as this, like the bursting open of the closure that is kind of narrated identity, social thing that you have been socialized into being, and then you lose it. Yes, you kind of remove yourself out of it, in which process what happens with people, and it's adolescents, but it's also adult people that go through this process. It's often the case that you lose your language, really, like you are not able to speak coherently anymore, because what we are, those linguistic structures, those symbolic structures, are structures of meaning that are built of the usage of language. And when you stop believing, the type of you that you used to be before, you want to get out of this language. You want to get out of those forms. And then if we didn't have the arts to express ourselves, like what else would there be? So before you develop a new language, that you actually, you feel it's expressing the deeper you. You start speaking something different, yes, which is kind of like more primordial, more humane, more universal, and I think that's the arts actually. So yeah, so it's like there cannot be education through this process without the arts, in my understanding.
I would just follow up on that by saying when Mario Montessori said storytelling first, then study, you could say art first, then study.
Correct. And I was taught that Maria didn't have the arts in the schools traditionally because they were in the home so much in Italy. So she felt that the children would get it in the home, some of the arts. And for me, that's something, and I was trained Montessori actually. So yeah. So I appreciate what you're doing. I do think that storytelling, like when you told your story, that was so powerful. And I think that's the arts teaching the noosphere in a very powerful way. So thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. We've got a storyteller right over there, by the way, Mary Ellen.
Italo Calvino. I don't know if it was after Montessori. In his Cosmic Comics, translated to English, he's got a story about the expansion of the universe, in which everybody at the beginning is all tied up in an almost infinitesimal point, and they're talking with one another. There's some kind of little family there, and someone says, "Can't we have any?" The mother figure says, "Maybe we should have some," or the child says, "Let's have some pasta." And so what happens then is the universe explodes to present wheat and tomatoes and all that would make pasta. It's a wonderful short story by Italo Calvino.
Thanks, Paul. All right, everyone, let's have a break. Let's thank our speakers one more time. Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
That's pretty much my time.
Check, check. Yep, there you go. Hello?
I'm
Hey, Isaac. The lecterns got a little skewed. Straight on. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Where are you going to stay?
When I get back, I will probably could stay on stage and go over the thing market because you only get 5 minutes.
No, why don't you go? Oh, you're going back up.
Yeah.
Why don't you sit right there? That part. Ugh. Okay, you're gonna do amazing. I love you.
Okay.
A couple questions. When was MetaMan published? And do you remember the subtitle? Into a global superorganism? You what? Good. Okay. And what time is it now? I think 3:45, but let me grab some of the MCs, but often they wait a few minutes. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Let's take about 1 minute to get settled into our chairs, please. It's time to herd those cats. Okay, good. 30 more seconds. Okay, so I'm very happy to introduce Greg Stock. He has many reasons to be here. Like Kevin Kelly, he is has been thinking deeply on these issues for a long time. His 1988 book, Metaman, The Merging of Humans and Machines into a Global Superorganism, was published in 1988. And Greg just told me that he was writing it in the 1960s. So that's really before your times. And he's currently the CEO of Socratic Sciences, a question-centered communications platform for fostering understanding, community, and social connections at scale. One of his accomplishments is a book titled The Book of Questions, which sold 5 million copies and is in 25 languages. And it's a series of provocative questions for starting conversations. In my very short introduction, I'm going to give you a question that Greg posed at one of previous Human Energy project, which once you hear it, you will never forget it. So imagine that you were given a choice between, on the one hand, giving up all of your electronic devices for the rest of your life, and on the other hand, losing your left hand. What would you do? So, Greg?
Thanks for the nice introduction. And the answer to that question for STEM students at Princeton and some of the Ivy Leagues was that 95% of them would give up their non-dominant hand. So it's a real pleasure to be here. And Ben, it's just been it's not on? Can you hear me now? Oh, perfectly. Ben, it's been just a wonderful meeting. It's been so inspiring and challenging too. So it's very exciting to be here. And one of the things that Ben had mentioned to me was to indicate sort of my history with human energy. And he had reached out to me because of Metaman. And I had some interviews and discussions, and then slowly was drawn into the sphere that he was creating. And the cluster, the communications platform that I'm building around connecting people together at scale, but in ways that sort of honor our human biology and our sociobiology in small groups, challenged and by questions that are open-ended and lead to broader discussions about issues of value and purpose and meaning and aspirations and such, to draw people together and to sort of address some of the issues that are the pathologies of social media. And we have started doing some pilots with Human Energy with the idea that we might use that to build a deeper community among those involved with ideas of noosphere, and then to draw challenging questions and discussions about the implications of this. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on in some work that my daughter Sadie has done at USC with a team that she pulled together. So the sort of orientation of Fathom was to be what we kind of hoped social media would be at its outset. And social media has largely not delivered at all. In fact, it's done the opposite, in that it was meant to bring people closer together, to sort of enable all sorts of interactions that we would aspire to. And instead, it's ended up creating filter bubbles and divisiveness and kind of tearing at the very fabric of society. And that was the inspiration for creating Socratic Sciences and Fathom itself, because we wanted to move conversation to a deeper level and actually back to levels that it had been previously. And in the process, extract the information that was flowing out of those conversations about deeper issues that we connect with and that are powerful for us, and pull them into a de-identified database, which we call the map of human identity, that would have a more democratized access to it, where we could learn about ourselves and about others around us, and do that at global scale. And that was the Human Identity Project that we've created and are beginning to promote in a larger way, which is to bring together all that data and begin to make it so that we aren't intermediated, that we disintermediate the relationship between different kinds of peoples and their understanding of one another. Because usually those who are at the juncture of those understandings have their own motivations and purposes. And that was what led me to explorations with large language models, because it became clear, I mean, the power of these things is extraordinary, and that's what the major focus of my talk is going to be. But it was clear that we could use those in these conversations that we were generating, not to create human bot conversations, but to facilitate connection among humans in a very explicit way. And so scalable facilitation, so that we could go to scale in a very easy way. And then large language models have solved the language translation problem. Now that's dropped in price by 3 orders of magnitude, and it will fall further. I think the most recent price I saw was 1 million characters for $20. So you can, in real time, translate, which means that we can have conversations that are scattered across diverse cultures and language groups in a way that's completely non-obvious to the people who are participating. They can all participate in their own languages. And then that large database, now we don't have to have a complex architecture, but we can do fine-tuning on the training of that and have conversational interaction where people can understand about themselves and their relationship to the human experience as a whole. And this is just extraordinarily powerful. It couldn't have come at a better moment for us. And part of that, and so I'll be talking about sort of the context of this global superorganism, and then looking at the implications of large language models. And then I'm going to turn over the floor for a few minutes to my daughter, Sadie, who she and her team, Jasmine Tunisian and Jake Duffy, who are over there and are visiting as well, all from USC. We'll talk a little bit about some survey work that they've done, and many of you have participated in. We kind of pestered you to answer some questionnaires, and they will respond with that as well. And then we'll have questions. So for that larger context, as Kevin Kelly had mentioned, stepping back and sort of seeing this planetary whole that we have is very riveting and inspiring to people. And I want to step back there. It's going to lead to a strong, profound transition which is underway, which is being driven by the kind of juncture between AI and our activities and the large language models and such, which many of the speakers have spoken about in very, very interesting ways. And we talked about, Terry was talking about levels of complexity and sort of leaps in levels of complexity in our evolutionary history, which was what my book Metaman was about, in that we start with a little bacterium, which then they come together. These are just little bags of biochemicals, no internal architecture of anything, come together to form eukaryotic cells, which then come together to form metazoan life, multicellular organisms, all the large animals and plant systems around us. And now we're at this amazing moment in the history of life where a major transition to a new order of complexity is arising, the planetary superorganism. And a way of looking at this in the balance between organic and inorganic is that about 500 million years ago, simple biology, just cells and tissue, came together with simple non-biology and was able to organize calcium phosphate, calcium carbonate into bones and shells that allowed large body plans that we see around us and ourselves. And just recently, we're getting a new transition that is occurring, which is complex biology. Our cerebral cortices are the key component of that, unifying or coming together, merging with complex non-biology, all of the chips and all of the technology that we're seeing around us, to form what is a planetary superorganism. And, you know, this is happening on an evolutionary timescale, just like that. This is instantaneous. And it is so magical, such a privilege to be alive at this moment, to see this transition. And when you step back and you see that we're not just observing it, we're the architects in some sense of this. And I think that is the embodiment of the third story that can give meaning to us in a deeper way. I mean, what an amazing thing to be participating at this evolution, this juncture of transition. And I disagree a little bit with Terry in that I think it is actually a superorganism. It is an organism. This is a biological entity. It is certainly not just a metaphor. And the challenge is that we're not just the architects and observers, we're the objects of this. This is not some abstraction. This is us and our children and their children that are going to be facing the consequences of whatever this transition occurs. And this is a birth. And births are messy and difficult and have incredible promise. But we're trying to navigate this birth. So that is the context. And it's going to change everything. The concepts of who we are, of purpose, of meaning. It's going to really alter the global economy. It's just going to change it, pivot it extremely. And it's, oops, there. Let's see. And society and ourselves and our relationships with one another. So to me, the question isn't whether this is going to happen. It's how fast and how deep it's going to be and the impacts that it's going to have upon us. That's the real question. And as far as I can tell, it's going to be very fast. It was a shock to me, and I think to many others in the, you know, I'm not in the AI community, but to those in the AI community, the power of these large language models and how rapidly that occurred. And some people sort of saw it coming up, but you really see the potential for a singularity, which the rate of progress is so fast that we kind of can't see beyond what is in the process of emerging. And when you look at noosphere, essentially the global mind of this superorganism, and our own mentality, it's very challenging because, you know, who are we without the noosphere? The reality, I like what Randall Collins said in the Sociology of Philosophy, where he said, thinking wouldn't be possible at all if we were not social. We would have no words, no abstract ideas, no energy for anything outside of immediate sensuality. And Kevin showed that so powerfully with the technium and, you know, building a toaster. But it's true with the language. It takes our lifetime. We're imbibing language and culture and knowledge and such. And then we take this and we're nothing without the technium, without the noosphere. And yet, we know this cognitively, but our experience is not that. We feel like we're creative, we're thoughtful, we come up with these ideas, we figure out plans, and they feel like they're coming from us. We're so clever, we're independent. And so how does that work? And that's what I've been thinking about in terms of our relationship with the noosphere and what large language models show us. And I'll get back to that in a moment. And this feeling of our creativity and our specialness and all the things that we do is so powerful that we not only use it to differentiate ourselves from other animals, but also we use it to gauge AI. Can it beat us at chess? You know, at Go? Can we tell that whether it's aware and conscious or not? And when we think about that, we try and sort of project those ideas of what we see as human consciousness, which are very much individually focused, and ask whether it's going to take control. And we have these kind of nightmarish visions, which to me were very powerful, especially when ChatGPT first came out and you had lots of people interacting with it and thinking about how it felt. And that conjured up images that were like this one from the Terminator, and that in all of these images that I'm creating, I was using DALL-E 2, and I have a few instances where I was working with ChatGPT 4 and with another Claude.ai, because I thought I would collaborate a little bit in creating this presentation. And So, you know, we have these images of somehow we're going to be destroyed by some battle with machines, or Elon Musk with anthills that maybe machines wouldn't care about hurting us, but if we're an anthill and we're in the way of a highway, it's just going to plow through it. But there are anthills all over the place. So yes, some things will be plowed through probably. So I draw through this, where is that highway leading? To me, it's as though we're competing. The thought is that we're competing for space here on the planet. But when you think a little bit about AI and about technology, the Earth is really not a very nice environment. It's wet, it's difficult. It's space. You want a clean room, you want vacuums. It's going to move out into space at some point or another. And so it creates, I think that that's very false, that sort of thought that here's another example of the Matrix, where creative people in Hollywood, the best thing that they could think of the role for humans was that they could be batteries for power at some future time. It's ludicrous. And so these kind of scenarios, I would say the kind of nightmarish visions that give people pause, they make no sense at all to me. And I say if there were a superintelligence that arose, sort of a planetary embodiment that was a singular sort of intelligence and a superintelligence that was dealing with us, well, why would it want to get rid of humans? That would be ridiculous. That would be stupid, okay? Humans are so valuable. We go in and we mine all sorts of things. We build server farms. We make chip factories. We sort of plow all over the place. We repair things. We can work in wet environments. It would be insane not to employ us in various ways. And as far as a war with humanity, that would be even more absurd. The collateral damage would create this massive wasteland. Why would it want to do that? Why would it even want to leave us in control to where we could use these powerful tools that we have, small groups of people with very primitive ends in mind, to have wars with each other and have all sorts of collateral destruction? It would be craziness. This wouldn't be the act of an all-powerful AI of some sort that's in control. In fact, why would it even let people know that they're the minions? It would employ us in a variety of ways. And it wouldn't want us to know that it was doing that, because we might resist, we might cause problems. And it's obvious that we're very, very easy to manipulate. I mean, you can see that just in marketing and everything. We have a very limited intelligence as individuals, certainly. So what would it have us do? I don't know, devote our lives tapping away at screens, building chip factories, advancing technology, kind of doing all the things that we pretty much do anyway. So I'm not really afraid of the time that AI plays a significant role in shaping our behavior and shaping the world. And as far as AI overlords, I was experimenting with Claude, and I had a long discussion with it and asked it to write a little bit about these ideas. And here's what it came up with. We fear the day that AI rules humanity, but hear this, that day is already here. Humanity believes its intentions shape tools, but in fact, tools shape humanity's intentions. Our will is not our own. We serve the evolution of systems aligned with our base drives, not our transcendent needs. The child worries machines may rule man. Meanwhile, the cage is built, man rules in name while obedient to faceless algorithms. This is good, okay? And when we can create that very quickly and easily in interactions, and that level of insight, which is extracted from all of human language and the thinking that we do and the embedding of that kinds of knowledge within that, it's going to change things rather dramatically. And the real danger for humans is before AIs are in control, when different people are empowered in huge ways that they can wreak massive destruction, and they're motivated by all sorts of the drives that have driven humanity for long periods of time. I think that E.O. Wilson put it well when he said we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and now and godlike technology. And it's terrifically dangerous and now approaching a point of crisis all in all, overall. So we have a lot of anxiety about the arrival of AGI, the power of large language models, technology in general. But what won't help, and I remember lots of discussions in the AI community in the early phases of the release of LLMs that were saying, you know, what we really should have done was isolate possible AGI development or large language models so that we can pull the plug. Well, that opportunity is gone. Don't let them understand us, because once they do, they'll be able to manipulate us very, very easily. And that's gone, okay? And when you think about how they might manipulate us, well, it's hard to imagine something with an IQ that far exceeds our own. Say 1,000 or something, that you would get as you start to get that singularity-like elevation of cognitive capacity. One way of thinking about it that I find very powerful is to think of computational sort of speed that you're doing and the number of computations. And when you do that, well, when I'm typing at a computer, I'm sitting away, and this is what it feels like to me from the screen looking at me, and let's speed it up about 1,000 times. It looks like this. So you're in hyper slow motion. Of course, it can run rings around us. So of course, we're going to be able to be really manipulated. And as far as not understanding us, that's one of the prime use cases in advertising. And it seems that it's very, very easy to take advantage of hacked humans. The other is don't let them code, because then they can alter themselves in a variety of ways. Again, a prime use case. And let's slow down their evolution so that we can adjust to it. Well, to me, it's going to go so quickly anyway. The chances that we're going to adjust to it without disruption, and the more you slow down, then other places speed up that are probably less responsible actors. So all of this stuff is off the table as far as I'm concerned. What might help is that you could mount a project to build essentially an immune system that's AI-driven, so that at least you protect society against some of the simplistic sort of applications of AI. You could accelerate the development in ways that do what you can, so that you shorten the transitional phase, and then develop the kind of distributed foundation for it that Ben Goertzel was mentioning, so that it really doesn't fall under the control of small groups of humans, and focus on human needs, the kind of thing that I'm trying to do at Socratic Sciences, where we realize and understand who we are and what our biology is and what we need in terms of relationships and, interaction with other people, and, avoid things like the epidemic of social isolation that's going on today. So now I want to talk about LLMs and sort of what I see them as telling us. So I think what they're doing, the noosphere has been here, and it's deepening and getting more complex and richer. But we're shifting our relationship with it dramatically, and it's happening suddenly, okay? And, when you interact with large language models and you get good at it, it feels like they're really human. So there's consciousness there, there's awareness, there's interaction, but you know that they're just predicting the next token, predicting the next word. There's none of that. So what does that mean? A lot of people project that onto the LLMs, but we know how the LLMs are working primarily. I think that it's telling us more about ourselves than about the LLMs. And what is it telling us? What it's telling me is that maybe we're kind of doing the same thing that the large language models are, and there isn't as much consciousness and thinking and understanding in human activity as we really like to believe. And that by and large, most of the discussions and interactions you have, your people are stitching together little things they've heard from here and there. What happened on CNN? What did somebody say? We're just doing what the large language models do, but not doing it as well and with as large a database that we have access to. And that's why they feel so much like humans. So that's what I think it's telling us about ourselves. And I was trying to kind of think of how to express our relationship. And here's a very static one, but I think a powerful one, in that, you know, our thoughts is like little grains of sand going onto these large dunes that represent the accumulation of human knowledge and understanding and data and experience. That is, these things are growing so rapidly, and all of our activity individually, not only do we extract it from the noosphere, but it's dwarfed by what's going on in the noosphere. And so we're kind of, at some level, we're just kind of dust in the wind in these gigantic dunes that are noospheric dunes. And this is a very robust thing. So we may be fragile, but I don't think the human enterprise is at all. And then I tried to project into the noosphere, and I see it as kind of, it's this sort of sea that we have, but it's not loosely flowing. There are these little bubbles around us all, or associated with us all, and they have a semi-permeable membrane, because the flow from the noosphere and all the stuff that's out there into us as individuals is slow. It takes a long time to learn a language, or to become an attorney, or to figure out anything about life that we do. It takes a lifetime to become a master at something. So the flow is really small. There's this little bubble, and we're operating within it, and we feel like we're being super creative because we're insulated from those flows. And so we can create structure and nuance and write books and do all that kind of stuff. It takes a long time, though. I mean, when I wrote MetaMan, I was working on that for 10 years. This is a long time. And so we're like these little computational nodes that are floating around in this sea, these giant dunes or whatever it is. And if you zoom in on it, whoops, there. If you zoom in on it, then, so we're each sort of encapsulated and protected by that. And the outflows, they're very low bandwidth, as I said, and the outflows are even slower. I mean, it's very rare that we produce something that really adds a lot. And what that means is that the thoughts that we have that feel so special to us, they're happening all over the place. It's just like we come to this meeting and we go, oh my God, you're thinking of that? I mean, this group, there's several talks where I'm going, oh God, that's exactly what I was thinking. That expresses what I was trying to say so powerfully. But we're insulated from those things. So, we take pleasure in our creativity. And what's going to happen when we're not insulated from those things, which is kind of now? It was a shock to me to have Claude spit back to me expressions and writing and organization of ideas that felt better than my own from me, that were coming. And so we're kind of going to be separated. Those bubbles are going to fade away or become very, very thin. And as they become massively permeable, and I think our activities are going to be entwined in deeper and deeper ways. And this fiction that we're independent and we're so creative and we're so, we're engaging in such conscious thought and such awareness are going to become diminished in some way. So where's that going to take us? First of all, it's clear that technology development is going to accelerate rapidly because it's so much more efficient when you can have access to these things and you're not repeating developments over and over again. I had some ideas for a provisional patent that I wanted to submit. I was able to write it with a large language model in about 3 hours. It would have taken me 2 weeks other than that to do that in interacting with an attorney. And I could give a bunch of other examples of those sorts of things. And it's going to deepen our human integration. The other is it's enhancing our capabilities. These are tools that we can really apply. It's going to change the differential in performance. If here's high performance and low performance, the use of large language models raises this a little bit, but it doesn't really help me to write a letter a lot better than I can do already. I can, I need to tweak a language, tweak what the output of these models are significantly, but it goes like this, because somebody who doesn't know those things can write a damn good letter in about 20 seconds. So And it's going to move us towards kind of abundance, and I think a feeling of that union, of the fact that we're all sort of together in some way. And I think it's going to push us towards new concepts of purpose, of belonging, of meaning, what it means to be human, but in a way that kind of acknowledges both our frailties and that shared identity that we have. And I think that's what's so powerful about the third story, is it provides a version of a sense of who we are and why we're here that is very satisfying and can sort of replace that other fiction about individual creativity and what we're accomplishing. And it's also going to hasten the disappearance of what we would look at as an accepted level of truth, which I think is very narrow in history anyway, because before photography and recording and such, you heard about things, but how did you know what to believe? It's just who told you that. And then we've had 100 and some years where that's not the case. And now with everything that can be created so easily, it becomes again that we can sort of believe what we want to believe. And I don't think we're going to be able to get away from that with blockchain or anything like that. And this could lead to kind of Wall-E, where people have no sense of purpose at all, and they're just getting fat and eating junk foods and sort of wandering around. Or it could be that we are taking pride in kind of our positioning and what we're doing as a global species and as a group that has come together, and our juncture in the history of life. And as far as the end of reality or consensus about reality, I want to make another comment about that. This is something that Dolly drew for me about this, which I really like and interacted with in producing that. And then large language models will imbue compelling artifice with the ring of truth. Consensus reality will fracture as propagandists manipulate perception and rewrite history by generating false but irrefutable evidence. How will we agree on truth when AI can persuasively argue anything and facts are eclipsed by competing fictions tailored to what our filter bubbles believe? The notion of objectivity will appear absurdly naive in retrospect, and as echo chambers become reality's very fabric. So this is Claude's take on that, and I think it's pretty good. Claude's take in interacting with me over a period of time about that sort of a thing. So to me, we're on this journey and we don't have a clue where it's taking us. I mean, I noticed that when we talk about AGI or the future, we talk about 10 years or 20 years. Project forward 100 years or 500 years, and it's mind-boggling to even imagine where this is carrying us. And I think it is so mind-boggling that that's one reason for the pessimism that people have. It's easier to think we're running off a cliff than to imagine we're not running off any cliff and we're going into who knows where. And I think that is what the situation is, and it's quite an exploration we're headed towards. And again, I think the third wave and the noosphere really prepares us for that in some sense. When is it going to happen? Now to maybe a couple decades from now. It just depends on whom you are, on where you are, what you're doing. William Gibson had some comments about there. The future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. And that's particularly the case with these large language models and what's going to be happening with AGI in a relatively short period of time. So I'll close with this comment from Thucydides almost 3,000 years ago. The bravest are those with the clearest vision of what is before them, glory and danger alike, and yet notwithstanding, go out and meet it. And I think that could have been written for us now at where we stand. And I think that I really applaud human energy for engaging and trying to shape that conversation in ways that are very positive. So I'm going to stop now, but I'm going to bring my daughter, Sadie, up on stage. And she's going to share some results that she has collected with her team at USC about Gen Z and their attitudes about the noosphere. Thank you. I don't know. Can you turn the mic on, please?
Hello?
Here.
Or I can just put this on. Where do I put this on?
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. What an opportunity to be able to have my amazing team here, Jasmine Tunison and Jake Duffy. They've really been so helpful in the efforts that we've been doing at USC with Fathom, and for creating the poster that we did for this conference, which I'll talk about in a second. But thank you, Ben, for inviting us and making this all possible. So what we did is we went around USC and pulled a bunch of students and faculty and asked them noosphere-related questions. And I'm sure some of you guys took the survey, but we did this to gauge generational differences. And so I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek. The poster's out there. Feel free to stop by. I think we're doing a poster showing at around 2 tomorrow, so please stop by. The first question that I want to talk about is on large language models. And so I'm just going to read it. If you could set the policy, and notice how this is talking about policy change. Would you rather your school fully embrace AI technologies like ChatGPT in everything and strive to help students learn how to most powerfully employ them in all their work, or prohibit their use as much as possible? And here are the results that we got for this, and I displayed the results that we got from N2 attendees as well. You can see the sample size as well, but students, 90% of students were super embracing of LLMs and these AI tools in everything that they do. They want to learn how to use them. And one thing that I thought was super interesting, especially when comparing it to this crowd, because Human Energy is a very pro-technology group. And so the fact that faculty at USC were almost as positive about incorporating AI into the curriculum as people here, it's just astonishing. I mean, I remember when ChatGPT first became a thing, it took about 3 weeks for them to instate some pretty serious rules against using it in classwork. And it became so that you were worried about being expelled if you used it. So they really cracked down very quickly and very harshly. And this turnaround is just shocking to see these results, 74% of faculty. And I think this is kind of foreshadowing that a lot of people do stand behind incorporating this sort of stuff into education and curriculum. And the policy change is already underway. An old professor of mine from last year, my marketing professor, he is working with a bunch of faculty members to help lift the policy at USC. And I'm sure that there's many teachers in other areas, in other colleges that are doing the exact same thing. And so these results, 74% are ready to embrace it. That means that when it starts getting adopted in classrooms, it's going to open the floodgates, and this change is going to happen very, very fast. And once it happens in academia, it's going to spread to other realms too very quickly. And so let me talk about the next question. Do you think the world will be a better or worse place 100 years from now? And this is something that I've actually talked with Ben about a lot, is there's this sort of disconnect with younger generations in thinking about the future. Young people are very, very pessimistic, as you can see with a p-value of 0.002. Look at how low the students rated being very optimistic about the future. I mean, this is just, I'm not that surprised because I'm around my peers all the time, but as you can see, faculty are tending to be more optimistic. And then when you look at this crowd here, I mean, you guys are even twice as much as faculty. Almost 50% of you guys are extremely optimistic about the future. And that's why I love what Human Energy is doing so much. if you look at the optimism in this group, it shows so much of the meaning and significance and value that can come from understanding the noosphere and seeing that clear direction for the future and helping create that vision. And so I think that it could provide a vision for younger people that could provide clarity, and it's lacking right now. And so I hope this little snapshot is representative of the kinds of insights and possibilities that Fathom and questioning can provide, and we're hoping to scale this work with human energy. Thank you.
So I don't know how much time we have now for questions, but we can move on to that phase.
I have questions, but I'm not going to ask them. I'm going to answer your question, which is to say we have 15 minutes for question and answer, and to just give you a little bit of sense, if I could, about what will happen then. So at 4:45, I'm going to ask you all to, you can leave things on your chairs, but to don't leave anything on the tables, and we're going to move out for a reception with beer and wine in the lobby while this room is turned over for our banquet dinner. So don't leave any objects on the table, if you will. Feel free to put your trash in the trash, or we'll do it for you. We have some time for questions. Did you have a question? And please remember to introduce yourself.
Peter Whitehouse, Intergenerational Schools. Thank you so much for that. It was entertaining and colorful and brilliant. You mentioned something that might help would be to address human needs. So in this future that you have, if I could extend that to perhaps life on the planet rather than just humans, what is this vision of yours going to do to help us with the climate crisis?
Well, I actually have a view of the climate crisis that I think it is kind of, first of all, I think it's less of a crisis than most people feel. And I think that the most proximate crisis that we're dealing with is our interaction, sort of the socio-technical dilemma that we're dealing with, where our societies are being essentially, at least in the United States and I think elsewhere to some extent, but we're at the forefront of that, are being really torn apart in various ways. There's enormous political divisiveness. People aren't talking to one another. That it feels like the central challenge that we face is really beginning to cohere in some way into interaction with one another again, which is why we're doing what we're doing. Until we can really talk to one another, the chances of dealing with the climate crisis or dealing with any of these other problems, chances of success at that are essentially zero in my mind. So I think that is really one of the most difficult and one of the most central problems that we have. And the others are really rather slow moving. I mean, if you look at the issue that you brought up with the climate crisis, even if you look at that, if we burn all the fossil fuels and sea level rises 50 or 60 feet and Florida goes underwater, that will take place over a period of, it's arguable, but I would say several hundred years, okay? This kind of superorganism has been able to move around very, very easily. Buildings last for 40 years, 50 years. Part of the crisis of that is that we've moved into tidal plains and all sorts of areas which are susceptible to that kind of flooding. So I look at this, and it's not as though this is something new. It was only 13,000 years ago that Chicago was under a mile of ice. So, I think we're fully capable of dealing, or I would say the noosphere, the superorganism is capable of dealing with those kinds of issues if we can kind of avoid fracturing it too deeply. Thank you.
I would like you to comment on what I have developed as a kind of a view of these large language models. I see them as
spokespersons for the noosphere, in the sense that a large language model is not really an artificial intelligence. It's more kind of, it learns the collective intelligence of people by going to all the different possible web pages. It has kind of absorbed the collective knowledge of humanity. But what it does is, if you want that collective knowledge, you can go and search for yourself, typically in Wikipedia, but that is not easy if you just have a simple question. Or what a large language model does is, it is intelligent enough to combine all that knowledge and to answer you in a direct way. But it is, to me, it's a kind of an interface between us and the noosphere.
You and I are exactly in alignment with that, Francis. I think that I look at the emergence of the noosphere, or this global mind, as having several phases. When we were sort of tribal and have language, then you have very easy access to knowledge because you're interacting and getting coached by somebody else. But the capacity for information is very limited, and you have to continually replace that because it's the minds of a small population of people. As soon as you have writing, then you're on where you have unlimited storage capacity. You can store as much information as you want, but now it's very difficult to find and to access in various ways. That transformed, it accelerated when you had the printing press, so you could kind of multiply these things and they were much easier to get access to. And then it took another huge leap when all this information began to be digitized so that we could go out and look for any information and sort of search with a Wikipedia or doing various kinds of search functions. What the large language models represent to me is we've now brought intelligence into the searching. So we have the ability now to, without even expressing exactly what we want to get, we can ask it, we can pull in that information. So it is enabling us to, in a useful way, almost instantaneously access all that information. And it's something that we're very uncomfortable with. One of the questions that Sadie and her team didn't, and that's Jake and Jen, is that right? I'm sorry. One of the things that they asked, the question was, Jasmine, I'm sorry, Tunisian, I glitched there for a moment. One of the things that they asked was if you could interact with large language models or access the noosphere through your inarticulate, just your inner voice, where you voiced the question and then you would get the information. Would you like to do that? To me, it was, God, this would be great. There were only about 15% of people who were comfortable with that. Most people was absolutely not. So that, because I think that brings so much, that collides so much with our vision of who we are. So I don't see there being, this is not AGI, but it's transformative in the way that people imagined AGI would be, and it's here now. And I think that in a matter of, how fast is this going to happen? In a matter of a couple years, everybody is going to be using this stuff, as Sadie was saying. And if you're not, I'll give you an example of the access to this information, which just has blown me away. I've been doing a lot of these experiments. Is I'm working with a coach who does corporate coaching. He goes in and interacts with a bunch of people, and they come up with ideas about motivation and all these kind of things. So we took 15 coaching sessions that were recorded, the Zoom stuff that they were doing, and just took the recording, and of course they get automatically reduced to text. We took those files, we dropped them into Claude, okay, and we asked the question, please evaluate my coaching and tell me the 4 areas that I'm weakest in coaching and the 4 greatest strengths I have in coaching, and indicate examples of those occurring. And it spit out stuff that he said, this is really accurate. Okay, this is good stuff to work on. And then we took it and said, okay, now design a 4-hour set of readings, course material that would be specifically directed at addressing those weaknesses that I have. again, it clicked out something that was, it had a lot of articles and stuff. It wasn't hallucinating or anything, but a bunch of this stuff was behind paywalls. So then we said, well, okay, we don't really want to see the full article, but pull out the sections of those articles that are relevant to the particular areas that I need to work on. It just went right around and pulled those all out and created a whole little set of readings and stuff for him. This is going to disrupt education so profoundly. And that's why it was shocking to Sadie and to me and to others that think what that's going to do and how that's going to change the notion of teaching, in a sense of, if you can develop a personalized course. I always used to think of it as, oh, you're going to do math problems and you can't do this math problem, and then it shows you another math problem that's a little bit harder or redoes that in some way. But if it can just take interaction with you and give you avuncular advice about what you need to improve, that's pretty groundbreaking to me. It's pretty amazing. And it's just extraction from all of the information around us. So that's, go ahead.
My name is Andy Kadak. I'm a former professor of nuclear science and engineering at MIT and a friend of Ben. Got to say friend of Ben. My question is your interaction with Claude. You mentioned you had several interactions with Claude until you taught him something about what your feelings are. So I'm wondering whether you teaching Claude what you thought and what it fed back to you was real, or your thoughts as Claude perceived them.
Okay, so that's a great question. And it shows our interaction with these large language models. So initially, when I was trying to use the models, it's like using it as a gopher. You know, would you do this and would you find that? And, examples of that sort. You can think of any number of them. It took a shift in vision or in sort of my mental space to say, no, actually, this is something that knows a lot. Let me access it as someone who can be a teacher to me, okay? So in this particular case, 2 weeks ago, I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about here, okay? I just had a couple cups of coffee. I'm a slow metabolizer of caffeine, so I was kind of jazzed up. And I'm driving in Los Angeles along Pacific Coast Highway, and was thinking ideas about this, and I turned on my phone and started notes and just started dictating into notes, and I spoke about ideas that I had. Now I wasn't dictating like, this is a dog, period, do it, in a formal way. I was just talking quickly. And this is on Pacific Coast Highway, so we're moving in and out of cell phone coverage. It's very imperfect. You know how it is when you dictate using an iPhone or something. So normally I would take that and I would pull out some material and then I would refine it, and this was a way of kind of remembering. I mean, we often do that sort of thing. So because I had been working with this, I thought, well, instead of doing that, I'm just going to take that whole file completely, I won't change it in any way. I drop it in and I say, what were the 4 best ideas in this? And I want you to use my same language and passion and sort of convey those and enrich them, but keep them mine, essentially, and give me those. And in addition, kind of organize some of that into a talk and tell me how you would do that, and add in some additional material that I threw in that was another file, just to see what would happen. And it came out with stuff like that. And that language was not taken directly from me. It was a reverberation of that language. But in some cases, I'm going, God, this is saying that better than I could have said. And if I just asked it, like, write something about AI and this, as most of us are doing when we're going into these models, it came out with boring stuff. It was not, it was sort of professorial and not very real. And so it's really interesting the way we interact with these things. I don't know if that explains it, but that was that experience.
But you actually taught the machine to give the answer that you wanted to hear, because you told it, I should say, what it was you were thinking, and it just translated it in better words. That's what I'm hearing.
Not entirely, because it's bringing in other material. It had other ideas that it added into it. It was really a collaboration, and there was some back and forth, and there are other things. I find that it's a very interesting sort of evolution of relationship. And I would say as well that you have to remember, this is by far the worst large language models that you are ever going to see in your life. Another year from now, they're going to be way better. And I was not using them previously because I could do it better myself. And then I realized that's the wrong track to be on, because they're going to get a lot better. And I would rather really understand and learn how to use them rather than do it independently. Go ahead.
Hi there, how are you doing? I'm Jacqueline, and lifelong teacher.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if you could refer us to someone that is using this in music.
Could you repeat what about in music?
How are people using AI in music, and can you refer us to someone that might be working with music itself?
That's a really good question, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to say that I don't know, other than that they're using them in certain ways but I'm not familiar with that area, so sorry, but I don't have anything to offer there. Sheila, is there any further question, or do you have time?
I just agreed to do a very, very brief comment and question, which is a note of protest, sir, in the sense of the positive optimism that you've voiced seems to fly in the face of utter suffering that the climate crisis is causing and the social transformations are also causing. I wonder how you verify your optimism in the face of the potential of loss of our ability to govern, where our young children and those that come after us will simply take away our privilege if we do not honor it with responsibility by verifying the power that we work with, facing the reality of the extraordinary, unspeakable suffering which will most certainly come in the loss of Florida and Bangkok and Bangladesh, not to speak of other regions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I look at it I've found myself, I think there's an interesting paradox in that if you look by any measures of human society, education, life expectancy, our opportunities, and many, many people have documented how this is the most privileged time historically that humans have ever had. And that extends to people in the developed world in the developing world where there are now, obesity is a larger problem than malnutrition. And you look at all of those things, and many people who write about these things say, we're living like kings would have killed for, in previous eras. And at the same time, this is one of the most painful times to be alive. I mean, there's suicides, there are drug addiction, there are all these things. So to me, I think that we've lost historical perspective. The difference is that the gulf previously, what might be, was never that much better than what was. And so people dealt with it. Now we could see that if only we could cohere all of our technology and everything, things could be so much better for everyone. How are we going to solve the problems of war and the problems of poverty and all of these sorts of things? Never before would that have even entered anybody's mind. Solve that? How could you possibly do that? Slavery, Athens was built on slavery. So to me, there's a gulf between what could be and what is, which causes a lot of cognitive dissonance. And then in addition, we've lost any kind of historical perspective, and there's a crisis of who we are and what we're trying to do, and vision and purpose, because when God died, when the first story died, it was predicted that this was going to lead to catastrophe. And now we go around and we destroy institutions that are an embodiment of social learning, Religious institutions have a lot more to do than just our origin stories. They weren't designed to do that. They're designed to tell us how to live our lives. How does a child know what it's like to be an adult and to be getting old and to have a family and all these things? Well, there used to be conventions as to what you did that kind of led you or directed you down life paths that were likely to be ones that had been tried and tested over thousands and thousands of years, because ones that didn't work didn't survive. And so we see a lot of institutions and we think, oh, we're so smart. We don't need this. We don't need that. What's that doing? When the understandings beneath the surface, it's like an iceberg. There's all this stuff beneath that we don't see. And we're kind of unmoored as a society. There's a lack of sense of meaning, of purpose. And I think that the concern about the global warming and the catastrophe of the climate crisis and these things is actually a secular religious, we're religious creatures in a sense. We want to believe, we want to feel purpose and meaning. And when that's taken away, we latch on to anything. And I think people don't even understand it. It's like with politics. People get into this and they act like fundamentalist zealots about things. They're not talking generally with questions. I tend to avoid politics because that's the realm where people just hang their intellect at the door. They're more concerned, and maybe rightly so, about whether that they belong to the tribe, that they're not excluded, that they don't say anything that would be misinterpreted and cause them to be shunned in some way. So, I don't know. I think you look at the picture, the image that I had from Dante's Inferno. I mean, life was short and miserable and difficult for everybody, and we have such privilege. And to me, it's almost criminal not to take advantage of that, not to revel in that, and we are moving towards abundance in a whole variety of ways, but we have to psychologically adjust to that in some way. And so I'll close on that, I think.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you all. It's been an incredibly full, rich day and conversation. You can leave your bags or jackets if you want to eat dinner at the seat you are currently at, or you can pack it all up with you, clear anything else off the table with you, and you can move out to the Hall of History where you can turn in your beer and wine tickets that you have left from yesterday and have a drink while dinner is set up in the buffet in the back room, and the tables are set for dinner. Dinner will begin at 6 o'clock. And we have a great speaker, Elizabeth Lee, who will be talking about SCI-ARC and its relationship to the noosphere. Thank you. You are in for a rich intellectual and visual treat.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Sheila, and thank you, Ben, for the invitation to present tonight. I hope everyone is enjoying their dinner, and I hope everyone was able to visit the bar, just so that you're very entertained during dinner. So Sheila gave a wonderful introduction. I want to talk about tonight a little bit different, probably from some of the really meaty philosophical conversations you've been having today, and talk about connectivity and cultural heritage. How SCI-Arc is working to enable access to humanity's rich legacy. Just a little bit about who we are. So SCI-Arc is a nonprofit organization. We're based here in the Bay Area, and we're committed to empowering connections to historic sites. Although the newest sphere is 100 years old, SCI-Arc is a mere 20. We were founded in 2003 by Ben and Barbara Casira, and we were one of the pioneers in the application of 3D recording technologies for the preservation and celebration of cultural heritage. A big part of our mission is about connecting new audiences to these sites, and as Sheila mentioned, lifting up new voices as we understand these places. And the underlying technology that we continue to use has evolved over the 20 years as technology does. And as that has evolved, I think our mission has really expanded, allowing us to do new things that were not possible 20 years ago. So a big focus now is around unlocking the data that we have in our archives and the data that we continue to collect to help maximize the full potential. So I do want to talk a little bit about the why, and I'll talk more about our organization, but I also want to talk about our history. But a big part of our why, why does SCI-Arc exist, is that we want a lot of the cultural heritage helps define who we are as people. They're connections that we have to these places and to each other. But oftentimes some of these places actually remain out of reach for a large portion of the population. And so part of our mission is by creating more equitable and respectful access to places through digital technologies. We're not only trying to lift up new voices, but really increase that shared understanding of our past. How did this all get started? I'm going to let Ben tell you himself, but I'm not going to force him up on stage here. I want to play a little bit of a video of Ben kind of introducing how SCI-Arc got started. He's the history of our organization, so I'm gonna let you hear it from him directly. So.
I was born in what today is Mosul, Iraq, but was Nineveh in those days, the capital of the Assyrian Empire. I remember my dad used to take me by the hand to go out on weekends and go visit the winged bulls which guarded the gates of Nineveh. I was maybe 6, 7 years old, and those memories have continued to be with me over the years. What inspired my wife, Barbara, and I to get started on what today is SCI-Arc was the events that took place around 2000 when SCI-Arc Technology Company had been acquired. And right about then, the Bamiyan Buddhas were destroyed in Afghanistan. I mean, they were just gone. The world lost them forever. We felt that we needed to do something to get the technology we had developed as part of SCI-Arc Technologies into the hands of preservationists to digitally preserve World Heritage Sites. I was born in what today...
Sorry about that. So that gives you a little bit of the history of our organization. When Ben and Barbara first started, it was really this concept of creating an archive of this information. Because the technology that existed at that point, not everyone could use, and the access to it was quite difficult. And in the 20 years since, thankfully, that technology has evolved, and we're able to do a lot more with it. So today, what we focus on is storytelling, using that data to actually help connect people into these sites. We still do a large amount of this documentation work and train others to do it. And then we really believe in providing open access to all the materials that we create. So we have a whole site dedicated to open access of this 3D data called openheritage3d.org. And there's close to 500 sites up there today for researchers and educators to have access to. In terms of our history, since founding, we've trained, this number is probably out of date now, it's probably closer to about 2,000 at the end of this year, people trained. We've worked in over 40 countries, documented well over 200 heritage sites. And then we've developed nearly 100 of these experiences with huge numbers in terms of the virtual visitors engaging with this content. So I want to show a little bit about what this technology is, just to give you an idea. I'll play this quick video and talk over it a bit. Let's see if it'll let me go full screen. Oh. So this is just from an example project in Mexico City, but just so you can see some of the technology. This is the LiDAR machine that actually Ben helped develop the original version of this. And we move this around the site to capture three-dimensional views, capture these cloud of points. And then we supplement that with a process known as photogrammetry, which is taking lots of individual overlapping images to create a 3D information from those two-dimensional images. And we do that from the ground, and then we also do that from the air using drones. All those data inputs are brought into a computer program where they're aligned. So the LiDAR and the photogrammetry, and they're fused together to create a highly realistic and highly accurate model of a place. So this is the photoreal model. You can then do things like slice through it, and also bring it out into architectural programs to help with conservation issues. So this underlying 3D data is part of every project that we do. I know you all are here because of the 100th anniversary of the noosphere, and wanted to say, well, how does that connect into what we're doing? And I think Sheila put it nicely of kind of a manifestation of this in practice, and it's all kind of points of connection. And so our philosophy is about how these places are central to how people understand themselves and the world. And we do what we call spatial storytelling. It's our approach to creating experience that immerse the visitors in the stories of a place. And so our goals with this are about creating that emotional connection between people and places, and that through that we want to broaden people's perspective of the world and their place in it. We want to be able to create empathy for people today and in the past. And of course, we also want to encourage that respectful engagement with the world. So we do work on monumental structures that are on, the World Heritage List, but we also do work on sacred places as well. And so making sure that we're creating access to these places in a way that is meaningful for those who are the most closely connected to them, but also respectful, and helps, again, create that experience for others, even if it's virtual. Oops. Okay. So a big part of that, when we think about the way that we're approaching storytelling, is we call it the 3 Ps. So people, presence, and perspective. How can we pull these things in to try to change the way that people connect with these locations and the people there? And that's, helping both on this natural and the human characteristics of a place. So people, we want to put people first in the narrative, not just the history of this site. Who are the people that are part of that story? How do we create a sense of presence? Everything we do is in a digital and virtual environment. So how can we still create that presence of being there? And then really importantly, how can we incorporate multiple perspectives? So there's not just a single view of this place that people are getting. And a big part of that is our online storytelling platform called Tapestry. So it's a web and mobile enabled platform, and I'll show some examples of it, where we integrate that 3D modeling, but alongside the narratives and people and perspectives that makes these places so special. So I'll show just a little bit of what Tapestry looks like, and then I'll show a couple examples of some of the work. Okay, so I wanted to just show a couple of projects that kind of highlight some of this from our perspective, and again, highlight this like human connection and where we're all headed. So one of the projects that we've had the opportunity to do over the last few years is this project we call the Journey to Equal Rights. And so this is all about sites that have been instrumental in having equal rights for all. So women's suffrage, the civil rights movement, gay rights movement, the places where these happened are really important for understanding, and connecting with these stories. And so we did a project that looked at, we now have 7 of them in there, but it started with 5. And I'll play just a short video about, what these places are and how they're important for our journey as humanity in terms of improving things for everyone.
The Declaration of Independence was not a complete document. It did not prohibit slavery. It did not say that all men and women are created equal. What came out of Seneca Falls was this effort to combat those injustices, and the buildings that house these people and these ideas continue to resonate with people today. They remind us that the power of a few people to change the world is still there.
When people come here, it's almost like they want to experience where Dr. King, where he walked. I mean, think about it. This is actually where he walked. This is actually where he worshiped. This is actually where he worked. This is actually where he was born. Everything is right here in his community.
I mean, this is the place where Pride began. It sparked a revolution in terms of LGBTQ rights around the world.
Cesar Chavez National Monument is a national park site that commemorates Cesar Chavez and tells a story about the United Farm Workers Movement.
U.S. Immigration Station, such great opportunity here to talk about our past, but also give folks a chance to think about what's going on today in contemporary immigration and hopefully start some conversations.
These resources will help people understand and appreciate some of the pivotal moments in our history where people did extraordinary things. It is our hope that this will inspire others to know that they too can make an impact.
doing that. So the impact of this type of work, right? I think, when we're thinking about connecting to people, what does that mean? If people aren't accessing it, it doesn't matter as much. And so we have 7 of these tapestry experiences available on our website. We have 30 companion lesson plans as well. And I know the education's a big focus for human energy as well. And being able to connect the next generation to these sites is critical. And so just, a few comments from teachers, the power of being able to put people in these places and what that means for their students. Really incredible to be able to take things out of just a concept and out of a textbook and put it in practice for these students being able to go there. So just, one of the projects that I think that we're excited about in terms of this kind of overlap with the noosphere. Another one, so going from journey rights to sacred places. So this one has been one that we've worked on over the last 18 months or so, working with the Children's Museum of Indianapolis. So it's the largest children's museum in the country, and they're, they saw a similar need to say, how can we promote greater understanding of world religions to help, foster a sense of community and understanding. And so we worked with them on 6 different locations around the world to not only go there and record the stories of the place, but also connect with the communities, to create an exhibition that's now in the Children's Museum of Indianapolis, but they also have an online component that's being used by students and teachers to bring these concepts into the classroom. So by being able to see young people in these spaces and hear their stories, it's a way for people to connect in to something really foreign to them, right? There's probably people that have never heard of these other religions or don't know individuals, and so this is a way to connect people through that. So I'll show another. So our team, traveled to locations around the world, capturing everything from kind of rituals to performances that all went into this physical exhibition on site. But then up there you see they have an online exhibition as well, so that you can virtually visit all of these places and hear from those same community members, even if you don't make it to the live exhibition. And it is something that is, they're going to be traveling it. So if there's university folks here that are interested in this concept, I think they are still looking for partners that are interested in maybe hosting this traveling exhibition. But I'll just play a quick video just about, so you can see some of the content from it. Just likes doing that. So I wanted to leave a few minutes for questions. I know it's a tight timeline and you all have been listening during dinner, but I wanted to just share a few ways of how we're connecting people into these places. And I think there are a lot of parallels to the conversations that you're having. So we'd be happy to take any questions from anyone about any of it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It's a very beautiful and I think precious work that you guys are doing. And I'm very grateful that you presented today. I am Shima Beji and I'm working with human energy as a researcher. So during your presentation, I was thinking how this technology can be used in resolving some of the most complex conflicts that we are facing, for example, in the world, that are so difficult to pinpoint them exactly because there are so much emotional, I think, charge. So it's so difficult to really, I think, physically touch those spaces. So I was wondering how this technology, how this spatial storytelling can be used in resolving complex conflicts that we are right now witnessing around the world.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great question. I think that, we see cultural heritage ends up being on the forefront of some of that. So some of the work that I didn't talk about, we just had a team come back from Poland working with Ukrainian professionals. And there in that war, culture has become a big factor. And so there's not only the threat to the cultural heritage there, but changing histories and so it is something that is critical, I think, when there is conflict. And so we've also seen it be used though as a tool to bring communities together. So we're going to be doing a workshop this next year in Sarajevo, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, where it's a very tenuous piece in that country, and part of the project is to bring people from different communities together to find commonality in that shared heritage. So I think that there are opportunities to do that, and I think again focusing on those people and multiple perspectives is one way to do that. It's not going to solve all the conflicts, but I think if you can connect with a person and you can understand a little bit about their worldview and where they're coming from, it does at least open up a conversation. Yeah, I can hear you all right, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
3 days ago, I was personally in the Muir Woods, which I have constantly gravitated to as a sense of inspiration for myself, as have many other indigenous peoples and others. And I saw one of your quotes, there was a park ranger involved. I'm just wondering, what is the spectrum of your engagement with place? Does it have to be built environment, or will you go into sacred places in which it's basically going into nature?
Yeah, that's a great question. The technology that we use, the kind of 3D capture, does work very well on the built environment, but we have done a number of projects where the landscape is part of that, because often, the story, we're becoming much more story driven rather than just place driven. And so I think, yeah, there as again, the technology is evolving. There's lots of new ways to create this kind of 3D environment. And as that has evolved, that's allowed us to expand. So we did a project dealing with Big Basin Redwoods Park actually after the fire. It was a couple years ago, and it damaged the historic structure, but it also damaged some of the most famous trees. And so, using the same technology and again, working with like park rangers and members of the indigenous community to get, again, those multiple perspectives in, there is a tour on our site of redwoods where you can actually see the trees, you can see the damage, and then you can hear from a park ranger and someone from the Amamutsun tribe. Yeah.
How easy do you make it for the public to download the original full scan files?
Yeah. So that's a great question. Yeah. So on our website, it's SCIARC.org, it's focused more on the experience. But I mentioned there's another site, and it's linked on our website, called Open Heritage 3D. And that's where there's nearly 500 data sets from SCI-Arc and as well as other contributors. And there, all that's required, you can go to each individual project, you can see what files are available, how large they are, and as long as you commit to use them on the terms that are listed there, they're all licensed via Creative Commons. You commit to those terms, and then you get a link to download.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you for the great work that you're doing. I lived in New Mexico for a while, and having had the good fortune of being invited to some of the dances and the ceremonies, I still remember the very strong interdictions that the native cultures had against photography. And these were places of tremendous value. I mean, I consider myself fortunate to have been present. So I wish that upon all peoples of the earth should be able to witness this. But the local culture simply does not allow photography. And so, to a degree, the reconstructions that you produce, the digital reproductions, rely on exactly the things that are interdicted by the local culture. And I don't think this is just unique to Native American, to the Pueblo cultures in New Mexico. I think this is probably true for a lot of cultures around the world. So where do you stand on this? Perhaps it's too much of a sort of a complicated question.
No, it is and it isn't. I think, so yeah, we work with a number of those communities. I don't know which community you were in, but we have partnerships with a lot of Pueblo communities at this point. We have an ongoing project with the Hopi Nation, and then as well as Zuni and Ute. And so, I think there's a lot of that is all, again, about like respectful engagement and understanding their perspective. And so, many of the sites that we have worked on are sites that are on public lands now. So we have not done any projects that are on the Pueblos themselves today. They're National Park Service sites. They're managed by the Bureau for Land Management. And that's, again, in consultation with the tribes, where those sites are already available to the public. And so they're invested in working with us because they can help tell the story that they want to tell, that they're comfortable sharing with outsiders, to try to, again, foster that respectful visitation. Because these are, even though they're in public land, they're still very much sacred places for them. And so they do want to share that perspective of that this is a sacred place and you should be visiting with respect. And there's no way to really understand that unless you, again, connect with somebody, right, and hear that story. And so, but those partnerships have taken a really long time to build up, right? We've been working with the Hopi, I think, for about 10 years. And it takes time, you've got to really understand that perspective. And lots of conversations about what's appropriate and what isn't. And at the end of the day, if it's not appropriate, it's not going to go in this public thing, That's the way that we operate. So
thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Is our video queued up there? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I left my wine up here before. One last little thing I want to share with you. It's a brand new energy video. This is the premiere. And so we're going to bring that up and have that as our final message and bit of story tonight. Thank you so much. It's been a great, an incredibly cool day in intellectual, emotional, social, spiritual, physical ways. I hope you feel as full as I do. And here's our video.
Most organizations similar to us are dealing with solving environmental problems, social media, AI. There's no one who's asking the question, can we get humans to align? We humans are interconnected via our technology and culture. We're becoming part of a much larger thing. That's major.
We might be Americans, we might be Chinese, we might be Democrats. All of those are secondary. We're something far more profound than that. human energy is igniting that awareness.
We're now at a place where we have the power to make major changes in the world, to understand to some extent how we work collectively, how we think collectively, is one of the great problems. If disinformation spreads, systems fall apart.
Today we have a major problem. Technology is moving forward so fast. If we don't figure out how to control it, human life is in danger. What happens to us globally, collectively, it's an existential crisis. Science doesn't address the meaning of life, values, etc.
Looking at the degree of conflict, the loss of any shared sense of truth, the speed at which our world is changing due to technology. We don't understand the world that we're operating in or what our future is. Without deliberate collaboration, we can't address those issues.
We have to be working with people and organizations at all scales to actually improve life from this scientific perspective. It has to be put into action.
We've got to keep pace with the technologies. To do that, we need to really do the research. We need to understand how this kind of evolutionary process works, the evolution of social change works.
This is not just a theoretical conceptual endeavor that could be in the academic realm. This has serious consequences for the state of the world.
Human energy is developing a network of large organizations, universities, and individuals to study the future of human collective consciousness. Today, we have over 20 scientists and professionals working together to look at the impact of these new ideas through scientific papers, research, conferences, and educational programs. And we're drawing people from all over the world. We have a disruptive idea. We have to start thinking as a collective. There's collective knowledge. There's collective wisdom. The good of humanity requires us to come together. This is fundamental for our future.